Even Achilles, people talk about master morality. They don't realize that like this stuff is human nature. Even Achilles, when he went down to Hades, the underworld, he met the dead people that he killed. He had PTSD, he had the trauma from the experience. And soldiers deal with this type of stuff as well. So there's a thing where we need to have justification for why we live, why we created suffering. I've spoke about this in a video where I talk about animal sacrifice and food. Like if you look at a vegan, why does somebody tilt and become vegan? Because they actually do the thing that nobody else does. Everybody just obliviously eats the meat. But the vegan is the more honest person who sits down and says, what the fuck, where did this come from? And then they realize that poor little fluffy cow out there was brought into a chamber and held still by a frame, and then a bullet was put through their face, and then they're shredded apart and their throat cut. And you start to realize that that's fucking horrific. And it's like, imagine if they did that to you. That's the thing that, that's freaky. That would be the most industrialized murder. Like it's the craziest thing ever. And people
I want to. Sorry to cut you off in the middle of cooking. Go ahead.
Let him finish his point.
Just let me finish the point. So, like the vegans could become aware of this, and they just become moral fanatics. They become freaks. Now, of course, maybe in the ancient past, people used to do animal sacrifices because that helped people get a psychological peace with this. You go and you pet the animal, and you dress it up, and then you do the rituals, and it's actually easy to dispel the bad energy for killing the thing. Now, there's a logic to the religion if you think about it this way. Now, the thing is that it's just showing us that the conscience is an enormously difficult force, that the foundations of religion in my opinion, seem to come from this type of stuff. Our problem now is that we live in a current culture that has the exact same human conscience that we've always had and needs to find legitimacy for guilt, for why it does things, for why it holds power, for why it puts people in prison, for why it sends armies out to the other world. Now, obviously, there's villains and political stuff, but a big part of it is also this. And it comes down to the justification of morality based on the victim. Now, the question is, will that conscience ever shift to be justified in different ways? Could you say, for example, justification for the sake of beauty, or the sake of health, or the sake of the perpetuation of European civilization because it's better than all the other civilizations? Now, if we started to see the conscience go that direction, that would be a radical shift. That would be an amazing shift to see. That would rapidly transform the situation. But will that happen? I don't know. I could see it rising. So I think that's where the crux of the question falls. Who gets legitimacy to use their hands by their mind?
Okay, let's go ahead and using your hands by your mind. That question directly relates to the question of technology. And okay, I'm gonna take a little break here, and we also have our friend here. Hey, what's going on?
Hi.
Hey,
how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing okay, but we're gonna take a little musical break here. And yeah.
How are you today?
Isn't that just Tito again? Oh no, it's Noel.
Greetings.
Greetings. I text you on Discord. The other person.
Yeah, I responded to it hours ago.
I did, Hank, and I did. Spokane.
Spokane
thinks you a joke. Spokane thinks you a joke.
So does Pittsburgh, but I'm still here. No one can get rid of me.
Spokane in the membrane. All right, we'll take a musical break, and then we'll continue with a little more explanation of that video we're watching, just a tiny bit more, and then we're going to move on to some interesting information about Donald Trump. We're going to look at some of the history and who backs him and how he got.
Yes, please do.
Okay, yeah, we're going to take a look at some information about that. So I'm pretty sure Noel will be interested in that. I'm interested in that, and then also we'll get into some information regarding Dr. Kaczynski. Now, I was able to discover a awesome video that I had. I thought they removed it off YouTube, but it turns out that I actually downloaded it. It's with a female voice reading the manifesto, and also the writing on the screen. It's got text on screen, and it's got a sort of ambient background noise. It's a very fantastic sort of video that I have. So that's going to be a very good way to digest the first part of that manifesto there. And so, yeah, we're going to bring you some of that information soon here. So thank you so much. But yeah, I don't think the brother Talcott is here, Noel, but yeah, maybe he'll show up soon. But yeah.
No, especially means me, but a lot of people think I'm a joke, but they haven't done anything about me because they're too weak.
Well, I don't think you're. Well, you're not from Spokane, are you?
No, I haven't set foot in Spokane, but
Yeah,
they
so-
think I'm a joke, but I don't care.
Yeah, me either. But yes, we'll be back soon, my friends. So yeah, be back very soon. Enjoy these 2 songs here. These are some of my favorite songs. But yeah, check it out.
You're a forced retardation.
The so-called ancient myths, which I take as factual records, one has to factor in the acceptance as a reality that people from another planet, when they found mankind more knowledge, more technology, more science, and more advancement, they gave it to us.
Beside me, inside the mind, occupy me. Brain cosmology, lost technology of the gods. All the same plans, no match where angels once trod. Supply me with the poison ivy, chosen still beside me. Supreme deities inside the mind, occupy me. Brain cosmology, lost technology of the gods. All the same plans, no match where angels once trod. Lords of chaos, new age Aquarians, savage barbarians, Sumerians mixed with the astral race. Stay your face with thy alchemy, blood chemistry, choose your weaponry. I leave foes exposed, you best to step second. legendary. Enter through the iris, spiral out of darkness, suicidal. Misbecame the miracles, ethereal for my survival. Wandering soul collector, cave vast, hidden treasure. Alexandria, Cobra King commander, Tibetan Lama, Major Kana. Regurgitation, ciphering coded by the Maya. Mesmerized temperatures of the burning empire. We came in blaze of flames, dwelling from the two planes. Insane, mystified, no remains, scattered from the grains. Motionless, spiraling star systems, most explosive. Merciless, desperate, doomed and hopeless. How I wrote this time, bending, unrelenting, never ending. Spirits descending, cyanide, wicked cherubim, decipher what we sending. Raised up out the earth's crust, awoke and spit the dust. Chronal discharge, my dagger carved from mammoth tusk. Particles collide inside the mind, ocean multiverse. Voice filled with the worst verse that leaves you cursed. The lost book of Enoch torments away the damned. Pharaoh Abraham, the last stand, fallen from my hand. Yo, we smashed bio codes, broken tombs, walls of Jericho. Ice cold with the flow that takes hold and never let you go. Yo, I never let you go, never let you go, never let you go. Yo, supply me with the poison ivy, chosen to beside me. Supreme deities inside the mind, occupy me. Brain cosmology, lost technology of the gods. All the same plans, no match where angels once trod. Supply me with the poison ivy, chosen to beside me. Supreme deities inside the mind, occupy me. Brain cosmology, lost technology of the gods. All the same plans, no match where angels once trod.
I am the idea and the reality, the motion and the act, the synapse gap, the time lapse, leaving your mind cracked. Sumerian scientists slicing the wax, crossfade from the conclaves of the highest divine math with a fiery blast. From in between the eyebrows, flying to the clouds, shining a blinding light from my crown. Sky like I'm bound as I leave the king's arena. In the will of Ezekiel with the Elohim as they beam us up in mercury vortex propulsion. Blasted sources from the summit of the pyramids. The Ben, the center serious. Ben superior, the mortal man ever since. The soul bending the barrier. To the best, you're inferior to the jaws of death. We're sending you. The gods are blessed, no beginning and end for us. Crushing your bones to dust is not strenuous. Scrape your brain off the asbestos, smashing your essence in with an infinitesimal decimal. My decibel, indelible, arm, leg, head. The supreme personality of Godhead. Wrapping yards of gauze around your head. Raws, Boba Fett, chopping the head off with Baphomet. Rip off his jawbone and beat down 1,000 men like Samson did the Philistines. We leave the blood spilling from your spleen. Crushed by the illest Elohim, supreme being, skin tone olive green. The guardians of the ninth gate, Akashic science of the sage apostles for higher planes.
Supply me with the poison ivy, chosen stood beside me. Supreme deities inside the mind, occupy me. Brain cosmology, lost technology of the gods. All the same plans, no match where angels once trod. Supply me with the poison ivy, chosen stood beside me. Supreme deities inside the mind, occupy me. Brain cosmology, lost technology of the gods. All the same plans, no match where angels once trod.
Yo, I come rushing, show why you spitting on stage. Take the mic from your head. Fuck your devilish ways. Nobody cares about the faggot ass words you say, but I and I civilized minds every single day. True and living, third vision, rebelling against the system. The pigs threw my master teacher up in the prison. 19, still walking through your fuck ass clubs. I don't want a good time and just want to see blood coming straight from above. Let my dreads grow long, symbolize the spiritual growth, making me strong. I hold a microphone, dropping jewels and bombs upon Babylon. My way of life is Islam, and yo, it's on. Gotta get praise when I perform. I be blessing the crowd like a holy imam. You should've gone. Now you got nets here coming at you. I slang knowledge like weed bags and crack capsules. Holding revelations in the palm of my hand. Slap the shit out of grafted man if he can't overstand. Fuck the King Clan law enforcement. I'm divine like melanated skin proportions. Cause I show and prove. Decipher. God's third eye.
Supply me with the poison ivy, chosen stood beside me. Supreme deities inside the mind, occupy me. Brain cosmology, lost technology of the gods. All the same plans, no match where angels once trod. Supply me with the poison ivy, chosen stood beside me. Supreme deities inside the mind, occupy me. Brain cosmology, lost technology of the gods. All the same plans, no match where angels once trod.
The physical laws which cover the universe determines evolution, death of a birth, calculated probability, accelerating expansion, chaotic inflation, producing the observable universe, quantum cosmology, inconsistency with general relativity, mathematic path integrals, force, spatial dimensions, analytic continuation, gravitational physics, dynamical field geometry for space-time, no boundary proposal created from nothing, instead spontaneous, pure and finite radius, hyperboloid, infinite open universe, false vacuum, tunnel matter, bubble nucleation, singularities, controversial fundamental theories, amplification, stretching macroscopic length scales, see the growth of galaxies, primordial fluctuation, cosmic microwave, background radiation, launching satellites into space to measure temperatures with very extreme accuracy.
Yep.
A big tech. Sorry.
So here's my. I think the Idiocracy movie had it like scary spot on, and I don't mean to just meme on that. Like President fucking Alejandro Mountain Dew Camacho, and he's doing some sort of like in a way a ritual sacrifice in the arena of this guy who we're killing him because he talks like a fag and his shit's all retarded. Like our justification is just going to get straight up visceral like that. And that's what I mean. That's why I referenced the Hawk Tuah girl. It's just like, that's just real. She was just pleasing her man and she doesn't care. And everybody finds it charming. And I think that there's a potential to drop the virtue signaling and really just deal with reality, not so much like philosophers, but just really like people who've completed the lesson. Like we went through the training, we reached, like our enlightenment is going to look like retardation to us, like the future enlightenment. And it really will be a kind of enlightenment where we've moved beyond good and evil. And it's not going to be about like, is this good or is this bad? It's going to be like, do we like it or not? It's going to be just that. And we're gonna have,
I've seen people make that case that it'll just come to the point where no one holds to any ideals at all. It's actually kind of like Zarathustra, the great downgoing, is that it just, when it bottoms out, it's just disgusting. But like that's almost like nearly worse than where we are now. Like that's like pure hell. And the point, I think, is that we want to get out of that and go towards like really big ideals. I would look at someone like Elon Musk, who's a much more relevant figure than Hawk Tuah girl, and I would say like you could make an argument that he's actually.
Yeah, that sounds rather like a agreed upon version of some sort of dystopianism, right? That it's saying that he first pointed out the well-known dystopian movie Idiocracy, and then said that, and then kind of restyled it as a positive direction that we're going to move in. Right. So that off the bat didn't seem very promising. Right. And then he's supporting a sort of next stage of that. Right. So it's very interesting that he's coming to terms with his neo-Hegelian version of this, having merged both Nietzsche and Christianity together, right?
Yeah, this is a case I'm making too. But the issue is people want to kind of propose their list of their likes and dislikes and pretend it's come from the universe. It's law, so you gotta pick my list, not your list. My preferences is the right ones, and yours is the wrong ones. But that's just your opinion, man.
Yeah, that's kind of what it seems like. It's like, wait, everybody's gonna drop the virtue signaling, and then what? It's gonna be Idiocracy. It's like normie truther thing that Drew was talking about, where he was saying, well, it's gonna be like the auto hoax. Everybody's gonna believe in that because the psyops are designed so that people believe in fake conspiracies, right? So the conclusion is that it's designed to make you think that everything's fake. So it's like, okay, so what do you believe? And then he says, well, everything's fake. It's like, so then the psyops worked. Yeah, right? You're a normie. So you're a normie truther, right? You're exactly what they want you to be, right? In other words, you're not a critical thinker. You're just gonna go and say everything's fake before thinking about it, right? And then that's going to be the end of that, right? So much for your nuance, right? But anyways, people think they're smart calling people who believe in Plato and all that stuff, and they're saying, well, what if Plato's a hoax? Well, how are you going to know it's a hoax? You don't know anything about history. Even if you studied for the next 10 years, you couldn't make a stream about what's real and what's not real about Plato, right? Let's be honest here, right? Who are you kidding? Right, these guys are sitting there scratching their head, making a video about archaics and whatever the other guy is, Carson or whatever, Billy Carson or whatever the fuck his name is, and they're arguing about Atlantis. It's like you don't have the skill set to even debate these things, right? Whether Plato was a real person or whether Socrates was a real person, let's just be quite honest.
Whether Jesus was a real person.
Yeah, it's gonna take you a while. Yeah, it's going to take you a while, right? But yeah.
a very, very special idealist. Again, I know he could have villains behind him and all this, but like he's at least reaching for the high goal of Mars within the context of this absolutely botched nihilistic culture of just twerking and shit like that. And
That's my point.
that spirit's still there. And I think I could see what I'm getting at is I could see a very quick and easy transition to people saying like, I am happy to start to push aside the victims in order for us to actually empower like geniuses like Musk, if you will. It seems like we're allowed to have a good conscience about that, or we're ready made to do that. So maybe something like that. It's like if a dude's going for Mars, or if a dude's trying to like do something great in that type of way. I guess the thing is like the questions for Western Europeans: can they still take that same consciousness and conscience to the idea of them wielding power and commanding the world again? That's really where I think things become interesting. But we'll have to wait and see. Richard, Adam, do you have any thoughts?
I think we're going to go through Christianization in the immediate future. Yeah, I think the rubber band is going to snap back.
What in what way? Like actual returning to religious
liberalism or Americanism. So I agree that liberalism in this way predates Christianity, but and obviously Christianity worked through a similar dynamic. But there's also a kind of Americanism that is largely post 45, but not entirely, and that has been a ruling ideology that is highly successful ruling.
So, to reiterate, he's saying he's disagreeing with the former complaints, right, about the synthesizing and the rejection, and he's saying no, we're having a return to Christian ethos, right, which is interesting because he had that, meeting recently where they had a interesting conversation against Tim Pool with Andrew Wilson about Christian nationalism, and he seemed like he was saying also that Christianity was going to be assimilated. Right now he's saying that yes, it's going to be a new sort of Christian ethos, but it's going to be a quasi-Christian ethos that's going to be kind of more in line with Americanism. So it's going to be a back to the 1950s style of morality, right? So that's interesting. What do you say?
Now he was the Richard Spencer. He was the head of like basically the forefront, the face of white neo-Nazism at one point, right?
Yes.
Well, he was the popular one, but of course there was more serious leaders like David Duke and all these kind of people who are a lot more educated than him. And
David Duke, he went into Christianity too. It's like, is this a code word when they say Christian ethos for something else having to do with genetics? You think?
Seems like.
Actually, no, I don't think so. Pretty much, I think that they're losing the suffering, and when Christ comes back to put them in power. So I would say no.
Okay.
To be frank, and hold on, I think somebody else was saying something. Was that Cecil?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead first.
I was just gonna point out that Richard Spencer is just David Duke's successor.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically the same archetype. It's just, with the white power shit and everything, except that there's people that have proven that David Duke works closely with government agents and is scripted and uses amphetamines and all this other shit. So
yeah, he was in the government at one point, but
yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, so so working with is quite an understatement.
Blah blah blah, Jack.
But yeah, Jack's not here, Noel. But yeah, let's go to this idea that he's talking about Americanism, and to be frank about what NPC, my man here is saying, I think there's a really legitimate connection in terms of the idea that Christianity and Europeans have some sort of common origin point, right? So this, of course, has to do with their idea that me and Pilliter were talking about, that they're going to try to create a new form of Christianity that's more in line with a Hellenistic philosophy. You know, that's used to justify sometimes Christian teachings. You know, the Neoplatonism and all of this ideas. You know, they're gonna interject with a something that unifies Europe in general with, you know, what we would call now, you know, and this is something that some of the radical atheists have now adopted, right? Dawkins, for example, he said he's a cultural Christian, right? So more and more you're hearing, you know, atheists, right, and liberals say that they're cultural Christians, right, signifying that Christianity is broader than, you know, what you would say, you know, religion, that it's something that unified Western European civilization, or it's due, or it's something that contributed to the European or scientific enlightenment, and actually it was one of the stepping stones or pillars, so that it was one of the hallmarks of Western progress. That's what makes Western society unique, is the Christian ethos. They'll even go so far as to say all of that. They'll even go so far as to say that Judeo-Christian ideas are the underpinning of Western civilization, right? So all of these things are not irregular statements for people like, you know, common commentators like Steve Bannon, who we'll see later, right? But yeah, anyways.
And I do it too. I call myself a Christian globalist as a parody to Christian nationalism.
Which is why Christian ethos could be somewhat of a code word, because there's so many different denominations of Christianity that you can make it to be anything. Just as Judeo-Christianity is a chimeric kind of term.
Right.
Yeah, indeed. And that's the danger, is that, you know, what's the danger of, as we were mentioning earlier, of a Trojan horse, of a, you know, as me and Hank mentioned, a Christian king that goes on to implement a liberal credo, right? So it's Christianity gaining power for liberalism instead of liberalism gaining power for Christianity, right?
Ideology, in fact. It's what so much of Europe reached for, even while criticizing Battle America. They're kind of reaching for those ideals. The American dream, there's President Camacho.
Yeah.
Individualism, release from any sort of oppression, and they're reaching certainly for American popular culture. But I think that is coming to an end. I think the rubber band is going to snap back. I think at the very, again, this is obviously highly speculative. It's just my feeling that in that vacuum that played out, collapsed liberalism is going to leave. There is going to be a revival of something from the past in order to gain legitimacy. And I don't see where that comes from outside of Christianity. It's going to be a stupid version of Christianity. It's going to have wildly reactionary elements to it. It's going to be something that I'm probably not going to like, but I do think that there will be a grasp for that. And I guess even more speculative and maybe counterintuitive, I think elites are going to make their peace with this in a very surprising way.
Like
that's what I see kind of for what's going to happen. Because
we already have elites that are pandering.
It would be a subverted Christianity then.
Sort of getting sick of, and maybe even starting to wake up to, is that, like, if you look at,
they're not getting sick of pandering to Christianity. No one is sick of that. Well, they're getting Christianity itself, like in the sense of good Christian church-going Americans. No one's gotten sick of that, really. Even liberals,
Richard,
even Joe Biden does it.
Richard, could I ask, do you think that would go hard enough to reassert like a cultural morality? So, for example, an interesting question that I often find myself clashing up against is this idea of, all right, like among Nietzscheans, you know, we overthrow Christianity, what next, type thing. And exactly. I think this is an interesting question, because if you even strip out the whole idea of Christianity, you'll actually realize that the morality within it is very, very pro-life. It's very life-affirming. A lot of people maybe don't like that idea, but getting married, having kids, going to a community where you're together with other people who are married and having kids, and putting funerals. Like, these are not
You're talking
Christian.
about the pragmatism of Christianity. I would
The
totally
rituals.
agree with that.
The rituals of life, and the taboos around, like, the
Rituals
taboos
of
around.
life, maybe. I think there's a very intense death drive within Christianity.
Well, perhaps
and within
within
Scripture as well.
within the actual, yes, within that. But like
Yeah.
I'm
Can we
speaking to a
talk
Catholic
about
Like, this is the pragmatism of
Donald
going to
Trump?
church and meeting your new girlfriend at, after
Well, I think,
you're
like,
eating Rice Krispie treats and starting a family. I totally agree with that. I
Can
think
we talk
it's a
about
fertility
Donald
cult.
Trump?
It wouldn't have survived if it
Crispy treats. Yeah, but it's
And
interesting.
Donald Trump.
They've boiled it down. Yeah, just in 3 minutes, Noel, we're gonna talk about Donald Trump. But yeah, just in this little time, they've totally went against Nietzsche in order to adopt Christianity and liberalism as an extension, right? In the classical liberal form, at least, right? They're rejecting the new form of liberalism, but they're admitting to some form of connection between liberalism and Christian ethos, right? And some form of cultural form of Christianity, right? And then they're going against Nietzsche. As we say, they're going into Hegel. So Nietzsche's too hard, right, of a philosopher, right, for them, because they don't want to reject classical liberalism as a whole, right? So I predicted this in my Antichrist burnout sort of series where I was talking about Nietzsche, right?
It seems like they're going against Nietzsche via a la Alexander Bard kind of way.
Yeah,
saying like, oh, he's an incel. He was sexually frustrated, yada yada yada.
Text me at freaking 216. What's 216 area code? Anybody know?
Ohio.
Yeah,
Ohio.
let's not give your number out there, Noel. Let's just relax with that. But yeah,
let's not
That
be.
was for James, not for you guys.
Okay.
yeah, everybody can see that. So so please don't put that there. But yeah,
Please
nobody
don't write
call,
it on a
yeah,
bathroom
nobody,
wall.
yeah, nobody call Noel. Okay, but anyways, let's go ahead. Well, if new people enter the Discord, I mean, you guys are here, so yeah, you guys are fine. But yeah, anyways,
it hadn't acted as a sort of fertility cult. There's no question.
Well,
But what is it
kind of,
in its inner core? I think that's a more.
well,
disturbing
this is kind of to your point, is that I think when people look at Christianity and justify to themselves why they believe it now, like, this is something I think Adam and probably Big Tech come up against an awful lot. When Adam says, I think Christianity might be fake, here's a large list of evidence that you can research that's very convincing. People will say to themselves, Adam, you want me to become a sodomite who has no kids, who doesn't have a community, and wants to live alone like an atheist incel weirdo freak who's an atheist who writes Satanism on the wall. And they actually,
Here we
it's
go
interesting
again.
because you're basically saying to them, I'm going to take away the rituals of life. Now, you could say to them, paganism had all those. I'm a Catholic. I realize that, like, going to Catholicism, going to my Irish church, I'm kind of participating in European paganism as well. And the core rituals of, like, marriage and all that, they literally are life fertility cults. But the thing is that when you're trying to overthrow Christianity, like the new atheists have done, they often throw all that out and lead to it literally a death cult. Now, I know Christianity itself is kind of complicated, may have these things in the ideological sphere, but the actual operations of it daily is that, like, no one really cares what it says.
Right. Well, isn't this sort of what Dawkins is doing in his later years, where he's basically like saying, no, of course I don't believe in God, but for goodness sakes, the Anglican Church, it's just so aesthetically pleasing. I sort of love it. Do we really want to get rid of this thing? I mean, it's kind of cool if I don't say so myself. That's basically where he is. And I think it's a completely understandable and, in fact, justified perspective. I think a lot of us might feel those feelings at some point. There are some many redeemable things about the Christian tradition. There's no question about it.
Well,
but look, the teenage Satanism is never going to work. I mean, there's no question. Scrolling, red rum on your door and burning down a church. I mean, all you're going to do with that type of behavior is reinforce Christianity. Like vis-a-vis that, who wouldn't want to become a Baptist? So I totally agree there. I guess what I'm saying in the sense of we haven't, and look, you, Steph, are on this track. Certainly, I mean, Mark Brauman is on this track with me. I mean, we're starting out to rebuild in many ways, but also build from scratch a sort of vision for what comes afterward. And I am not so delusional to think that I or Mark or you have just nailed it. The nails in the walls, hammered home. We're done here. Let's go. No, when the Buddha died, his shadow remained on the cave for thousands of years. This is a big thing we're going after, and I think we should show it the proper respect in the sense that even the left is going to call upon Christian morality in its most intense moments. Especially, you could even say especially the left will do that. The George Floyd situation. I mean, Ed Dudden.
There it is, the promulgation of Christianity with a allusion to Buddhism. To a very Nietzschean conclusion there, right? But not in the direction that possibly he was hoping for, right? Going against some of his main tenets. But yeah, we're gonna move on to Trump here.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Exactly.
Hey, you know who lives in Ohio?
Who?
Reagan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. She made a video today, by the way. You should go watch it.
In April of 2000.
Okay, I'm gonna have to slow this thing down.
Is that Jeff Foxworthy?
This is a guy who way earlier than the all these types of things like illuminated suns and the Golden Dawn and all that type of stuff and also Clement, and how he was talking about the trumpet and all this weird stuff that he was bringing up as weird visions that he had. Jim Clement with the QAnon prophet. This guy was an early kind of QAnon prophet,
like a proto Q-tard or something.
Yeah, proto Q-tard, exactly.
2011. Retired firefighter Mark Taylor was watching the news when Donald Trump came on the screen.
I didn't know a lot about Donald Trump. I just knew he was a very powerful businessman, built this empire. I know he was toying with the idea of running for president at the time. Most people thought it was a joke.
Well, he's kind of a comic book figure. I mean, he's a show-off.
He's a sideshow who threatens to swallow the Republican Party.
Oh boy, that guy on the Ed Show. He was right. He knew what was coming. Just to be clear, all of this trailer footage was made in hindsight, and the Trump Prophecy movie was released in 2018.
So I'm listening to him on an interview, and all of a sudden I just heard the voice of the Lord say, "You're hearing the voice of a president."
So Mark Taylor claims that God spoke to him, and he interprets that God told him Donald Trump would be president. Quite outrageous claims.
Sounds like voice to skull to me.
Mark went into his office, got out a pen and paper, and started to write what he says the Holy Spirit told him.
He was saying that basically that America was going to prosper like never before. Israel and America, the ties between the two countries would be stronger than ever before. The dollar would be the strongest it was ever been.
How does he know? How does he know that?
It means wrong.
How does he know that? Wow, that's shocking.
He doesn't know it, Noel. Yeah, he's most likely saying it so that people will believe that it will come true, so that people will support that line of thinking, right? Right. Like, for example, he wants
Yeah.
Americans to support Israel, right? So he's going to make up a fake prophecy so that they'll do it, right? So it works that way, right? It's like predictive programming, but here they're just straight up just using religious scams in order to accomplish it. So yeah.
He is a bad guy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's kind of like a bad guy that's making up like prophecies, right, about Donald Trump and Israel so that people will support those things, right? Is what it is.
On headlines to fit Taylor's prophecy. And of course, relations with Israel is what this quote unquote God that spoke to Taylor cares about. Sure, buddy.
The economy is booming under this president. We're up 254 points, 21,000 on the Dow.
And what about the pandemic wrecking the economy during Trump's presidency? Wasn't that prophesized?
It was very detailed as far as what God was showing me.
And Mark, this was 2011.
This was 2011.
Before he'd ever announced.
Before he ever announced.
Taylor says it was all detailed in what God showed him. Notice Taylor's story goes from God speaking to him, and now it's being shown to him by God in detail. How this process works isn't explained, yet he got the year wrong. I'd say that's a pretty basic detail.
Taylor originally thought the prophecy would happen during the 2012 presidential election, but it was not to be.
Thought I'd missed it. I truly missed it.
Taylor claims he was shown in detail what Trump's presidency would be like, yet the pandemic wasn't mentioned. All the scandals and impeachment trial were not brought up by Taylor. So in 2011, there were already suggestions in the mainstream media, as shown here, that Donald Trump was going to run for president, hence why he was on Fox News being interviewed by Bill O'Reilly. Taylor claims that God spoke to him while he was watching the interview. During that very interview, Bill O'Reilly talks about the possibility of Trump being elected president. Trump even said he was undecided if he would run for president in 2012, and the interview was mainly talking about what Trump would do as president.
Fine, but if you're president, you're not going to be able to do it on rhetoric. You're going to have to say, this is a fair tax code.
If I ever decide to run, and I may, and I'll make that decision before June, but I'll let you know in about 3 or 4 weeks if I decide to run.
Trump previously published political books, such as Time to Get Tough by Regnery Publishing, a conservative CIA-linked publisher. In 2000, The America We Deserve was published. At the time, Trump was considering running for president. So the idea that this was a miraculous prophecy that came true is complete nonsense.
Okay, I want to read some of this. It says, Regnery introduced William F. Buckley to John Birch Society founder Robert Welch, right? These people from the John Birch Society, right, that also supported McCarthy, right? Like Roy Cohn, right? Roy Cohn was a mentor for Donald Trump, right?
Yep.
Where is this? Okay, Cisco, you got to mute yourself. Or where's that sound coming from? I don't know if it's Cecil or... Yeah, I don't know if it's Cecil or...
it has to be from Cecil because everyone else was muted.
Okay, yeah, it was Cecil. Yeah. All right.
It has to be your face.
But yeah.
Show me where the sound's coming from on my face. Just pause the video and draw it for us.
But yeah, it also says here the conservative publishing company that found success publishing William F. Buckley Jr.'s books. So yeah, it's interesting. Lots of connections to William F. Buckley. who is connected to Howard Hunt and other notable figures, right, within intelligence, right?
Then, on June 16th, 2015,
I am officially running for President of the United States.
Mark's prophetic words
We're out to attack Christianity.
Okay, let me go to this. So
Because
yeah,
there's many things
the
that
guy's prophecy came true, but yeah, let's go to this here because this is
because there's
very-
many things that God wants to accomplish.
what they say here.
That Jim Siegelman brought up in the clip in part 1.
But during that same period, the religious right, the Republicans, they all targeted the media and with claims that they were persecuting Christians and that media people were secular humanists and atheists.
Whoa. Okay. So here, let's go to this. Let me play that again.
The religious right, the Republicans, they all targeted the media and with claims that they were persecuting Christians and that media people were secular humanists and atheists.
Whoa. Okay, anyways, look at what it says here. It says the fundamentalist war on America's freedoms in religion, politics, and our private lives, explored in a more subtle and sweeping business of manipulating vast populations by means of high technology, mass communications. Conway and Siegelman were the first to expose the message and machinery used by America's surging, quote-unquote, religious right crusade to sway people's beliefs, votes, values, and dollars. When the movement was still in its infancy, they laid bare the religious right's coordinated use of satellite, cable TV, computerized direct mail, grassroots organizing networks, and other sophisticated propaganda techniques employed by fundamentalist religious political movements worldwide. And they warned of far-reaching consequences that would follow from the breakdown of ethics and communication across the spectrum of American life. Anyways.
The religious right, the Republicans, they all targeted the media and with claims that they were persecuting Christians and that media people were secular humanists and atheists who were out to attack Christianity. And the intimidating force that had on our colleagues in the media was something we saw and we could feel.
Oh, yes.
When Holy Terror came
Vicious
out,
campaigns.
we would go into radio stations and television studios and people would say, oh, we can't put you on the air, not in this community. And we saw, they said that we just make too much money from these televangelists, or you're going to upset the housewives in our audience too much. But now what you've seen is this whole debate over abortion. We have not heard the word Christian or born again evangelical Christians linked to it at all. It's just the so-called Republican base. It's always in quotes. And the base is the new code word that the media have all accepted and that everyone's doing so that they don't look like they're singling out the born again Christian component. But what's happened is, just as you know from your time in evangelicalism, the degree to which born agains have been surrendered and been drawn into these movements at the command of their preachers or at the command of these national organizations is still what's driving the Republican base. It's what put and keeps Donald Trump in office. And the Republican Party will do nothing but give them domestic policy successes.
And present the fundamentalist religious right as being under attack from the media. This narrative is reinforced by Taylor, who, in the words of Taylor, are carrying out an anti-Christian agenda. In so, they are presenting themselves as a victim, being marginalized. This is a key component of the cult mentality. CBN and other networks have a media platform in place to reassert these narratives.
It's funny. It says, in the myth of persecution, Candida Moss, a leading expert on early Christianity, reveals how the early church exaggerated, invented, forged stories of Christian martyrs. This is exactly what Nietzsche said was a link between Christian morality and liberal ethos is the victimhood mentality. And that's exactly what Kaczynski blames the leftists for, is self-hatred, self-victimization, right? Techniques for, putting oneself above, the rulers or the ruling class by a sort of imaginary, false humility, right? Manufactured consent of the masses, right? Through complacency, assimilation, etc., right? As we saw in the video we watched at the beginning of this, right? With the people on the ship, right?
Repeating talking. Yeah.
Oh, what? I guess I'm going to have to mute this. I apologize for these commercials. It is what it is.
You know what's annoying? They'll autoplay the commercial, but I think they'll also claim the music too. So that's stupid and annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, so...
In fact, we should probably eventually try to clear this stuff legally because it's very, very BS. They force the commercial down on us. Then they say, well, don't watch this commercial. So we're probably going to take them to court eventually.
Yeah, it's interesting for sure.
Are carrying out an anti-Christian agenda. In so, they are presenting themselves as a victimity in America via the mainstream media, gave billions of dollars worth of free airtime to Donald Trump throughout his campaign. Fox News is owned by the Murdoch empire, and Rupert Murdoch and Donald Trump have been owned by the Murdoch.
That's a picture of Donald Trump and Roy Cohn right there.
Are you serious?
Empire.
Where?
This guy right here is Roy Cohn.
And where's Donald Trump?
The other guy.
Yeah, he's the other guy. So it's interesting that
He doesn't look like Donald Trump.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's because he's 25 years younger at least.
Wow.
Well, some would have reasons for that.
Yeah, it's interesting. And his past is interesting. Obviously the Taj Mahal Hotel and Casino that used to be, I think, owned by Meyer Lansky. He used to own a casino and hotel that was owned by Meyer Lansky, and then it went bankrupt, and then the Rothschilds bailed him out. Right? Like Wilbur Ross and all these people, right? So it's very interesting history how Donald Trump had a rise to power. Right? He was born with all this money, he lost it, and then he was bailed out, and then he tried to have his daughter court the Rothschilds, and then she couldn't, and then she went and got with the Kushner family, right?
In that first part's documented in the Art of the Deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really common, I don't know what you want to call it, profile or scheme of leverage that people that are Rothschilds or whatnot try to, that they'll get you in some type of monetary or legal trouble and then go ahead and bail you out in exchange for favors later. It's a common pattern that I've seen way more than once. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, this guy Cohn and Roger Stone and all these people, they run sexual blackmail ops. It's crazy. But yeah. So they're basically mobsters, right? And yeah. Also, the Kushner family is Messianic Jews. Anyways, let's go to this.
and Rupert Murdoch and Donald Trump have been friends for decades. They even hosted a B'nai B'rith event.
Yeah, Rupert Murdoch and B'nai B'rith is messianic organizations, right? So ties to messianic organizations, right? Host events by B'nai B'rith Banking and Finance Lodge. Roy M. Cohen.
In honor of their friend Roy Cohn together. Same with Jeff Zucker, who was CNN head. Zucker helped transform Trump from a reality star to a presidential frontrunner. Trump, his son-in-law Jared Kushner, and Zucker are all linked to the Center for the National Interest, a group.
Yeah, by the way, he's the second president, also Reagan, that were trained to be Hollywood actors, right? So that's just a known fact, you know.
Operated by the likes of Henry Kissinger, Dimitri Simes, and Hank Greenberg. CNI board member and Time Warner executive, CEO of television network HBO, Richard Plepler, invited Kushner to a lunch that was attended by Zucker and his boss Jeffrey Books.
Okay, so who do we got here? We got Greenberg, we got Kissinger, you know.
Joe Lieberman.
Yeah, you got lots of people. Yeah, you got lots of huge names right there.
That was attended by Zucker and his boss Jeffrey Books, a fellow CNI board member. Kushner worked with the group to arrange 2 events, guest lists, and prepare speeches. Donald Trump gave a public speech at the Mayflower Hotel, where he outlined some foreign policy goals.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. And thank you to the Center for National Interest for honoring me with this invitation. It truly is a great honor.
Regardless of his mainstream connections, Trump was able to tap into the distrust in the media by the religious right for his own benefit. By denouncing the news media as fake news, he was able to captivate the religious right, who saw in him a political figure that voiced their same beliefs. But one has to recognize the media gave Trump's campaign ideas and rhetoric life on their platforms, while alternative news outlets like Breitbart, Drudge, InfoWars, OAN, and WorldNet Daily, etc., were in place to...
And Russia Today.
While alternative news outlets like Breitbart, Drudge, InfoWars...
Okay, let me
Hey,
some of these. Yep.
I just wanted to say, I bet you anything they're gonna look back on this like in 20 years, if there even is still a country, and Trump is gonna go down in history as being one of like the most famous rhinos, you know, like Republican in name only, that there ever was.
Oh, absolutely. They'll remember that he used to be a Democrat before he started running as Republican.
Oh, dude, there's gonna be liberals freaking gloating about how they put a freaking rhino in office twice through their little bait and switch maneuvers. But they're not even gonna be calling themselves liberals at that point. They're already, you know. Anyway.
Heck, I may be one of them. Someone better clip this to rub this in my face.
But excuse me. Why did he get shot in the ear? That's so crazy to me.
It's all so that it can cement support for him getting elected again.
Do you think it's fixed?
Listen,
So
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in Pittsburgh. I know these people. bad shots and we're not very mobile. So it probably really happened.
Dude, that shit that was all over his ear, I used to serve that with freaking shrimp at a restaurant, okay?
What is that?
It's cocktail sauce. All right. So
Are you
or either that
serious?
or like
Is it
or
blood?
Frank's Red Hot or they're dude this shit and they're making it they're feeding like all the conspiracy theorists. They're feeding them all these pissed on breadcrumbs. I bet you that dude gets back into office and bans the shit out of a bunch of guns and is like, well, I got shot with a freaking gun, so Americans don't need to be having AR-15s. I bet you anything that's what happens. Trump will go down in history. Trump will go down in history as being one of the biggest betrayers of the people that there ever was.
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
it's possible,
He'll be
but that'd be pretty obvious.
Yeah, he'll be the biggest gun grabbing president ever. He also locked us down for 2 years, thanks Lord Fauci. So
yeah.
Excuse me. Do you think it's real or fixed? Did that guy know down Trump? Or
I think it's real.
Is it fixed?
I think it's real, but they're gonna work it like it's fixed, just like pro wrestling.
At this point, there's so much disinformation that like their point, their main focus of what they're trying to do is divide people and confuse people as much as they possibly can. Do I think that dude got up on that freaking roof and perfectly shot Trump in the ear? Like, Trump's got a pretty big head, and at that distance, I find it really hard to believe that he freaking missed that target. But okay.
Yes, but I know how sloppy the people in Pittsburgh are. So I totally believe it. We are very sloppy here.
Excuse me. How did that guy miss his target? That's really off of. Wow.
Well, if I can instigate some discussion here, I'm sure Cecil and Machine Lies are familiar with the scripture that talks about the piercing through the right ear and showing that you're consecrated and dutiful to God. What do you think about that? You know, you just mentioned that he's got this huge head, and yet somehow, do you suppose it could have been divinely guided? Or do you think that somebody in this patriarchal political system dealing in deviling and stuff like that really deserves any consecration?
Well, I know a huge percentage of his fan base are Christians, and that they purposely engineer things to look biblical. Absolutely. I know that's true.
What does that mean?
Well, that's what I'm looking at, is because do you think they could have actually had a 20-year-old on that roof that would pierce him through the ear and allow this? It's all just chaos, really, you know. And when you try to take and make order out of chaos, you oftentimes find yourself in over your head and becoming part of the chaos.
Exactly, but he does this a lot. This is his shtick.
He's dead
He was
already.
in WWE.
He's dead.
So Wiz, let me see if I understand you. Hold on a second. Let me see if I understand you correctly. You think it was real, but it was like purposely done to like fulfill some biblical something?
Oh no. I'm just saying that with the way people discuss these matters and trying to determine what his part in it is totally accidental. I don't think that he had any knowledge. I don't think Secret Service had any knowledge of this 20-year-old kid. I think it was all out of chaos, and somebody's trying to make an order out of it.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that.
Dude, I have friends that could, and myself included, that can throw a baseball 200 feet and probably hit somebody like square in the face.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yes, but they don't live in Pittsburgh.
100 feet.
Yeah, I guarantee you none of them live in Pittsburgh, though.
It was almost a 480 feet, not 200.
Well, they've been saying different stuff.
It's 160 yards.
It was a freaking Marine sharpshooter that got up there and shot him through the air.
It's a rifle.
Then where'd that
I don't
idiot
think
kid
it.
come from?
I don't think it was real, but then whatever, they still needed to make it look real.
Or is it real? Is that a real gun? What he had?
Yes, it got his father's gun. Yes.
I mean,
why would he do that? That's stupid.
Because he's what it called anti-centrist nut job or whatever.
Okay, well, maybe if we were talking about the Secret Service from like 1975 or something, but our Secret Service today is a little bit more advanced, and they're trying to push the narrative that the cops were dumb and the Secret Service were all dumb and didn't know what the fuck. Dude, if he was out there, they would have had drones. They got image recognition, shit to where, like, if anybody in that crowd flashes something that looks like a gun, like alarms are going off. It seems like it's being purposely orchestrated to look fake a little bit too hard, like almost exaggerating.
Fuck, Tiffany Henyard has a better security team than President Clinton. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
For real.
Well, I know Cheeto's pretty much lying through her teeth, so there's that.
What about that?
Okay, here's the thing. If it's fake, I want someone to orchestrate a copycat, even if a simulation. I want to see them reproduce the event. Because I know there's a lot of backseat drivers. I want them to go ahead and set the whole thing up and show us how to reenact it.
We can't reenact the power of God.
Well, you can't because you don't have God key.
I gotta take a shit, Hank. I'll talk to you later.
Excuse me. Can I say something about the Donald Trump shooting? Excuse me, is this fixed? I think it was fixed because...
Oh, excuse me, I thought my mic was off. It's all fixed.
How do you know it's all fixed?
Yeah, I don't know why I can't zoom into this, but yeah, there's all of these connections here. It says that Robert Mercer, who founds this he's a funder of the Council for National Policy and also Breitbart, and also he's connected to all of these people, like, well, I already mentioned the Council for National Policy, but also Cambridge Analytica, right? And there's also connections to them founding the Trump campaign, and how they're connected to this guy Bolton, Ambassador John Bolton, who's basically funded by the Council for National Policy, and they're also connected to the Center for Security Policy, and Nina Rosenwald, and Frank Gaffney, and all of the people like Pamela Geller and the Stop Islamization of America people. So this guy Robert Spencer, he's an interesting figure. He does a lot of pro-Zionist type of news coverage and stuff. But yeah, this is the sort of they talk about the network behind Trump, and then they have on this graphic here, on the one that we are looking at, they have some interesting connections there too. They got Robert Mercer and Eric Prince, and how Eric Prince is linked to the Council for National Policy, and his sister Betsy DeVos, and also how they're linked to Cambridge Analytica. and Steve Bannon, who came out with this whole campaign where he uses this terminology about what do you call it, Judeo-Christian a lot to spread his propaganda, right? So he's using Christian nationalism in his propaganda campaign. Anyways, let's go to this.
OAN and WorldNet Daily, etc., were in place to bolster support for Trump. Taylor's disturbing views against a free press has no doubt been moulded by the religious rights rhetoric and gives an insight into how this rhetoric could play out and end press freedoms.
What is?
So look at that. All of these, papers and stuff, WorldNet Daily, Newsmax, that all promote this, essentially QAnon agenda. They're all funded by the Council for National Policy, is what they're showing, right? But yeah.
Could play out and end press freedoms.
What is fixing to happen?
God's going to clean out the news media. God is looking for his people right now, his millionaires and his billionaires, basically, to come in and start investing in these places and buying them out, taking over. God's going to rebuild them and restore them because there's no spirit of truth in them right now. And
brother.
Taylor believes Trump's victory is just the beginning.
I apologize.
Miriam Adelson wants a book of Trump in the Bible.
Sheesh.
Let's get started. We better start writing.
Okay, let's skip a lot of this stuff here.
And Dark Matter 2525 will help us with the New Testament. He already has a video. I'm going to link it.
Okay, we're going to skip a lot of this stuff here and go right to this here.
Among evangelical Christians. So it isn't much of a stretch to believe that they manufactured the alleged prophecies. There are a number of ways how they benefit from doing this. One is to make money via book deals and films, get attention, appeal to the Christian audience, create the perception that quote-unquote God endorses Donald Trump in an effort to generate evangelical support for a Trump presidency. Reinforce their religious rights political beliefs and agendas and associate them with God. It provides a new topic to talk about for these religious right figures, allowing them to push their narratives and provides them with the ability to create new content for their platforms, i.e. keeping their flock on the plantation by continually churning out content that keeps them docile and captured in the religious right paradigm through reinforcement. Working with the principle that Christians can't question God. These people are using the alleged prophecy to convince Christians that Trump was handpicked by God and his actions are all part of God's plan. Then in the mind of the convinced, Trump himself cannot be questioned. This framing provides the perfect cover for Donald Trump's problematic past and questionable politics. It also makes believers of this framing naturally defensive of Trump. As a byproduct of this situation, an obedience to government is created, making many believers more like subjects of the government rather than being represented by the government itself. This is where you can clearly see the cult in the cultivation. If we take a look at the book's publisher, we get a glimpse further into this network and what they have been up to. Okay, so we're going to have a look at some of these books. We will start with this one by Tom Thorne called Shadowland, because I'm sure people who are familiar with the information I've presented over the years and that of the antidote are aware of Donald Trump's very real connections to figures such as Roy Cohn, Robert Maxwell, and Jeffrey Epstein. Anyway, Because I've done a lot of the initial research on Epstein before I published any of it, and had pieced a lot of Trump's background together before he became president, and also was familiar with the CMP due to the work of Josh Reeves, and from a continuation of research on that, the influence of Robert Mercer on the Trump campaign, and the use of psychographics by Cambridge Analytica. So I had somewhat of a unique perspective when the Pizzagate psyop was being pushed in the run-up to the 2016 election. This new narrative being pushed by the likes of Roger Stone. Stone, a Nixon operative and dirty trickster, had become increasingly involved in Alex Jones's operation and pulled several stunts as part of his anti-Clinton dirty tricks, and even helped facilitate an appearance by Donald Trump on the Alex Jones show. The appearance by Donald Trump on the Alex operation and
Roger Stone was all over InfoWars, as was Jerome Corsi and Steve Pachenik, right? And they were all pushing the proto QAnon propaganda, right? And this dude, Roger Stone, he has a copy of the Zohar, right? He says he's a Zionist, right? He has
Nixon back tattoo.
He has a Nixon back tattoo. You know, he's a swinger with his wife, right? He has a sex cult group, right, with the Bronfman daughters, right? Edgar Bronfman, the mobster who founded his fortune with the Seagram's fortune, right, in the probation era, right? So basically, this ties to the mob, right?
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, big time.
pulled several stunts as part of his anti-Clinton dirty tricks, and even helped facilitate an appearance by Donald Trump on the Alex Jones show. The Pizzagate psyop focused only on the Democratic Party, specifically Hillary Clinton, John Podesta, and his brother Tony. And this quickly branched out and was molded into the QAnon operation. But some of the themes that originated with the Pizzagate conspiracy theories included spirit cooking, pedophilia, and cannibalism. We see those themes included in the overview of Tom Horn's Shadowland. To use the word shadow, you'll see, is a theme across this network. They are very much into creating this perception of darkness, mystery, and of the unknown, whether to create fear and intrigue. It gives them room to speculate and propose some of the more outlandish conspiracy theories to smear their political opposition without specifically naming people. The conspiracy relating to Satanism are being sold to a Christian audience and thus create a spiritual enemy for the Christian. Spiritual warfare is a key part of the new apostolic Reformation movement, whose key figures belong to this network. So creating a spiritual enemy for their followers is a key component for the religious groups. That is what Horn is doing here. When we see this repeated narrative consistent across the spectrum of the QAnon conspiracy theory pushers, and that this mysterious, unidentified, shadowy deep state that operates against Donald Trump, who they believe is working on behalf of God. So taking the spiritual warfare aspect of a new apostolic reformation into consideration, so you can see how this has become a weaponized theme within the QAnon movement.
Now is not the time to drop your weapons of warfare. Now is the time to armor up. I know people are battle weary, but we will win. We will be victorious through this battle. So God's calling a rally to his army right now. We have to finish this third objective, but he's going to add a fourth. This third objective is going to probably get a little hot, because when they start serving arrest warrants, you could possibly see some civil unrest. And if that happens, it could get nasty. Now, the reason God is saying this now is so that the army of God can engage now, because we can mitigate that in the spiritual realm. It's our job as the army of God to blaze a trail in the spiritual realm so that it does not manifest in the natural. So if these civil unrests begin to take place, don't focus on the storm. Don't focus on the obstacles. Focus on the mission.
Wow.
Okay?
We're going to get more into this whole deep state narrative as well. But the other noticeable thing to myself, and that is the consistent lack of acknowledgement of Jeffrey Epstein's ties to Donald Trump, and even Trump's links to the Clintons. Horn also promotes the narrative that Russiagate was a hoax, and this is consistent with QAnon and Donald Trump, despite the overwhelming evidence that not only Donald Trump, but the GOP have many connections to influential Russians. However, the true scope of foreign influence goes further than Russia. These international oligarch networks are truly global, as highlighted in my video on oligarch use of private intelligence, the real Shadowgate. So you can see the blatant lies promoted by Horn. On one hand, he is promoting the unproven aspects of Pizzagate conspiracy theories, while pushing the narrative that Donald Trump ties to Russia are a hoax. Also, if you look at the information presented in my Judeo-Christian neocon QAnon PSYOP Exposed video, retired US General Paul E. Vallely is highlighted. Vallely has appeared in the past on True News and attended Russia's Valdai Club meetings. Michael Aquino, who authored the Psyops to Mind War, the Psychology of Victory paper with Vallely, stated that he had access to Soviet research on mind control and psychic topics.
Okay, we're going to get into the Russia connections here in a minute. Lots of connections to Russia and also to Israel. So we're going to get into the Russia and Israel connections in just a moment here. And that will be another aspect of things, right? So the last hour has been briefly just, the rise of Trump, I guess, right? So, yeah, so that's a little introduction to that. Yeah, we're going to go more into the deep ties between the international, corporate ties and Trump. And yeah, Elizabeth Clare, interesting. Church Universal. Okay. Fascinating stuff. As always, from our friend Humane. Connections to the Theosophical Society, right? And all of these ideas, right? Especially with people like Aquino. Right. We've talked about in our past the connections of esoteric Hitlerism, right, and the Theosophical Society. Of course, Crowley said before Hitler was, I am, right? In Sex, Magic, and the Weimar Republic, the book, right? About esoteric Hitlerism. So, yeah, we've covered that in the past. Right? That has a lot to do with World War II. But, yeah, thank you so much, my friend Humane. And I'll get back to you soon. I saw that you had messaged. And also others. My friend, praise God. I was just thinking about him, and then he messaged me. So, yeah, so we got to get back to a few of these guys. Blessings. I'm also a little bit busy moving and all of that type of stuff. But yeah.
Did you let Telepo Google Earth know your new location yet, so he can come visit you?
No, I'll definitely send him a postcard and let him know. So yep. Everyone, thanks for being here with me. To the 33 people that are consistently watching this, no matter what time, day, or hour it is, makes no sense. A lot of people in the chat have pointed out the 33 number, right? Definitely either an omen or a, some type of weird consistency here. Could be contrived by YouTube, but yeah, we'll see. But yeah, let's try to play some music here, and then we'll get into some Russia connections with Donald Trump just for a little while. And then I do want to move into the manifesto, since I have this brand new video for us. But yeah. Give me a second here, guys. Let me try to get organized here, play some music for you guys. Okay, how about this? Okay, we'll be back in a little bit with some information on Trump's connections to Russia. As we talked about some of the connections with the Christian right and the evangelical factions and Donald Trump. Right, obviously there's clear connections between him and the Messianic Jews. Okay, let's move to some of these connections between Russia and the Trumpians. And this is just going to go in no particular order until we go and move to a different reading. So the people that have made it this far in the broadcast, and we encourage whoever wants to join the panel and join the discussion here. And thank you guys so much. You know, participation is greatly appreciated by all of those. And especially we had some notable friends joining, like Annapurna, Pill Eater, and also Neurojack. Thank you to those guys for joining the panel. And also thank you so much to the others who joined afterwards, like El Perro and Noel and some of the others who briefly joined. But yeah, you know, we're just going over some of the ideas here in terms of, you know, information pertinent to people that may be coming in about Trump and his connections. Now, we were all, you know, recently looking at events. I'm sure a lot of people are going through talking to family members and people at work and all of these types of things about the recent events, and they might want to contextualize where we're headed, what the ideological and the sort of, you know, theological matrix that we're involved in at the present time, right? Where we're headed from here. So we provided a lot of material in the beginning about that, right? Looking at the ideological and theological matrix around the political schism of our time, the theological schism of our time, right? And we presented some unique insights there. Then we moved on to looking at key information on the rise of Donald Trump. Now we're going to move to his connections to international politics. And then we're going to conclude with looking at some of the views of Dr. Kaczynski that we've been looking at on our previous episodes as well. Continuation of where we were at with that, right? With some new video material that we had stolen from YouTube earlier. That's going to be a critical addition to this because it is a smooth presentation of the manifesto, one that we are looking for with text on screen. But yeah, let's go to this here. Okay, I'm going to start reading this. It says in September in 1987, following a trip to Moscow, while under the tutelage of Arthur J. Finkelstein's protege, Roger Stone. Okay. So Roger Stone is the student of somebody named Arthur J. Finkelstein, right? That might have been where he got his Zohar from, right? Trump took out a full-page advertisement in a 3 major newspaper criticizing the Reagan administration's foreign policy. Interesting. Reagan, right? It says that the overtly pro-Russian in its call for dismantling the Western alliance under the headline, quote, "There's nothing wrong with America's foreign defense policy that a little backbone can't cure," unquote. Asked why he had done so, his spokesperson said, quote, "There's absolutely no plan to run for mayor, governor, or United States senator. He will not comment about the presidency." A month later, though, he did. "I'm not running for anything," he told the New York Times, while adding, quote, "I believe that if I did run for president, I'd win," unquote. "You know who really wants me to do this?" Trump asked rhetorically when Washington Post inquired about his sudden announcement to run for president. Roy Cohen. Roy Cohen. Right? At the time, Trump had retained the law firm of Black, Manafort, and Stone shortly after it was established in 1980. Right? Charles Black, Paul Manafort, and Roger Stone had played vital roles in Ronald Reagan's landslide victory in 1984. Trump had met Stone. Okay, he's a dirty trick specialist, and Roy Cohen, the mobster. Okay, so his connections to these guys, right? And of course, Roy Cohen is connected to the John Birch Society, right? And also he's connected to B'nai B'rith, right? So yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, that John Birch Society, I think Tucker Carlson's parents were big time into that as well. And he was up on the forefront of the resurrection of Trump last night on the stage. Roger Stone was a big I think he wrote some speeches for Nixon too, even before he worked with Reagan. And then he did a lot of work with Alex Jones in recent years.
Yeah, Alex Jones took over the Voice of America station, broadcasting station that used to be run by Tucker Carlson's dad. Voice of America was basically the government radio station. So Tucker Carlson's dad has ties to the military intelligence as well. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. We were talking about how he's now pushing these run-of-the-mill conspiracy theories, anti-Semitic conspiracies against evangelical Christianity, signaling that he might be being courted by maybe Catholics or Orthodox Christians or something like that. A more, cohesive form of Christianity, since he's making episodes and shows against the Schofield Bible all of a sudden. And that's one of the things that E. Michael Jones and all of these Christians like to quote as Zionism, and even how evangelical Christians became Zionists. A lot of them will talk about the Schofield Bible and its involvement in that. right? And the theories of John Nelson Darby and the millenarians, right? But yeah, they rewrote the Bible to include millenarianism so that you had to return the Jews to Zion, and then Christ was going to come back and then convert the Jews. So, they put that in the plot of the Bible, blaming Christians for the sin of anti-Semitism. Schofield wrote this stuff into the Bible very famously. But yeah.
Sounds like an innovation, definitely.
Yeah, big time innovations. And Schofield was just a scam artist. He essentially, falsified his theology degrees and all that type of stuff, and also, was on the side of the Confederacy, right? And a lot of the evangelical Christian stuff, in the form of its proto-evangelical form, in the by the millenarianists and the dispensationalist Christian groups, right, of the radical Protestant sects, right? They were all basically, supporting. A lot of them were supporting British rule and also the Confederacy, just like Albert Pike and these guys, right? So it's interesting, right?
Yeah, real interesting.
Yeah, we did some presentations about this in the past, and yeah, series that we called Machiavelli and Melchizedek. But yeah, some stuff about the Middle East that we covered when all of this crazy stuff began. But yeah,
Machine, the term Arab, is that like a newly manufactured word?
Well, Arab
or Middle East in general.
I like to explain it in an interesting way, because these terms, right? Arab, Jew, white, European, right? They have interesting, relations with each other, right? For example, Arabs and Jews are both Semitic people, right? So they're both sons of Abraham, right? Europeans, right? Sometimes it goes to mean different types of people. It sometimes does include Greeks. It sometimes doesn't include Greeks, right? And the Mediterranean people in general, right? Turks and Greeks sometimes fall outside the range of European. Sometimes they're included within European. Now, Aristotle didn't think of himself as a European. Neither did the Romans consider themselves Europeans, right? Now, Europeans were unified by Christianity, right? That's when all of these countries became unified under the church, right? So, before that, white people were just tribes, right? There are different tribes of white people, right? And then, in terms of Arab, there was different tribes of Arab. They even had distinct dialects. Now, the Arabic language was created by the Quran, and all of the Arab tribes were unified by Islam, right? So sometimes Arab is synonymous with Islam. Arabic, the language, comes from the Quran, right? So it's interesting because you wouldn't have Arabic, the language, without the Quran, right? So Arabic people were unified by the Quran. So where did Europeans and Arabs and all of these people come from, right? Well, the Arabs came from, right, the unification of right, the different Arab tribes, right, under Islam, right, which is interesting because you couldn't have it the other way around because Islam isn't exclusive to Arabs, right? Most Muslims aren't Arab, right?
You have a lot in the subcontinent for sure, in Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The word Arab is mentioned in the word.
Yeah,
The
Benjamin,
biblical
your
world
voice,
word Arab.
yeah, brother,
Benjamin,
your
you sound
voice,
worse than Lil Jack.
yeah, your voice is a little muffled today. Let me see if I could turn you up or something like that.
Yeah, don't turn me up, otherwise I'll be yelling at somebody.
Yeah, but it sounds at least we could hear you a little better than before. But yeah,
Okay. Yeah, no, the word Arab shows up in the Torah and the Bible.
I'm sorry. What was that?
The word Arab shows up in the Torah, in the Bible.
Oh yeah, yeah. The word Arab is in the Bible. You're saying okay.
Yeah.
In that area, the Middle East, was that ever considered North Africa? Part of Northeast Africa?
Yeah, I think yeah, the Middle East because there's especially North Africa, parts of North Africa like Morocco and and Libya and Egypt and all those places, right, where people look like Arabs, right? They have Arab culture, right? They even have Arab food and styles of dress. They're mostly Islamic people, and even by Morocco, you'll have Arabs that are blonde-haired and blue eyes, right? People living in Africa, right, called Berbers, right? So there's all of these mix of people. There's Algerian people, right? So there's all sorts of these distinct groups of people in North Africa, that have different types of culture. Yeah, it's interesting for sure. To quote John Henrik Clark, he said they call it the Middle East, and he said east of what? You know what I mean, right? So it's interesting, right? It actually the phrasing doesn't make any sense. You mean right? But yeah.
And even in America, with the resurgence of I guess a call to African Americans like roots and trying to find their origin and like coming from and they're in America now, you see a lot of the cultures that Black Americans that are in the quote unquote conscious community, they go to the North African history and culture. Like for example, the Moors of Morocco is a big thing. The Moorish Science Temple is has a big resurgence, as well as for years you mentioned John Henry Clark, the whole Egypt thing. People into like the Nawabians, and yeah, it's just interesting that like the Black Americans they gravitate towards the North African ancient cultures. However, like the Central African, like the Sudanese and the Congo, and even in the Southern Africa, like Swaziland and Mozambique, you don't really see people gravitate to that, but it's all about like the Moorish science and the
Well, the Pygmies didn't build anything, and smallest were pirates, but they weren't Britain, so that's why. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Pygmies were one group there, right? Definitely. But you had the Zulus and all that too. Right? But I hear Moors. The reason I bring up Moors too is because I hear Moors and Muslim be interchanged a lot. Like people use those two words, but they seem like certain groups are talking about completely different things when you talk about a Moor.
Vampire.
Well, vampire. What was that?
Vampire. The Moors. They were like an Arabic Muslim.
Right, but then there's a connotation
Well,
to them being melanated people, though.
yeah, they were darker. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically there was a slave named Tariq ibn Ziyad, right, who became the governor of Gibraltar, I think it was, and at the time it was called, Gibraltar is named after him. It's called Jabal el Tariq, right, which means the mountain of Tariq, right? So this slave, Tariq ibn Ziyad, he was an African, right, who conquered Spain, right, essentially, right, and he expelled, eventually they expelled the Jews and the Christians from Spain, during the Almohad Caliphate. This is when, Maimonides had to flee from Spain, right?
Yep.
Right, he had to famously flee, right, because they expelled everyone except for Muslims. They became an isolationist regime, anyways, and this was also at their cultural peak, by the way. These guys like Maimonides and Averroes and all these guys, they were producing these huge works in science and religious philosophy and Aristotelianism and all this type of stuff that was going to take the Western world by storm, essentially, right? But the whole thing is that they closed themselves off, right? Until so they basically ruled Spain for 700 years, and then Noble Drew Ali, right, who's this great figure, he was talking about, and he was a Rosicrucian and a scholar who created the Moorish Science Temple during the African diaspora, and he called himself a Cherokee Indian. He said he was mixed with Cherokee, and that he was and that the Muslims and the Spanish people came here first, and actually there was Muslims who came here, right, during that time, right? But the Muslims and the Jews who came here, they were slaves of the Spaniards at the time, right? So he was correct that that Jews and Spaniards and Muslims did come here, right? And actually, a lot of the slaves that came here from West Africa, they were Muslims, right? They were Muslims, right? So, the Ashanti and some of those African tribes, they had converted to Islam, right? So, really, what it is that he was right and wrong, but he was using sort of fact and fiction together. And he was also plagiarizing these Rosicrucian texts, like the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ, in order to talk about how Jesus traveled to India, right? So he wanted to mix in all of these themes. So he created this philosophy, right, which he called sort of the Asiatic black man, right? He came up with this term of the black man in Asia, right? And which is so interesting. I just noticed as I said that you're a black man in Asia, but
Yeah, exactly. Synchronicity right there, brother.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the Asiatic black man, that he talks about, and yeah, the Moorish Science Temple that he came with, a lot of it, he used those terminology like Jesus going to India and all this type of stuff to formulate his idea that was the opposite of this idea put forward by people like Manly P. Hall of The Secret Destiny of America. This balance between Rome and Jerusalem. He said, no, actually, Africa and America and Islam are linked, from the ancient past. The indigenous people are linked with Islam, and it's about this ancient civilization that spanned from Africa all the way to India, that was influenced by African and Arab culture together. You know, and it was actually African, Arab, and Turkish culture that was the world culture. Right? It's not European culture that's a world culture, and he proposed that that's going to be the culture of the future. It's going to be the culture of the Asiatic black man, and that's like Robert Heinlein's like greatest fear. You know, is the Pan Asians are going to take over the world. It's going to be blacks and Asians mixing together, and they're going to take over the the country, and there's going to be no more white people. You know what I mean? Right?
I wouldn't mind that. I don't see a big problem with that, but I'm sure someone does.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting how like that was a great breakdown, bro.
Yeah.
How Elijah Muhammad's teacher allegedly what's his name, Master Farad Muhammad, was taught by Drew Ali.
That's right.
So
That's right, yeah.
it kind of like evolved into the teachings of Noble Drew Ali, evolved into the Nation of Islam, evolved into the 5% Nation, which kind of evolved into this black consciousness community that we have now that's kind of influencing, I guess, conscious hip hop and stuff. So
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, man. And you can throw an Afghani in there, the Sunni, who was supposedly Drew Ali's parents' teacher, was a Sunni Islamic sheikh or something like that. I remember hearing that.
Yeah. He was influenced by Ahmadiyya Islam, and it's funny because it's funny because in Ahmadiyya Islam, they have a legend about Jesus being buried in Kashmir, right? India, right?
Yeah.
So
that's
they
probably where
have
you're
this-
from, right?
Yeah, it's close to where I'm from, for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely close to where I'm from. Yeah, it's Kashmir, India. They say Jesus is buried in India, right, in the mountains of Kashmir, right, which is a disputed region between, India and Pakistan, right?
It's hot over there, bro. Like it's
Yeah,
a
it's
lot
hot
of
over there. Yeah.
a lot of tension, bro.
Yeah, a lot of
Kashmir.
warfare and tension over there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, it is what it is. But yeah. But yeah, the Ahmadiyya Muslims, this guy came up and it was started by this guy named Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. Definitely an interesting thinker. He wrote lots of works, but ultimately people considered him ludicrous. He was laughed out of the country, right, of Pakistan, basically, right, because he was considered himself to be Jesus, right? So that didn't go over very well with the people who live there, as you can imagine. But yeah.
How would you bring in a Jewish? Because since we got Benjamin here, or Benjamin, I think that's your name. Wasn't the Jewish Kabbalah influenced in Spain at one time too? A lot of the scholars of Kabbalah came from Spain, something like that.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
There's a lot of what's it called? There's like a renaissance there with my money in Spain. And then the Nahmanis afterwards.
Yeah, I think he said Maimonides and Nachmanides, but yeah. But yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go back to this text here. But yeah, there's a lot of connections with Spain, and so it's interesting that what Benjamin said and what I just said, that there was a renaissance, a cultural renaissance in terms of Islam and Judaism, right, and Christianity, right, that they call the Dark Ages today, right? So that is a key thing that they say that there was no progress, or at least the scientific elite, some of them will claim this, right? But anyways, that is a key point to hold in the
except
back.
in astronomy, in astronomy and mathematics and a whole bunch of other things.
Yeah, which is why we've proposed that the tension lies in classical liberalism itself, because there's the golden age of Christianity, right? There's the sort of eclipse of Christianity by secular humanism, right? And then there's a modern age, right, in which they're trying to bring back Christianity under liberal guise, which we saw in the presentation at the beginning, right? But yeah.
Enlightenment?
Yeah, sort of what the dark enlightenment is what it's called in the accelerationism, right? But yeah. So okay, so there's a picture here of Estee Lauder and Trump. There's some information here about the connections. So yeah, Trump recounts in The Art of the Deal that he had been invited to Moscow by Soviet ambassador Yuri Dubinin. Dubinin's daughter, Natalia Dubinina, who was part of the Soviet delegation to the UN, recounted that her father visited her in New York in March of 1986. She took him to see Trump Tower. Dubinin was apparently so impressed that he insisted on meeting its owner. In a branch of the usual protocol, Dubinin took the elevator and paid him a visit. Following some careful worded flattery, Dubinina said, Dubinina. Oh, wait. Dubinina. 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 Man, how confusing is that shit? Trump melted at once. He is an emotional person, somewhat impulsive. He needs recognition. And of course, when he gets it, he likes it. My father's visit worked on him like honey to a bee. Whoa. Okay, let me go down a little bit. According to Natalia, it was part of a determined effort by the Soviet government to recruit Trump. 6 months later, Trump was invited to a luncheon held by Leonard Lauder, the businessman's son of Estee Lauder, where he was seated next to Dubinin. Estee Lauder was a friend of Roy Cohn. Lauder's brother Ronald, also a close friend of Roy Cohn, has also been close to Donald Trump, who have been friends since they were teenagers, as both attended the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania together in 1960s. And they shared the same social and political circles in New York City. Lauder is the president of the World Jewish Congress, which was founded in 1936 through the support of the American Jewish Congress, the WJC and the AJC. Maintaining his position as president of the AJC, Rabbi Stephen Wise was also elected president of the World Jewish Congress. It was Rabbi Antelman to eliminate the opiate who pointed out that the Frankists introduced Sabbateanism on a large scale in Judaism, principally through the Reform and conservative movements, as well as Zionist-leaning organizations like American Jewish Congress and the World Jewish Congress and the B'nai B'rith. Okay, and that is connected to Roy Cohn, right? Who's one of the principal members of B'nai B'rith. Lauder is also a close friend of Roy Cohn, whose influential father, Albert Cohen, was a longtime president of B'nai B'rith's powerful New England, New York chapter, and Roy himself was a member of B'nai B'rith's Banking and Finance Lodge. In 1991, Charles Bronfman and billionaire Lex Wexner, who built Victoria's Secret, Pink Express, and The Limited into one of America's all-time great retail fortunes, formed the Mega Group, a secretive group of billionaires to which belongs Ronald Lauder. Media profiles of the group describe it as a loosely organized club of 20 of the nation's wealthiest and most influential Jewish businessmen, focused on philanthropy and Jewishness. That's a quote. With membership dues upward of 30,000 per year. Mega group members have been closely associated with some of the most well-known pro-Israel organizations. For instance,
What a deal.
For instance, members Charles Bronson, and also the Bronson daughters are connected to Roger Stone through the Nexium cult, right? But Michael Steinhardt formed Birthright Taglit. That's Taglit, Taglit, with the backing of Prime Minister Netanyahu. Leslie Wexner himself was documented ties to both organized crime and U.S. and Israeli intelligence. Okay. And I'm sorry if anybody came here in the back here. I was reading this, so I didn't see you guys. But yeah, come on back if you want to.
Yeah, you can actually turn on a chime so you can know when someone comes to your backstage in your StreamYard settings.
Okay, let me go down here a little bit. Okay,
it makes sense that Estee Lauder would be cool with Trump because, like, I think both their families are originally from Queens, New York.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's not a small world down there too.
Yeah, especially for those types of people.
Yeah,
you know, very influential. A very influential people with a lot of money, you know, and a lot of corporate ties. I'm sorry, Benjamin, what were you saying?
He said that already has 6 degrees of separation, so a lot of those people will have way less.
Yeah, you're very, very muffled, my friend. I would really like to hear what you're saying. But yeah,
Is it better now?
it's still a little bit messed up, but yeah, you know.
All right, it's just this car. Maybe this is a better place to talk. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Sometimes you come in clearer than other times. Maybe it's just the area you're in. But yeah, but you know, nevertheless, thank you for joining, my friend. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know, let's go on with this for a minute. But yeah, I'm sure you'll get it fixed. Here we go. Okay, where was I here? Okay, here. Other well-known groups associated with the Mega Group, including World Jewish Congress, whose past president was Mega Group member Edgar Bronfman, and B'nai B'rith, particularly its spin-off as the Anti-Defamation League. The Bronfman brothers were major donors to the ADL, with Edgar Bronfman serving the ADL's honorary national vice chair for several years. Mega Group member Max Fisher founded the National Jewish Coalition, now known as the Republican Jewish Coalition, the main pro-Israel neoconservative political lobbying group, known for its support of hawkish policies, whose current chief patrons Sheldon Adelson, Bernard Marcus are among Donald Trump's top donors. Yeah, we saw Sheldon Adelson was very much in favor of Donald Trump. But yeah, Lauder, who has long-standing ties to Benjamin Netanyahu himself, has been alleged to have ties to Mossad, as he is a longtime funder of IDC Herzliya, an Israeli university closely associated with Mossad and the recruiters, as well as Israeli military intelligence. Lauder co-founded the Eastern European Broadcasting Network, and Mulk Palmer, a former U.S. diplomat, Kissinger aide, and Reagan speechwriter. Palmer is better known for co-founding National Endowment for Democracy, the NED, a organization funded by Richard Mellon Scaife and often described as an accessory to U.S. intelligence, and one of the first president confessed to Washington Post that, quote, a lot of what we do was done covertly 25 years ago by the CIA. When Rudy Giuliani first ran for mayor in 1989, he was challenged by Lauder, who backed Senator Alphonse D'Amato, and guided by the merchant of venom, Arthur J. Finkelstein. According to Jerusalem Post, Finkelstein was largely responsible for the strategy that brought Netanyahu's victory in 1996 general elections. Finkelstein has strong ties with pro-Israel officials he helped elect, as well as Jewish Republican politicians. He also has some close relationships with the leaders of the American Jewish community, where he keeps a low profile in keeping with his usual style. Larry Weitzner, CEO of political consulting firm Jamestown Associates, said of his mentor, quote, he prefers to work behind the scenes, let the candidate do the talking, unlike other consultants who prefer to be Fox TV stars, unquote. A CNN report on Finkelstein had this to say about him, quote, he is the stuff of Hollywood, a man who can topple even the most powerful foes, yet so secretive that few have seen him. Finkelstein has been compared to criminal mastermind Kaiser Soze in The Usual Suspects, who lay so low that some doubted he really existed. Okay, Arthur J. Finkelstein is the mentor of Roger Stone, right? So yeah, let's go to this last paragraph, and then we'll take a little break here and move to some information about the manifesto by Dr. Kaczynski, and then we'll close off this show with some other stuff here. We also have some interesting information concerning a panel I was on. You know, I did a little debate with some Christians. I think Gabriel saw that debate.
Yeah.
You know, it was pretty funny to watch. So I'll play that after the show. After I'm done talking about Kaczynski, and then I'll play some of the conversation I had with London McLovin and Brian Stavely. You know, I don't think you guys have seen that yet. You know, I didn't put any of that on the show yet. But yeah, Brian Stavely, definitely an interesting fellow. You know, then I'll play the Hell panel that I conducted one day. A hellish experience I had with many different characters on the internet that I produced here on the show. I might as well use it before I lose it. And
was I there?
I think so. I think you were there, Hank. And then finally we'll end the show with some Talcottian experience, with the Talcottian adventure. But yeah, thank you guys so much.
Machine, they were thank you, Machine. They were running scared, bro, like Richard Pryor and Billy Crystal. In that movie, Running Scared, when you were trying to they didn't want to go there with you, man. Which they're kind of smart.
Yeah, it was interesting. Well, we are gonna have a full-scale debate. So we've found a challenger, you know, or we've been challenged by Tariq. of the verbal combat alliance there, with Speak Easy Fellow, so I've sent him a copy of my book. I've told him the preconditions for debate. We've worked out a topic, and all that type of stuff. And he's a fiery young man, definitely quick on his feet. So we'll see what he comes up with. Definitely it will be more challenging than maybe Resident Sleeper, since Resident Sleeper was not animated at all. He had a sort of sarcastic Albanian style to him that was very interesting. But yeah, we got Tariq,
Okay.
coming up for the debate. So yeah, it's gonna be a fun debate. I think Tariq. Let me Tareyak. So go ahead and look up his channel and check him out. And we might have him also on the show to talk about the food system. He has some interesting thoughts about processed food and the dangers of processed food. So I want to get together with him and present some information about that. So we'll do a joint presentation on that as well. So yeah, we're gonna have a little debate. It's a little fiery debate, and I don't care if it gets a little heated. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, it'd be nice that someone other than me gave you the run for your money.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, exactly. And I'm
Easy,
not
Hank.
gonna, use more of my powers than I need to. There, I'm just gonna sort of, see what level the guy's on, and just throw out what I need to, and then if, obviously, it's gonna be a Christian audience, so they're gonna assume that he's won the debate. But it's still gonna be a fun time in terms of giving these guys an ass whooping. And then putting them in their place a little bit, and showing them that there's a lot more questions than answers in their worldview is one of my sacred delights. But that is what it is.
Yeah, bring it. Be Our Lady of Perpetual Pain, Christianity.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's not about
It's not even
having no host. It's about
question.
hiding the hosts where you can't get to them.
It's all revealed too. It's not even like hidden. It's all like the questions in Christianity. You don't have to look that deep to find them in their history and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I'm just gonna read this little last paragraph. Then I'm gonna play some songs, and we'll move to Kaczynski. We're and also we'll play the clip that my brother made about surrogate activities. That would be a perfect transition into Kaczynski, since we just went over his sections on surrogate activities.
Fire.
Are you in Ohio, by the way?
Wait, was that for me, Benjamin?
Yeah, are you in Ohio already?
No, I'm not in Ohio yet. Yeah. I'm still transitioning over to Ohio. Transitioning is a interesting phrase to use at this point, since transitioning can mean so many different things. But yeah, I'm going to
We can use transporting instead. Transporting.
Yeah, transporting.
That sound like something else, bro. Like some narco shit.
Yeah.
Transported.
Yeah, I'm transporting. Yeah, I'm
we'll take the word back.
Yeah, I'm moving heavyweight. The way to go. Worth the way to go.
Facts.
Ron Lauder. Ronald Lauder, co-founder of wait. Okay. Peter Avon, co-founder of Alpha Bank, is a close friend of Ronald Lauder. How about that? And Ron Lauder did business with Russian oligarch Lev Laviv, both buying large shares in two media companies, Channel 10 and Israel Plus. Lauder is close to Peter Avon, co-founder of Alpha Bank, with whom he worked on setting up an art gallery. Both Lauder and Peter Avon, sit on the board of patrons together with fellow Alpha founder Mikhail Friedman. Louder Institute partnered with Alpha to present an award to Deutsche Bank in 2006 for conducting successful business in Russia. The jury for Louder Institute Alpha Bank Award includes Peter Avon, Ronald's brother, Leonard, and Richard Burt. In November 2014, German Khan and Mikhail Friedman visited London to discuss business and charity giving and spent Shabbat with Louder and other representatives from the British Jewish community. Louder has been a member of the Leadership Circle of Global Communication and Education Campaign. Auschwitz, the past is present, along with Len Blavatnik, Jared Kushner's business partner, Yuri Milner, and Steven Spielberg, founder of USC Shoah Foundation. Louder has also worked on Jewish causes alongside Roman Abramovich. Okay, this guy, Roman Abramovich, is extremely powerful, right? We'll get to him. But yeah, as Trump recounted in Art of the Deal, Donald Trump, Art of the Deal, in January 1987, Dubinin sent him a congratulatory letter relating to him that Goskommentorist, the leading Soviet agency. Okay, I'm going to spell that. Goskommentorist. Goskommentorist, the leading Soviet agency for international tourism, had expressed interest in pursuing a joint project to construct and manage a hotel in Moscow. According to Viktor Suvorov, a former GRU military spy, and others, the KGB ran Intourist. The all-expense-paid trip had been arranged by Vitaly Churkin, who served as UN ambassador for Russia. After the trip, the New York Times reported that Trump, quote, met with Soviet leader Mikhail S. Gorbachev. The ostensible subject of their meeting was possible development of luxury hotels in Soviet Union by Mr. Trump. But Mr. Trump calls for nuclear disarmament were also well known to the Russians. Okay, we'll go on to some of this later with this connection to Shabbat Lubavitch and his other Russian connections of his dad, Fred Trump. Okay, to different actors. So we'll go into his history. And yeah, some more connections with Roy Cohn as well. And yeah. So yeah, we're going to go into some of that stuff. And yeah, that'll be more of our, Saturday presentation. We're going to give a good Saturday presentation on those issues. But yeah, we'll move into surrogate activities. We're going to look at surrogate activities now, and then we'll take a little musical break with you guys and move into the Kaczynski Manifesto. Thank you guys for joining us. And I hope you guys appreciated. Maybe, we did a little bit 2-hour presentation here on Trump and his connections and his history and where his ideological and political background is coming from. So yeah, I hope that'll contextualize a lot of the information that we have for you guys. But yeah, let's go to this presentation from my friend who was nice enough to create this video for us on surrogate activities. And we'll be back in 12 minutes with a musical break and some Kaczynski. Thank you, guys.
Shout out to Shadowback, Shadow Buddha over there in the OC. You know, keeping it wavy over there. Yeah, man. So, bro, one of the things, just to jump around again, so I'm consistent with my jumping around. the whole Kaczynski, Ted, the Unabomber, you breaking that down on your channel, that book, it just led me down a completely left turn rabbit hole that I never I was like, holy shit, bro. Why is this guy that is seen as like, maybe he is on one level, definitely is probably one of the craziest people in our modern times, spitting facts about like social interactions and social dynamics. That shit was crazy, bro. I was like, what the fuck? Right. Yeah, surrogate activities.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me, bro? That like was a great template for me, and I've been like rotating and meditating on that like all week. Can you break that down? And surrogate activities and how it relates to what we're trying, how it relates to trying to navigate this. Yeah.
Yeah, one could actually relate it to the occult, understanding and about and to Taoism in regards to focusing on the task and not the goal, right? And that's where technique sort of obfuscates means towards a specified end, right? And you have to think that the more capable a technique is, the more merit, right? But they're basically gained because of the value of completing the task. So it's like somebody playing a pointless game to win a pointless prize, right? And essentially what it is that through competing in these means, we create this artificial goals for ourselves, and we create compensatory mechanisms in order to fulfill those goals. Pretty soon, it's like the compensatory mechanisms become the goal themselves. It's like a trick that we play on ourselves that, like, when you're trying to do something towards a specific end, and you want to improve the goal that you're doing it for, then the task sort of becomes something that becomes disconnected from the goal itself. And that's why for example, if you want to make a product, right, how you can make it better is that you become more efficient in making the product, right? Now, pretty soon, making a good product doesn't become as important as the goal of efficiency. The means becomes the goal. It's like you got tricked, you got swindled, and that's why I say technology itself is a swindle. This is how it mentally tricks you.
And all forms of technology too, because it's not just you mentioned this in one of your previous broadcasts about how, maybe I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but like how language is a technology as well, right? It's a type of, because we're communicating, so it's a technology. So a lot of times with our words, first of all, am I onto that? what you said? Something similar.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I thought so. And I noticed it because I did a broadcast a couple of days ago about, you know how this big thing is 20 versus 1, where there's like 20 girls and like one dude, like a rapper, in this white like hollow deck room, and they're like popping these balloons. You've seen that, right?
No, I'm
I
not
know you've
aware
seen
of
that.
this.
Oh, that's probably good. Your mind's probably in higher thought and whatnot. But you know, sometimes because I get so high spiritually, intellectually, that I need to go down to earth and relate to the the masses. So anyway, I was watching. That's my excuse for watching this trash. So I was watching this show, bro, and they have this dumb rapper named Little Dump, a low-cal rapper, right? And he has these 20 thoughts, 20 like girls, and the first thing he asks them, he has these 20 girls, and he can literally go on a date with them, and probably yes, it's a show, but I'm sure these girls are very promiscuous and whatnot, so he can get what he wants sexually from them. And so the first thing he asks them, and these girls are willing to talk to him, listen to what he has to say, is like, "Oh, where'd you get your gold? Where'd you get your diamonds and whatnot?" Right? And this reminded me of the fact that one, it's a really stupid question, something to state when you first meet somebody that you're attracted to or you want to get at, and two, that's like a surrogate activity. Like the point of the show, and probably the point in his mind was at first is like, when you're younger, I want to meet girls, I want to meet young ladies, right? I mean, at least that's where it was when I was in my 20s, But he's so focused on what it takes to, in his mind, how to get these girls, these young ladies, right? That the process of what to wear and what the correct things to say and how to act, and that, like, when he has one in front of him, the goal is detached, and he has stupid questions like, or it says stupid thing like, "Where'd you get your jewelry from, bro?" Like, so that's my way of trying to relate the big picture, these big picture ideas, to the small picture, like, and how a lot of times even the way we approach people socially is totally detached from the goal of what we probably intended for, do you think there's a way we can, like, a solution to this, like, type of untrue behavior?
Oh yeah. I mean, the problem, to summarize, is really like this. Is that because I kind of made it more complicated than it needs to be, but the thing is that to explain it in a very succinct way, right? We chase artificial needs, right?
Mhm.
That are developed through specialized means. How are they developed through specialized means? Well, it's the rule of experts that derives most of these conveniences, right?
Right.
And convenience and laziness become the mother of invention. You see, that is the essential trick that it plays, because specialized means, right? All specialized means, they are they create side effects, right? And to deal with those side effects, because those specialized means, because the more closed off a system is to dealing with changes that are outside of it, in a way, the more complete it is, right? But the more susceptible it is to what's going on outside of it, so it can't really perceive. So the more specialized a person is at their task, not only are they good at completing that task, but they don't see how that task really connects to whatever else is going on, right?
Right.
They're able to block all that out. They're able to just focus in on the problem. So
Right.
specialized means create compensatory mechanisms, because of the side effects that they create. Pretty soon, the compensatory mechanisms become, the whole entire goal. That's where the surrogate activity comes out, and that you're doing things not for your own means of subsistence, right? Or something, and you're doing tasks that don't actually go at the speed and pace of human movement.
Right.
You're setting in motion tasks and operations that don't necessarily relate to your own happiness, your own level of skill, your own personal satisfaction. finding a lover, being a part of a community, those sort of things that Kaczynski says are deeply personal, value engendering behaviors, and obviously this whole process is without morality, right? Why? Because morality is based on a sense of purpose. It's not based on the ends that you get, right? Technique is inherently utilitarian, right? In the way it engenders its its ethical demands, right?
Right. And you speaking on purpose, I mean, that's something I've been rotating on that for a while too, is getting your purpose. And how does the technology that we use every day, how does that relate to finding our purpose?
That's all. What's next? What's next? What's next? What's next? What's next? What's next? What's up? What's up?
Was that your that?
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, that was so MPC. That's your music and everything.
No, that was my music.
Oh! I thought that was the MPC's like music or something. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, it's the Machine Logic's music.
You were singing it. I mean, I thought that was like somebody we know's rap or something like that. Was that you rapping?
No, that wasn't me rapping either.
Okay,
But,
okay, that's fine. No, sorry. Because when I jumped on StreamYard, it was kind of weird. I didn't see any video playing. It was just so
yeah,
I
and in
was
the
confused.
yeah, and in the beginning of the NPC the Game video, that's not NPC the Game that's rapping. That's actually a famous band called Group Home. So yeah, you
Okay.
know.
Well, I
yeah.
wanted to ask NPC a question about the video because I missed that live when you guys had that conversation. But he said that he said that the guy was asking the girl where you got your jewelry from, and he said something to the effect like it wasn't tied to his goal of like trying to get in their pants or something. Am I understanding that point correct?
No, we can't hear you, NPC. If you're because I see you unmuted yourself, but we're not hearing you.
Plug your mic in.
Yeah, he might be having an audio malfunction. But yeah.
No, I wanted because surrogate activities is that was the word I was trying to think of recently for one of my videos. But I couldn't think of the word. But that's the used to use that term a lot. So it's Can you give me your definition of surrogate activities if you don't mind, just to make sure I'm clear on what that means?
Yeah. Yeah, we produced that video on that pretty succinct definition I gave there. But yeah, it's interesting. Surrogate activities when Kaczynski describes it, he's talking about goal oriented activities, right? Where essentially, the power process, right, is about accomplishing a goal, right, and then seeing through the results. And surrogate activity is basically an activity that's done for something else, right? So it's not done for a need of your common subsistence, for example, raising a family, being part of a community, right, growing your own food so you can eat, right? These are tasks that are inherent to what they accomplish, right? So they have an inherent value that's in the task that conceives of a goal, right? For a surrogate activity, right, the goals are usually artificial needs, right? So the coupling of artificial needs and surrogate activities brings the amelioration of, any type of actual, goal-oriented tasks within a person that actually serve his true end and purpose, right? That are inherent to his actual goals and needs of survival, raising a family, etc. Right? So,
Well, so this is where and I know that you just did the whole video about it, but I missed part of it, and also
it's
the
okay.
conversation.
It's
The
okay. It's no
conversation.
worries. Yeah,
No, but the
because you can't.
conversation.
Yeah, because sometimes you're on your phone. You gotta like come in and out. I totally understand. But yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Well, and also like I'm trying to follow with the conversation, but also I was watching the video and I was watching something else, and I was kind of. But so you said one thing about egalitarianism, and I wanted to make sure I understood that point because as Hank knows, he read my psychological profile. I'm philosophically an egalitarian, which even surprised me. But maybe that means something different to most people than what it means to me. But I was just kind of curious how that relates to egalitarianism. What you were saying.
Well, I mean, it is a little bit related in terms of it's a sort of way of looking at egalitarianism in a way that incorporates a radical level of independence, and it's talking about the collectivized aspect of the industrialized man, where you could see how Nietzsche would compare such a man to a herd animal, right? and it's been interestingly compared the whole idea of the power process to the will to power in Nietzsche. Although Kaczynski says there's no ties to that, he says that it's primarily from his need for individualism, that he came up against the system, and through his own practical needs of survival, he took radical steps.
Well, and the reason I ask all this pre stuff, because maybe my take is not going to match to the topic, but my thought when thinking about what you guys are discussing there, I mean, what the way I see it is the success of the system is really the downfall of what it means to be a human, which is why I'm very skeptical of a lot of things. And what I mean by that is you really can't get your quote unquote needs without surrogate activities. What I mean by that is, like, the system has it seems that it has basically perfected the fact that you really can't exist in proximity to the system at all without engaging in surrogate activities in order to get your needs accomplished. So basically what I'm saying is, like, it's like you said, it's a swindle. It's basically getting you in. It's getting you in on the scam in order to get what you need. And this is kind of what Hank was saying earlier about, try to survive without, being involved in a scam. You really can't. And
Well, here's the thing. I'm also in the egalitarian according to the same model. The surrogate activities come after your needs are met. So once you get your needs met, you go for access things. That's when it becomes those things are surrogate activities.
But what I'm saying is, in service of your needs, you're going to have to engage in some level of surrogate activity. This is why I was trying to ask NPC the game, because yes, perhaps you could argue that, okay, well, he's just asking the woman where she got her jewelry from because it's a surrogate activity and it has no relation to the goal of getting in her pants or whatever, right? But I bet
it has a direct relationship in the goal of getting to the pants. But after you got in your pants and you keep buying your jewelry, that's a surrogate activity.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. But my point is just the act of him engaging in the conversation, even if he's not fully aware, because the woman and he exist in the system, you kind of have to, you're not going to go up and start a conversation with a woman by saying, "Hello, you're very pretty. Can we take off our clothes and make a baby?" I mean, like that's not going to work, right? You have to do something.
Well, if you're a Chad, yeah, it will work. Like if you look like Flow State, it probably works still just fine.
All right. So again, this is a stupid example, but what I'm saying is, like, if you want to get enough money to buy a house for a woman, it's not just go to work and make a lot of money because you're successful at building houses or something. You're going to have to go drink with your coworkers. You're going to have to go and, schmooze a bunch of, people with small hats to get funding for your company. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to have to do other things that are not directly, quote unquote, related to your business, but it will ultimately aid in your goals, right? So that's what I'm trying to get at, is like, it's not.
I'm sure there's counterexamples that we could find where someone didn't smooze at all, they just met their childhood friend and just got married. So,
well, I mean, perhaps, but I think it would still prove that the exception kind of proves the rules to some degree. I mean, you're not gonna, Trump didn't get to where he is because he just, put his hands on the plow and kept his head down and just worked really hard. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's obviously not. There's a lot of quote unquote surrogate activities in order to get to where he's at. That's kind of required of him in order to amass wealth and power, or the illusion of it, at least, right? So, I mean, I know this is maybe convoluted what I'm trying to get at, but is what I'm trying to point out make any sense, or is this kind of just bullshit?
Sorry I couldn't answer your question earlier. I was having some mic problems. Narrow Jack.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm asking all of you guys, but yeah, I mean, so would you think that there's any, like, how can you really exist in the system without surrogate activity? I mean, what I'm saying is, like, the system has seemed to perfected the fact that you have to engage in surrogate activities to basically, get your quote unquote needs met. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's like, I mean, you bring up a good point. It's like my father-in-law, he's a professor out here, biomedical engineering professor. And I don't think he was much of a drinker or anything like that, but he had to go to these, these conferences and whatnot and dinners. And you're expected to, like you said, you're expected to, even though they're dealing with high science, you're expected to be engaged in these activities, surrogate activities. So.
Yeah, Machine. Do you think that what I'm saying holds any water? Again, I'm not saying that surrogate activities doesn't exist. What I'm saying is like the problem is that it's kind of an entailment of getting your needs met with the way the system is, at least currently. And I think this is what I mean. Though I didn't really have a word for it, but I think that after talking with you and Pill Eater, I think that some combination of Trotskyism seems to be embedded in what I'm trying to talk about. So.
Yeah, there's also yeah, I'm sorry, I accidentally had this thing pause for a second, or at least I couldn't find my own tabulations. But yeah, this entire game is based on Kaczynski's point. His main point is that yes, exactly, you cannot engage in the system without engaging in surrogate activities, right? Therefore, the majority of people are doing things not based in their actual basis for survival within the system, right? So this means that many of the people will then be cogs in the wheel, right? And this goes to his main point about freedom and separation from wild nature, and about true expression of individuality, and these ideas that he thinks are part of the natural power process within humans, right? Who perform goal-oriented tasks, right? That are not for artificial needs, they're for actual needs of survival, such as raising a family and doing other things. Now, obviously, one of the main things that could be a counterexample to this is the highly developed life within the city, right? But yeah, so there's ties to that, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that, because obviously the system is a global entity, right? But yeah.
No, well, and just to give a quick example to kind of show that I'm aware of the the counter arguments that may arise, like humans may have engaged in games, physical activities among men to increase bonding of a tribe before there was agriculture or something like this, right? So is that a quote unquote surrogate activity? I guess you could argue, but still the goal of, even if they didn't have a word for it, the goal of male bonding in order to make them more successful in a hunt or war or whatever, served a purpose, I guess, right? So I guess I guess what I say, does that kind of blur the line a little bit, or is that more of like a would you still consider that kind of like a more primitive surrogate activity?
Yeah, let me try to find the exact quote here where he actually says this, because that would be very useful.
Yeah. And while I look for it, I just want to ask NPC, because so you're in Taiwan and you're American, I'm guessing.
Yes, I'm from California. I'm American. I live in southern Taiwan.
And you're black and Mexican mixed, I'm guessing, based on what you Mexican.
Yeah, mostly. Yeah, mostly.
Cool. No, I was just curious. So, what's your impression? So, and I've lived abroad, briefly, so I have a little bit of experience. But like, now that you have that experience of leaving the culture and going over there, do you think that? I guess really, basically, what I'm trying to ask is like, do you think that there is a mixing of East and West that is good for Americans to consider, or Westerners to consider, or would you say that that's?
Yeah. Well, I used to. I literally called this place Taiwan, like America, America 2 that speaks Mandarin Chinese, because it's so conducive to Western culture, what I'm used to, and what other expats I talk to are used to, and I haven't lived anywhere else in Asia, but I visited different places, and it's very accustomed to American way of living here, from what's from the government, from the municipals, the way the only thing that's different mostly is the hospital system is a little bit better with their socialized medicine. But yeah, people here are super cool and super open to engaging with foreigners, especially they love Americans for the most part. And like, I never even knew about Taiwan before until I met my wife, and I actually met my wife in America. The only thing I knew about Taiwan was made in Taiwan products and Little League baseball. It's like a hidden gem out here. It's pretty cool.
Hank, you should go to Taiwan.
I don't have someone to speak Taiwanese with me, so I'll just be a lost black guy in Taiwan. If I have some Mandarin to help me, it makes some sense. But I'll just be a random black guy in Taiwan. I won't have a wife that speaks Mandarin.
Hank, there's a couple of those out here, so they seem to be doing fine. Yeah. Where did you live before Neurojack? Neurojack, you said you lived outside.
Yeah, I stayed in Thailand a little bit, not off and on for over a couple of years, but it was more of like a experience. I mean, I think that it is. I would say that it's good, but it's too complicated to get into, but essentially I think that it's not conducive to Western values there, but that's kind of the charm of it. They're very protectionist, but I see that for better or worse, what's happened to Taiwan is probably going to end up happening to most of Asia. But it'll look different, I'm sure, but I think in some way or another, there's going to be this kind of weird mixing of all the cultures, whether we wanted it to happen or not, so.
Yeah. And even in the mainland, bro, you see how they do embrace a lot of things Western, even though the rhetoric is very anti-West.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I've been to China too, and I think China is weird in a way because like they actually are more Western than Western countries in some ways, and then they're also a lot more traditional in other ways, and they've also like destroyed their culture in worse ways than the West. So it's very weird. It's like I can see it clearly, but it's hard to describe like without you seeing it yourself. That's why I ask you, because you've seen it firsthand. That's why I was wondering.
China's more progressive than America. That's how I would describe it.
In some ways, I would say yes. Yeah, but I think also like they're kind of destroying themselves in a way. Like their women are getting woke, and Jim Bob had a good quote today. I listened to him for like 5 minutes, and he said something very good. He said, men's liberation is bad enough, but he's like, when you do women's liberation, like that's when you're totally destroy your society, something to that effect. And I mean, that's a very oversimplification of it, but I think that people don't really know what that means until you see it happen in other places, and then you come back home, you're like, oh wow, we're like really
China
far
has
down that.
Yeah, China has to correct for their femicide they did. So every woman in China is Chun-Li by law.
Say that again now.
They had to correct for their femicide, so every Chinese woman's Chun-Li. by law.
Chun-Li.
Yes.
It's funny. You see how have you noticed like on some of that like red pill memes and stuff, like how they're using that whole left behind women thing in China where these women leftover women, I think that's the translation. I forgot how you say it in Chinese. Like they've been using that a lot to talk about kind of like what you're saying, Neurojack, how like to say how that feminist side is seeping over there even. You know, like
it's
how
really bad. But the funny thing is, like, we make fun of them, but they're just smarter about it. They say that you're left over by 25. If we had the same rhetoric here in America, we would solve like half our problems overnight. So, you know, like it's kind of funny because, like, I mean, it's and like I know that's an extreme thing to say, but it's also kind of like you know, it's just funny because like I'm seeing it happen in real time over in China, like specifically like where all these women are turning 35. They're not married. They can't find a husband, and no company wants to deal with them because there's 100 million younger people that want the same job, and they're not as jaded by their experience. So, and that's what you're seeing happen here in America as well, where like basically corporate America only wants young, stupid people who haven't wisened up to the bullshit, and so everybody else is getting kicked out of the system, and even the ones who stay, they're quote unquote managerial class, but really they have to compromise so much to keep that position. It's kind of like I mean, I'm being a little bit oversimplifying it for sure, but I'm just saying like it's just funny because now you're seeing that happen in other countries, and now they're trying to react to it, but I think they have more of a way to react. Here in America, we're so cultureless that we don't really have a reaction, so now everybody's just trying to like sort it out as we go, and it's just a mess. I mean, we're doing okay just because of the financial stuff. I just think that if we, we're just in a situation where I don't want to be blackpilling, but I'm just saying like we're living in a corporate prison. That's that's how I'll put it. I mean, that's just my opinion,
Yeah. Would you say, Neurojack, that when you lived overseas after a while, I don't know how you were before, but I know for me, I was kind of, I see America for what I thought it was, and I noticed a lot of things I didn't like about it. But the more time I spent away, I start seeing the things I do like about it that I can't see, that I don't have here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you come across that?
Yep, that's exactly like part of the reason like I'm so passionate about a lot of the things. Like I left because I was so upset and hated what I saw America becoming, and then I left and I was like, oh shit, I really appreciate all those things. But then it made me also aware that people in America don't know what they don't know what they might be missing very soon, right? And so it's like it's kind of weird. Like I have this thing where like I can perceive it very well, but then a lot of the people that can't see what I saw, and it's like you want to give it to those people. So now I'm torn. It's like half of me wants to run away just so I don't have the pain of bearing what I know. And then half of me wants to stay and fight and try to get people to see it, but they're not going to see it. So it's like either way I go, it's like I'm kind of like fuck myself in a way, I mean, not really, but like it's kind of a painful situation because now it's like I can see what's happening. I see it very clear. I love America, but like America is getting so bent over the table, and we don't even acknowledge it.
So here's my issue. I'm not in a hurry to run away because there's no obviously better place. But you want me to stay and fight? Fight for what exactly?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Hank. That's the question. That's the question. That is the question right there. And I think this whole Trump thing that we just saw is like the icing on the cake. I mean, for me, that's like this whole thing we're seeing politically going on right now. Like to me, it's very. I don't want to say blackpilling, but it is very discouraging because I see that like. Even if people can see through it, they don't know what to do about it. And so to me, that's just like a very stressful thing to be aware of,
No, I do know what to do, but I'm doing it right now. I'm trying to research personality types and loops, and that way I can move people around to environments that will make them just most functional or allow me to extract the most energy out of the system. So that's what I'm doing about it.
So maybe you're trying to create a sorting hat from the wonderful wizarding world and apply it to as many people as possible.
Yeah, they're doing what the school systems were supposed to do but didn't do because they're incompetent. Yes.
Well, I think our friend Mr. Aquino was trying to do that too, allegedly, but it seems like he might have failed.
Probably did. But hopefully I can sort myself to the right spot so I don't have to just go on hunches and whims of other people.
Hank, have you ever considered moving out the country? Or I don't know if you
Yes,
travel.
I considered it, but it comes to two questions come to mind immediately. Where, since I'm an autistic black guy, I'm not going to be liked in many places in the world, short autistic black guy, and two, with what money? How am I going to pay for it once I get out of here or before?
Right.
So once I get those two questions answered, then I don't see any issues. There's nothing to prevent me from moving.
Yeah,
need those
I know.
questions
Number two, in Asia, a lot of people become English teachers to get their feet on the ground, and then from there, maybe they open up their own business.
I don't
or do
know. I
something
mean, I
else.
think that's not as viable. Like, I think that most. I mean, this is just my impression. I just think that, like, don't take this the wrong way. Maybe you were an English teacher, but I think that it's not the most. It's not the most. It's not the best way to meet people. And from what I understand, like a lot of the English teachers abroad are like extremely woke. So you're kind of like,
unless you're old and jaded. You're right. You're right. The younger ones are definitely extremely woke, but then you get the guys, the expats that have been here for many years, and they're super Trumpers, for example. Like I would say, like some of the people I used to work with, like 80% of them are hardcore Trumpers, and for whatever reason, and but one thing economically, it's not much upward movement of
that's one of the
economically
things I
with the English
realized.
job. It's just like a lot of people are just comfortable. They're comfortable, and some of us we want more than just being comfortable.
Well, yeah, I think that's
especially if
the
you
other
have a big family.
Well, that's
Yeah.
actually one of the hardest things that I realized when I was abroad is like the American work ethic in general is like so much better than most of the world, and I think that people don't really see that. Like people here work very, very hard on average. Like, I mean, we can think of the exceptions to that, but I think in general, people like go and they actually do their job, right? I mean, other than the fucking service industry, for whatever reason, it sucks now. But I mean, in general, you have a job, like you go and you actually like apply yourself. In other
That's
places,
just your part of the country. Mine's really good. We have a lot of Indians here.
well, yeah, but yeah, when you go abroad, like not a lot of people are like their job is like a means to an end. It's not like they don't really see it as like, a career, I guess. I don't know. That's just my impression. Like, it's more about status, is what I would say. Like people see their job as a status symbol more than they see it as like, oh, I get to really like produce something great or whatever. It's like, that was just my impression of Asia in general.
Yeah, you mean there's a lack of pride sometimes in the word?
Yeah, I mean, like Americans, like they're more about like they feel pride in doing the job. Other places they feel pride in having the position in the job. See what I mean? It's like,
yeah, I see that.
Yeah,
because especially the locals, a lot of times they'll get their aspiration is to be locked into a municipal government job, paper pusher job.
Yeah,
but it's
well,
that seems like
absolutely.
mind numbing for some of us. That would be like,
well,
how
that's
could you
like
do that?
that. Well, that I think that's one of the reasons why America is being subverted so heavily. I mean, it's not necessarily a conspiracy, although I'm sure that's part of it. But like, a lot of Asians, they see it like that safe government job that you don't make much money at, but you're waiting for that retirement pension or whatever. Like that, they're fine with that, right? But for Whitey, like we think, oh well, we need to work really hard, and even if we don't get successful, like we show that we don't want and I think that's funny. That's the funny part about the whole like left versus right thing is like now everyone's like, I don't need socialized healthcare or blah 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 blah. Well, now you're just going to pay $2,000 a month for insurance that doesn't cover shit. So I mean, like, so it's just funny. Like we have this pride, and it's kind of enabling us to feel better about a shitty situation, right? And I think that's kind of interesting. It's more interesting than anything else to me. It's like pride is kind of getting in our way.
The cope.
Yeah. The pride before the fall.
That's right. Yep. And I think that's the whole thing with like Trump right now. I mean, like, look, I mean, I want to believe that Trump cares about America, but the truth is, like, I just find it like to me, it's like I think a lot of people want to believe something, and so like
Mhm.
they want to feel proud of America, so like they'll just turn off their.
We know better. We already had him as president.
Yeah. You guys remember before Obama, like that I did, maybe it was just me. I just heard more people talking about the left-right paradigm, how it's the same basically. But once they got Obama in, like those same people, a lot of those same people were like, they just threw that in the garbage. And then the other side did the same thing when Trump was elected.
Yes.
Yep. I agree, 100%.
Now you never
I saw
hear
it
about
happen.
that type of stuff. Yeah.
I saw it happen.
Well,
I mean,
right
even
now
then-
right now the policies are identical. We have two boomers with policies that mirror each other, so it's no point.
Well, it's ironic because Biden acts more like he's more anti-Israel, even though that's probably not true. But it's just funny, like, and then now the right wing is like they're doing anti-Semitic stuff, but then they're all supporting Trump, but then Trump's like, oh, I 100% support the Jews no matter what. It's like
Yeah.
it's just very interesting, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah. The same thing. I think Trump, he lost it when the V, the Conan 19 stuff. Like Trump is the one that he promoted that, with the warp speed and stuff. And I think he lost a lot of supporters when that happened. But shoot, he in the last couple of days, his support has just gone up tenfold. Like anything they're treating him like he's Tupac, bro.
I mean, he'd
Like,
come
not
take a dump.
from
He'd
death.
come take a dump on the American flag. They'll still vote for him. I mean, that's right.
They will. Yep.
Yeah. I'm only protecting my Grim Trigger policy over January 6th, so he's not getting my vote still.
January 6th, the big day.
What did you think about that Jan 6 day thing? What do you think about that?
Total psyop. Like, I really don't think. Somebody told me yesterday. They're like, yeah, Trump was encouraging those people to march into the Capitol. And I've watched a lot of the news and some documentaries. I didn't see any of that. What I did see was the cops letting them walk, into that, and it's just another distraction, bro. It is.
Well, yeah, that was a distraction. That's the point. The coup was the fake
a good one for
delegates,
them.
the substitute delegates, plus Mike Pence holding up the procedure to position power was the coup. So yeah, that was a distraction, but Trump did mean the coup.
Well, I'm not even
What do
going to
you
get
think,
into.
Noah,
Well, I would say that. I mean, honestly, like I was planning on earlier to come in here and just like tell all these things that I think about, all these different things, and like now I'm like, I don't even want to say anymore because like honestly, I'm at this point like where I know I don't think, but I know that most of the people are not really like really listening, and honestly, a lot of the people watching right now are like probably smarter than me. So like, but I'll just say this, like, I watched that Gen 6 thing and I was like, it's just my opinion. Like, to me, that totally exposed who Alex Jones is, number one. Like, Alex Jones totally
Right.
revealed who he is in the aftermath. Like, he's not. And that honestly was the most upsetting part about it for me, just because like I was like, how can they weaponize truth so well? And it's like, well, they're thinking in 30-year terms. They're not thinking about 5 years down the line. They're thinking 30 years from now, what's this going to mean, right? And they just use like and it's like they just have these like little events that are like, and this it's probably always been this way, right? Like you have the JFK, or you have this like, John Lennon got whatever, and it's like you have these little moments, and it's like the trauma, and this is where like I understand now when people say like trauma-based mind control, like it makes sense to me now, right? Like you have this traumatic event, and then it like forces people to like turn off their fucking thinking, they take off their thinking caps, and they just like, okay, well, which way is the wind blowing right now? I need to make a decision, fight or flight, right? You know what I mean? And I think like, for me, I'm more of like a freeze and like, let's see what happens kind of person. But most people are like, they need to fight or they need to run away or something. And for me, I'm more like, let's just see how it plays out, right? And so I don't know. That's just me. Like I've been sitting, waiting, and watching how things play out. And I'm like, man, it's like,
yeah, you're a bench warmer. I understand.
Well, I think the thing is, we're at a time where you know, the people that are managing society, I mean, they have a lot of data and a lot of technology at their hands. So, I mean, I don't think you're going to outthink them very.
Well, I know for certain I can outthink them because I work in a mega corporation, and I outthink all people who's been should have been doing their job all the time. It's getting annoying. So I know for certain I can outthink them.
Well, I guess it depends on what level you're talking about, but
I had to clean up so many messes that could have been stopped at a higher level that it's just very annoying.
Well,
it's a weekly to daily thing for me.
But here's the thing, Hank. Here's the thing. So between you and you know, the Rothschilds or whoever's at the top of this, they don't want someone like you between you and them. They want someone who will do what they're told and get a paycheck that's ever increasing as they go up the ladder, right? They don't want someone who's like, maybe should I rip off these people and ship this product that's gonna hurt 100,000 people? Well, let's put it into the formula and find out. Like, they want people who will do the formula and say, well, I won't get sued for 100,000 people, but maybe for 200,000 I will. So let's just ship 100,000 units, hurt the people, get the money, and you know, we'll figure out the lawsuits when they come in because we can afford to, right? I mean, that's
what they need to do is open their hearts and their wallets and buy me off, or things get messy.
You have to get leverage. That's the thing.
Well, Jack Talcott is a good long-term pick. Pussy Paul was wrong. Jack Talcott is a good long-term pick.
Okay, maybe you might be right. I'll be honest with you. You could be right.
All right. I just stick with my sphere of influence, my circle of influence, what I can deal with, like myself, my family. 'Cause I'm a teacher too at an academy, so I guess those students. And don't get me wrong, if someone needs help, I'll do what I can. However, these big picture stuff is for me. It's like a luxury to get involved with that type of stuff.
Yeah. Well, so let me ask you, as a teacher over there, like, how do you feel about the youth? I don't know if you have a kid or not, but like, I'm saying for you, like, how do you feel? Yeah. So how do you feel about like the future of the youth and where you're at, for example? Like, do you think that they're gonna come aware of the things that we're aware of and make informed decisions, or do you think they're going to go along to get the status and get the job and, you know, basically make humans extinct in the next 100 years? Which way do you think they're going to
go? I hope, because I have a son, so I have to hope, like that. You know, they're going to make it. They're going to make it through, but it doesn't look good, especially with most of these. I'm lucky if you get like one, because I teach from anywhere from second grade to high school. We're lucky if you get one kid out of 30 that uses critical thinking, you know, and like and man, it doesn't look good. I don't think so.
Do you think it's because the lack of incentive, or just because they're not capable, or there's?
I think they're definitely capable. I think they're capable of it, and I think. Maybe because I'm biased, because I'm a parent, I think parents have a big deal to do with it. Your teachers can only do so much, even if you are passionate about it.
I actually agree with you. With you. Just like, based on my experience in Asia and stuff, like, I think a lot of and like also as a parent as well, like, I just noticed it's like, you know, I think for me, the mistake I make, and I think a lot of parents make, is like, you either have to choose like helicopter parent and like instruct your kids, do this, or you do like what I try to do and like take your hands off the wheel and say, well, I want to give them the space. But then that's the problem. It's like, either way you go, it's very difficult to like grow critical thinking that way, right? Like, and I think that for me, like, I was totally like, I don't want to say totally thrown to the wolves, but like, I had a very like independent childhood. Let's just put it that way. So like, I think it kind of forced me into a position where it's like, I had to think critically, right? So it's one of these things where like, I can't really compare myself to other people because like, I didn't have a choice, right? But then I look out, like you said, and like a lot of people, they didn't have any reason to think critically. So like, for me to sit here and blame them is kind of difficult. But at the same time, like, I see the cost for society.
Well, get them into martial arts or race them on video games. Some simulated combat will put critical thinking in people really quickly.
Yeah, as my son's playing Fortnite right now, and he does judo. Yeah, no, but the parents is it's where it's at, man. That Whitney was right. The children are our future, but we are the future as adults. We're the ones that really are. This, yeah. I think, but to be honest, guys, like I really think everything will be okay, right and exact. It's just, but that doesn't mean it's going to be some growing pains, and it looks like the next couple of years is going to be intense.
Do
It already is.
Do you think that a lot of people are having kids in Taiwan, or not really that many?
Not really. So much so that they give you an incentive to have children. They give you money now. Not that
All right,
much.
sign me up. I'm coming.
Yeah, the more you have, the more money you get every year.
Perfect.
Till they're like
trying to get that check.
5.
I'm trying to get that check.
Yeah.
Someone got to pay for all my kids. I learned from Obama era.
They're gonna have a whole bunch of daddy babies. Cricket phone, Obama phone. Holy
No, it's
crap.
getting to that point, man. Like I'm telling you, like I live in Cali, and also just in general in the United States, I think that we're doing okay compared to the rest of the world. Like I'm telling you, like Asia in general is like they're not really having kids either. Like people think, oh,
They're
China's
not.
got 1 billion people. Like they're not having kids, dude. I mean,
They're not having kids. They get dogs.
Yeah, not China. Mexico. South America's having kids, not China.
Well, a lot of the passport bros are going down to Mexico and Colombia, all that. No, you live in northern or southern
In
California?
Brazil.
I'm from northern. I'm from North Cal too, San Jose, Machine
yeah.
City.
I'm
Yeah.
very close to there. So yeah, so like it's like so. I mean, that's the thing is like it's, I love California. I think it
Me
gets
too. I missed
a bad rap for a lot of reasons, and it gets a good rap for a lot of bad reasons. So it's kind of like I have mixed feelings on it. But like I just see like right now, just too much immigration, too much drugs, too much like gangster culture wannabe. But the funny part is like. It's kind of funny, like in a way, because I still think California is way safer than a lot of other places in the United States. I know that sounds delusional, but like for 40 million people, like it could be a lot worse. Let's just put it that way. You know what I mean? Like,
No, it totally is because most of California is much safer than it would be like in St. Louis or Baltimore, something like that.
Or Chicago.
Chicago, yeah. However, before I moved to Taiwan like 7 years ago, my wife and I, when we got married, I was living in deep East Oakland, and I'm not from there. Like I said, I was from San Jose, and that was a cultural shock, bro.
oh yeah,
That was a wake up call,
Oakland's
and I was
yeah, that's the problem.
especially
It really,
deep East Oakland. I was like,
Yep.
how can they don't do any people get murdered in the neighborhood, and they don't even do a story on Channel 2.
No,
It's like it's a
exactly.
forgotten area.
Well, no, and the thing is, like, I used to live very close to Oakland too, and like, I used to be in Oakland, not all the time, but pretty often, and like, I'm so fucking happy I'm not close to there anymore because like it's like literally like a no-go zone, and it's like people don't understand. It's like if it wasn't for if they just like dropped some big things on the Oakland and wipe that in Sacramento and like parts of LA out, like California would be extremely safe. It's just that you have these like little enclaves of crazy people of every color, but they just have this like culture. And here's the other thing that's weird. People don't realize like a lot of the country is dumping their fucking problems out here in Cali. So like we're not only dealing with locals here. A lot of these people are not from here. They're actually from like the East Coast or something like that.
Well, we don't want our hobos to freeze. Don't you have a heart? We need to protect our hobos for the winter, so we send them to California because it's warm.
Well,
San Francisco's pretty cold, Hank, at night in the summer. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
but they won't die. They'll just be uncomfortable. But
You know what I feel like, guys? Sometimes now I feel like that Daniel Day-Lewis character now, the Native Americans, especially with California, because like they called themselves Native American, and obviously they weren't indigenous. Those people in the gangs of New York.
Yeah,
I
do.
Yeah, but that's how I feel about California. It's like there's so many. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy that people can come, and especially if they're escaping like a hardship or whatever, and they come to a place and do good. But it just seems like so many people don't want to assimilate in California, and a lot of
they don't want. Yeah, exactly. They don't want to assimilate.
It's bad. Yeah.
Well, and the funny thing is, the ones who do, they don't. It's actually very difficult to assimilate because they don't get. They get checked by their own people. They get like, oh,
Right.
don't be like that. Blah, blah. You know,
You're a
they try to
Oreo or
brainwash
white
them. Like
one.
it's funny.
Yeah.
When I first came to
Yeah.
California, I hung out with mostly like criminal type people, and they're all like, "Oh, you're a white boy from the South. Oh, cool, we like you." And I'm like, "Really? Why?" They're like, "Because we never saw a real American before, man." Like, you know.
Oh my!
because it doesn't exist out here. Like they don't have like they don't really do that. And I was like surprised about it. They're like, oh, you got blonde hair, blue eyes, you're lucky. You know, you should take advantage of it. I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, you know, we want to be like you, but we can't.
Yeah. Dang. Well, when you heard the everybody dropped off.
No, Jack dropped off.
Okay, Hank's still here. Good. Hank, are you in the East Coast or?
Pittsburgh? Yes. Neil Jack came back up.
Wait, you from Pittsburgh? That's where
Yes,
my
I
wife's
am.
from. She's from Polish Hill. You ever heard that?
Yeah, I
place?
know what that is. It's right in the middle, pretty much.
Yeah. Wow. Carnegie Mellon and all that over there, huh?
Yes. Yeah, I need a lot of money to get in there.
Don't forget George Romero, the greatest filmmaker of
That's right.
all time. Come on, man.
Huh? Hey, Hank, do you ever go to Pamela's?
Pamela, yes.
In Bethlehem, I think it's no. Excuse me, the Strip District. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't go to the strip district often, but I did go to Pamela a couple times.
Yeah. Neurojack, bro. The Night of the Living Dead. There's a story where George Clinton, with supposedly the Funkadelics, George Clinton, they were driving through Pittsburgh, right? And they were dropping acid, and they came upon this like small town, and then all of a sudden these zombies started to walk on the road, and they're overwhelmed with zombies all over the road. And come to find out, George Romero was filming Night of the Living Dead when they were driving through there, tripping on acid.
That's actually hilarious. I think George Romero. I love George Romero, man. Like actually, I have this theory that George Romero is a lot deeper than people think. Because
oh yeah, he is.
You know, he that movie was actually supposed to be called like The Night of Anubis or something. It was supposed to have like this whole like Egyptian theme
Esoteric.
to it and shit. So
yeah.
But yeah, I think a lot of those guys. Yep. I actually every time I watch that movie, I catch like something else weird about that movie. I have this feeling that there was like a whole another like subtext underneath all that. Like, you know, like they start off in the graveyard, and then it's the brother and sister, and then the first like bad guy comes, and then they run away, and then a black guy saves them. I feel like there's like some Egyptian like I don't know. That's just there's something.
There's like a
weird,
myth going on there.
Yeah, there's
Mythical
some sort
narrative.
of weird. Yeah, there's something weird about like, and there's more. There's a lot more that I have to have on it, but it's just like there's something weird about that. He did a lot of movies about like the media and like all his movies have like it's very media based. Like there's radios and TVs in the background, and it's like.
Wait, did he do They Live? My intro video?
No, he
They Live,
didn't
right?
do that, but I think he did.
Oh, he did it?
I think he did influence people like John Carpenter and stuff like that, though.
Oh, John Carpenter. That's good. Confused. Yeah.
No, but all his movies
Pittsburgh-
got progressively more about like media and like do you trust the media essentially? That became like a big theme of all his work. So.
Yeah, because that's the real. I mean, Alex Jones got that right. There's an info war out there. There's the silent war, bro. It's everywhere, man.
Well, and definitely you see like the whole zombie thing has become like this whole like dehumanization thing. You know what I mean? So I see that more and more of like, and I think They Live is honestly one of the best movies ever made too, just because. Like I think that analogy is really good to put people in the right frame of mind. Like there's some sort of weird like agenda going on, right? Like I just say it like this, like if it's not really aliens, like I think that's a good analogy for whatever is going on, because it doesn't make sense that it's just like we're all just people trying to like do what's best for us or whatever. Like I don't think that's what's going on, right? I think there's something else.
King Stephen actually has a good model. Pretty much that we're not all one self. Like Paul says we are probably multiple different selves. at the social level when we interact with each other. Maybe in the universal sense, well, where everything's oneself, but in any meaningful sense, but not oneself.
Oh, so he's basically saying that everybody has split personalities, more or less, right?
Yeah, split personalities at least.
Sounds very Jungian. Or something. Am I correct? Or
I think so, but I need to ask him.
he might not admit to that. But I guess would you like Freud more or Jung more?
Lacan. I like Lacan more.
What's his thing?
His thing is that there's we contextualize the universe into symbols, and but there's like a part that we can't even contextualize called the real.
Oh, interesting.
The
That
real?
sounds like the real. That sounds
Yeah.
like
The
there's
real.
that Matrix that Matrix channel uses that line at the end of its I think it's like a Morpheus quote. The real. So
What channel?
I think it's called like Matrix Explained or something like that.
Oh,
Yes.
that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I would say for me, Freud before I was married, and then Jung after, because Freud deals with all that, the subtext of sexuality, the underlining underpinnings of the psyche of men and women and stuff, but then, which can help you, I guess, or maybe confuse you more, depending who you are, if you're trying to get a mate. But then, I think Jung definitely deals with the bigger picture in life, and it's a lot more about more holistic approach to looking at life with his archetypes and stuff, and how they're shown in all areas of the world history. Whereas Freud is basically just really hyper focused on that whole everything is sex, and everything has sexual undertones, and this means that.
What about
Yeah,
you, Hank? Are you more of a-
technically, I'm more Jung than Freud because I use personality models, but I still don't think Jung was all that good. He archetypes was a big miss because we don't have a consistent set
What do
of
you
archetypes
mean?
between people.
Peter
We don't have.
Peterson made a whole career out of that.
Yes, but like Eris isn't contextualized properly in the standard list of archetypes. So
Well, don't you
that's
think
what I mean.
Freud? Don't you think Freud is taking account of Eris much better than Jung?
No.
Really, that's interesting. Why not?
What kind of love is Eris first?
What?
What does Eris mean again?
That's the Greek god of guess conflict, discord, competition.
Okay.
Well,
Oh,
desire.
Eris
right?
Accordia, that's right. Yes.
Yes.
Isn't it more about desire at the? I mean, at the sum of it all.
Like passion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. In my model, I guess in the history of Greek, I use is called.
Let me ask you this.
Pretty much Greek has a multiple choice history, and the way I see it, Eris is the brother of Cupid. So I mean, sibling of Cupid.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Hank, because I know if you don't have an answer to this, no one will, other than maybe like Machine, or I don't even know who else might. So where do you think Eros or Eris fits into the Christian religion?
Oh, so you just open the Bible and look for discord, and there she is. Just text search the Bible, Discord, and there she is. I'm actually gonna just go ahead and do that for you.
So wait, the word discord is actually in the Bible.
Affirmative.
Okay, interesting. I did not know that. Actually, that's very interesting. And so you think that the Greeks who wrote down the Bible, or whoever wrote down the Bible, was essentially encoding it with Eris or desire language to talk about God and stuff?
Yeah, either that, or I could make a Jay Dyer argument, say they didn't know what they were writing, so they meant what I say it means. So
Jay Dyer.
I still think that Hank versus Jay Dyer. So I think it's be Hank and Machine versus Jay Dyer and
Jim Bob.
Yeah, Jim Bob or Deacon Ananias. One of those two. Like, it would be very interesting to see that. That would be like the matchup of the century, in my opinion. I mean,
who's this Jim Bob everyone was talking about? I've heard his name. Like I heard it yesterday too.
Oh,
he's
sounds
a
fun.
cartoonist.
Yeah, he's a cartoonist.
Oh, okay.
You've probably seen his artwork. I mean, I was I got into all this because of him, because I followed his art and stuff like that, and then he started doing YouTube, and I started jumping on his stream, and then it got kind of weird. So I got it. And then I met Machine at the same time, so it was like kind of interesting, but it's really weird because like when you try to ask like questions about like understanding how do we reconcile the Bible with the situation that we're in now, right? It gets very messy, as you can imagine, right? And so like I actually have better conversations with people who aren't Christian, because I feel like they actually contemplate the things I contemplate a little more seriously. You know, I think that there's something weird about going on with Christianity where, I mean, I'm a Christian, but I just find it's like they're kind of like purposefully being obtuse for some reason, and I don't know why that is, but I don't know. It's like they don't want to see like kind of what's coming, or like what's going on around them. You know what I mean? So
why is that,
clearly.
you think?
The way that I will say it, I think it comes down to kind of that critical thinking thing. Like I see critical thinking as an inherently Christian thing, and it seems that other people don't see that as an inherently Christian thing. So I don't know. That's just like the shortest way I can explain it.
So when Buddhists really think they're invoking Christianity,
Hank, you got me, because if I say yes, then I'm a like syncretist, and if I say no, then I'm like, yes. I think that there's a lot of. I will say that there's like overlap. Like I see Buddhism and Christianity as related in some ways, and I'm sure that I've heard it said that Buddhists have more of a analytical mind. So maybe I guess is the right way for me to say it. I don't know. Maybe. I think Buddhism does have a lot of interesting ways. I like Taoism more than Buddhism, so I would say Taoism is pretty close to Christianity in a lot of ways. Buddhism is a little harder for me to think about. So.
It's funny because here, like most people think, like, oh, Taiwan's mostly Buddhist, but it's a combination of Taoist religion with Buddhist as well as like local folk religion. Yeah.
It's funny you say that. Like that's how I describe Thailand. It's like Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, some folk stuff underneath all that. So it's like it's kind of like a very strange like combination of things. It's not really. They just say, like, if you ask them, they say, yeah, I'm Buddhist, but like if you ask them like what they really believe, it gets very like specific very quickly, and it's not. I don't think it's really Buddhism only. You know, it's like.
Yeah, you're right. Because they don't have mega churches, mega Buddhist church. I mean, there are some people who do like they have these sifus, as they say, like teachers and stuff that are on TV.
I
but
definitely
it's not
see
like America.
Go ahead, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh no, I was just saying like I should ask it as a question. Do you think that there's actually like I see Asia as more like magic related? Like they actually see it like okay. Formulaic, I guess is the right word. Like if I do XYZ, something good might happen, right? Like, they just see it.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Like it's gonna be when there's a full moon. You see people in my neighborhood. They bring out their altar table and they burn their Josh paper, the paper to the gods or to their ancestors. Mostly it's to the money god, because because that's most important to them. Like when they say Happy New Year, it's like may you have a lot of money. That's what they say.
Meow. Yeah. Which one?
No. See, this is actually what I'm trying to get at with Hank, because I'll tell you this. It's very interesting to me because I think that a lot of it goes back to desire or Lady Luck or something like that. Like I see that a lot of this stuff goes back to, it's really like people say, I want something, therefore give it to me. And if I have to do a process or I'll do it. Right. So it's like, and in Thailand and other parts of Asia, it's very much like that. Like, it's like, okay, if I go to the temple, I do this ritual and I pray to Ganesha or whatever, then I should, in theory at least, get this guy or this love or this position or this money or whatever. It's like, it's never like, oh, I want to be a better person or something like that. It's like,
No, it's never. It's about money or have a child or and this is like what people, they don't go to church or to go to the temple other than to go to the rituals, which are magical.
Yep, exactly. And I think that's
I'll
something
do
that
this, I'll get this.
Westerners don't quite understand, and that's why I say, like, my version of Christianity is essentially like a radical truth religion. Like, you're trying to like both like make yourself more true / good, becoming more like God, and then it's also like, you worship truth. Essentially, God is truth incarnate. Essentially,
right? Truth, yo. Like Officer Snaps.
Right. But then functionally, like, it can get a little nihilistic, and I think that's what Nietzsche was trying to point out, or something to that effect. So, I think that there's, things that people have taken the wrong turn somewhere along the way, for sure.
Yeah.
And but I think that it's interesting because Hank understands desire and I think just in general, like the whole desire thing is something that people don't really contemplate, because whoever's running the world, they're very aware of people's desires. That's very clear to me, right? Like, they're not thinking about, oh, I want to get this thing, I better just force my way to get it. No, in general, they're thinking like, how do I get people to desire what I want for myself? I mean, so, something to that effect, right? So.
Isn't there like a loosely based term of definition of black magic when you get the person?
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely.
Do what you want, but they have to say like, oh, I'm doing this. It's like the vampire doesn't just walk into your house; you have to invite them in.
Yeah.
That's desire.
Yeah, that reminds me. I need to read that thing you sent me, Hank. But yeah, so yeah, I think that's the thing is. So Hank, what were you going to say about Discord being in the Bible? Do you think that there's black magic in the Bible, or what?
Well, that's orthogonal to this. But if you just search Discord, the word Discord, it's in the Bible.
I know, but what I'm saying is, do you think that the Bible endorses black magic, or
well, endorses magic, but the magic they don't endorse would be called black magic, but endorses magic for sure.
So, what would be the kind of magic it endorses?
Whatever your church father says it's okay. So if you turn brand to Jesus, that's fine. But if they're against tattoos, it's bad. But if they're for tattoos, it's good.
Well, do you think that they could just be doing like an alchemical analogy or something like that? Like,
yeah, like the Rosicrucians say they do. Absolutely.
Why? So, what do you think about that from your perspective?
Well, I don't use dogma. I use Kama, and I use Jesus as an example of transformation. So I'm not married to the dogmas. I'm not married to them. So I'm flexible because I'm not the status quo. So I can't. So my word isn't law. So I'm gonna be super flexible.
So, well, I guess what I'm saying is, sorry to interrupt you, Embassy. What do you think that it just ineffectual magic, or do you think that there is some effect, but it's harder to perceive?
Well, it is an effect, and it's easy to perceive. So pretty much, the stuff the atheists pretend doesn't exist, but it's right in like the real estate. Pretty much when atheists say there's no evidence of God, and you see the stuff about God all the time, that's the effect. That's the effect. Like they won't consider that there's churches everywhere on every street corner. There's more churches than there are Starbucks. They won't consider all the money flung around in the name of God and Jesus and the saints. I mean, there's the stuff that we can measure in the world. Those are no effects.
I don't know if
think
you're
it's- I
really
think-
trolling me or not, but okay.
It's
I'm totally
obvious.
serious. So, yeah, I'm totally serious, but I may not be the answer you want to hear.
The human mind is so powerful that like growing up Catholic, like going to a mass it could be one of the most boring experiences when going through literally the routine of standing up, kneeling, and all that. But the mind's so powerful that for something that's so boring to a kid, like can be like the most transcendental experience for someone that's a true believer into what they're focusing their attention to. And in that case, that example, like the mass and stuff. And like it reminds me of like hearing those stories about like how Timothy Leary, when he was at Harvard, like before he was dousing people with LSD, he was doing like a sanctioned psilocybin mushroom trials, and he was doing a lot of his clinical trials in a church, and the people were known to say that like the people who grew up Catholic their whole life, they're like the experience of going to church was so boring, but going through the same rituals high, because I guess they also walked into a church when they were high. There's an account of them walking to a church during the service when they were high, and they were like, it was the most beautifulest thing ever. So I guess I'm rambling to say that it's obvious, just like the cloaks they wear, the priests, the blood into wine into blood. It's obvious it's magic. Now, does it have an effect on you? Now that's a personal thing, but it's definitely infused with all over with magic. I know we were talking about the Bible, but I'm just talking about the
I guess
ceremonial aspects.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is like this: like, do you see that the ceremonial aspect, as you call it, transforming you as a person as different than I'm going to go and try to? I mean, obviously it's different, but I'm saying like qualitatively or quantitatively, do you think it's different than like, let's go to the thing and let's go to the the Buddhist temple and burn the weird thing and do the thing and hopefully I get something. Hopefully I get some goodies in my under the banyan tree or whatever.
I think it's the same, man. Just a different exterior. Same thing. People go to the church to pray for health or their business to be good, and eat the Eucharist and all that. And people like here, like you said, will burn the paper or light the incense sticks. Same thing, man.
What do you think about that guy, Amen Hildeman, who said that Jesus is a PDF?
I think it's wild. I never heard that before, but in a weird way, it would match up with all the pedophile stuff with the Catholic Church that's engaged, that they've been engaged with and stuff. But then I do some research on him, and I look. Well, he was a known Satanist, and he has an agenda to say these claims against the church. However, it doesn't mean that he's not right. He might not be right. He claims he's an expert in ancient Greek pharmacology. Right?
We'll see that. No, and that's the thing. I guess this is what I think everything comes down to desire. Like if you desire to be a better person, or you desire to, get some goodies because you did the good thing and make you get a little pat on the head from God, and you're like a dog. I mean, I think that's just totally fundamentally different. At least perspectives to look at the world through. Right. I mean, to me, it's like. I'm not even saying necessarily it means like quote unquote morally you're going to be an evil person or whatever, but you're not going to see the world in the same way, I guess, right? So like if you try, and I know you know this because like I'm sure if you try to get into these type of conversations in Taiwan, like give us an example of how that goes.
Especially with the Christians here. The Christians here are hardcore Christians, bro, because they're the minority. So they go harder with their program. But I've noticed though,
I believe it.
They tend to focus more on at least the ones I know, tend to focus more on the fellowship aspect rather than the philosophical aspects of the Bible, that's what I'm more interested in actually. You know, the philosophical.
So they're more
text.
about like they're more like the ritual side than they're more like.
Well, yeah, that and the fellowship of being in a church community. You know,
Yeah,
fellowshipping like that. That's
yeah. See, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a connotation though too. I've noticed with people that are learned, you can say scholarly. A lot of the professors I know, because my family here, they have ties to the universities out here. So many of the professors in science of all things are hardcore devout Christians. Yeah, which is, I find that interesting. And then yeah, and the Christians here, one more thing about the Christians here, like out of all the different, you know, the religions and stuff, they're the most that try to convert you. Is these Christians, like once they find out that you're from a Western country, oh man, they keep asking like, are you Christian? And it's not just like, it happens so many times to me.
No, see, like, and well, I don't want to get into. I mean, I don't mind getting into it, but I'm already like hijacking Machine Show, and so I just feel bad for doing that.
Thanks,
but,
Machine.
You might as well, because you don't keep your own streams up, so we might as well do it here.
That's true.
Yeah, we want to see those Neurojack streams. Yeah.
They're locked down. They're locked down. So
Okay.
no, but they're no, but I guess what I'm saying is like there is a more cult like side of Christianity that I've seen in Asia as well. Like there's definitely
Crazy, huh?
yeah, and well, and it goes
Koreans.
it's different in every country. Yeah, the Koreans
Yeah.
and the Mormons especially. It seems like they have very hard, and Jehovah's Witnesses and all this. But even like the Baptists and these like evangelicals, like they're very militant in a way. It's like it's kind of, and they're very like hardcore pro Zionism kind of thing. And like, you know, like I grew up in the South, you know, Baptist, and like I guess we were supposed to like the Jews. I mean, I was always skeptical of this whole like dispensationalism stuff, but I mean, it's
Your
just like
Bible, right?
overbearing.
You Baptists, the Baptists are like they're all Bible, right? Like
Yeah, I mean, they basically say that you can't trust anything.
They love the Bible.
You can't trust anything more than the Bible. But the question for me has always come down to, well, how do you interpret it? And then that's where people, you know, they're trying to. I mean, for me, I've just never believed that Israel is like this physical place or whatever. So like when people are like, oh, Israel, it's like doesn't really compute to me personally. Like I don't think Israel's a physical place. It's kind of, you know, it's never made sense to me. But
yeah, it doesn't make sense. And if it was, like, why would it be like one of the most dangerous places to live in the
yeah,
in
I
the
mean,
world?
it doesn't make sense, and especially for, you know, I mean, even if you say, well, a nation is people, so it's not, it's never geographic, it's the people, right? So it's
right.
You're existing in a geographical place doesn't mean that you are the geography, right? And I think this is where people, you know, I mean, it's just, to me, that's very bizarre. So, you know, and this is what I mean, like when I say Christianity, you know, so it's like, you know, some people, you sit there and they'll argue with you that, oh, Israel is like, you know, it's, of course it's there, it's right there in the Bible. It's like, okay, well, you know, talk about the is-ought gap. I mean, it's like, okay, it's like, see, there's this place, we call it Israel in the Bible. Therefore, you know, let's just call something Israel, and there it is. It's like, okay. So I don't know. And that's the same thing with like a Christian or something. Well, I call myself a Christian, therefore I'm a Christian. It's like, well, you know, Jesus is literally saying, you know, beware those who call themselves something. You know, it's like, he's pretty clear. Like, just because someone says I'm XYZ, doesn't mean you should take their word for it.
Especially people who do profusely, like I know people that always are like, maybe I've been guilty of this too, but like I'm really conscious of it now when they go like, I'm an open-minded person, and they have to say it over and over again, and I notice these things, and I'm like, why do you have to keep saying this? And then when something happens, something uncomfortable happens, they don't seem. That's funny that they don't seem that open-minded, even though they're constantly identifying themselves as that, and that's what I get about like these Christians too, or that just constantly have to shove that title down everyone's throat, you know, like let your actions speak. That's what I think.
Yeah, or at least be consistent, you know. And I think that's the and again, I just say that because, you know, in the East-West thing, like my perception being over there was like that. You know, perception is kind of reality in a lot of ways, and I think that this is, you know, true in the West, but we're not conscious. It's kind of like something that we kind of like are in denial about to some degree, right? So, you know, like you can't really go and sell somebody something they don't want, right? So they have to desire the thing, and then even if they, or at least you have to make them feel as if they're getting something out of it at the very least, right? Like,
Yeah, because you can't sell something someone doesn't want. It's called a scam.
Yeah. You're hitting the primal brain when you're things you're talking about. People, it's all based on desire, and the hardcore marketing campaigns that are successful always play on those things, on the person's desire more than anything.
yeah, and I think that's the biggest concern with the technology. It's like if you had the ability to make people want something that got you what you want, I mean, it's a very difficult thing to say that you wouldn't use. It doesn't matter how good of a person you are. It's like, well, you know, like it seems very dangerous, obviously. Like if you can just say, you know, I can make any woman fall in love with me. Okay, well, that's a very dangerous power to have, right? Like, okay, you know, is that really fall in love then? Because she doesn't have a choice. I mean, that's the whole see, that's the
No, here's the thing. I didn't choose not to get what I want without using the powers of Bible Black, so there's no choice either way, right? Determinism.
You're a determinist full on?
No,
Or you just
no, I
mean-
mean, but I'm actually a what's it called? What's the opposite of determinism? It's called indeterminism. Yes, the end part, because things being random is completely different.
So you believe in randomness?
Yes.
So you worship chaos / desire, essentially.
Yes.
I knew it.
And also Jesus.
The chaos musician.
So okay, so God is which one? Chaos or desire?
Well, God's a Tao. So.
God's a what?
The Tao.
The Tao. Okay, but that's basically like chaos, right?
No, but yeah. It would be, it could be, it would be chaos. Yes.
All right. So Taoism is chaos worship, and then Eros worship is desire or Holy Spirit. Am I correct?
Yeah, I need to make this clear. There's order and disorder are not the same thing as chaos. They're derived from chaos.
Oh wait, sorry. Say that again.
Order and disorder, neither of them is the same thing as chaos, but they're both derived from chaos.
Okay, so chaos is just like 50-50 chance. Then you have order, disorder, and then do you have desire, which is the Holy Spirit, basically, correct?
No, it's not. It's not in the model.
Okay.
It's all out of bounds.
Okay, so God is chaos, and then out of that comes order, disorder. That's just the God, and then what would the? I know you're
order and
Trinitarian.
disorder is our perception of the chaos. That's our perception of the
so
chaos.
that's perception. Okay, that makes sense. So, what is the Holy Spirit? So, if you were to be a Trinitarian, because you had a Trinitarian model before, what would the Holy Spirit be in the model? If it's not desire, what is it?
That model's not part of the Trinitarian model. The Discordian model is not part of the Trinitarian model. They're orthogonal to each other, except for the I guess the elder abomination part of the model, which is the God. So the one true God. But so they're orthogonal models. They don't have a one-to-one mapping. They're not really related.
Someone in the chat, they said chaos is uninformed magic potential. I think anyway, like the Wild Hunt, you can form it if you okay, it's gone.
Interesting. Chaos is unformed magic potential. Yeah, it's perception. Yes or no, binary code essentially, right? I get it. I mean,
yeah. Like, she said you can form it if you can hold it.
Well, so
Yeah, it's not just it's unformed potential in general. It's not just magic potential.
So what is the Holy Spirit to you, Hank? If you had to give it a thing, if it's not desire, what do you think it is?
That's part of the egregore model. So a Holy Spirit would just be another egregore. It's part of the egregore model.
You can't hold an egregore. It's a thought.
If you're not creative enough, you can't. But I am. Have you tried a butterfly net?
Hank. Okay, so hold on a second. So God is chaos. Okay, so what? So you said an egregore model, but okay, so where does desire fit into Christian? Like, what do you think it means in your model? At least in your model.
But I'm juggling a couple of different models. Desire. It's just. It's hard to contextualize. I don't have enough framework to tell you what desire means.
Well, because you said chaos comes first, and then desire would kind of like be the way that you would form.
Desire is just something innate, a property of an agent. It's just a property in an agent.
So it's separate than. So do you see chaos? So do you see existence as like the universe separate from an agent? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, an agent is in the universe. It's made out of the piece of chaos, but it's an agent in the universe.
So do you think God made the universe, or He is the universe, or it is?
Is the universe?
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, okay, and so desire is just a. So then you have an agent. What does the agent consist of?
It's just pretty much. What does it consist of? I think I wrote something down. Let me double check.
I recognize it's a hard question, by the way. I recognize it's a hard question because do you say consciousness, or do you say awareness, or do you say, you know what I mean? Like
pretty much it has like a readable print loop, but I don't know how to explain it to you in a way you understand it though. So if it has if it can just interact, pretty much if it has, I know what I'm missing. So an object that which you can draw and imagine that which has shape. An entity is that which you can see or touch. An agent would be like an entity that can pretty much. Probably an agent would be a type of entity, but I don't know what properties would have. I guess it would be consciousness. No, it all has consciousness. An agent would have sentience, I guess.
No. Sorry, I should have been more precise with my question. I know this is sounds insane to most people, but it's an important question to me. So, what do you think So, what is the differentiation between an agent and God and existence or God, essentially? Like, what's the differentiator? Like, how do you tell the difference?
An agent has less. An agent's kind of segmented away from God, so it's not everything. The agent doesn't contain everything.
So it's less agency. It's like agency light, essentially. Like
it's less agency than God. Yeah.
All right. So basically agency is God, and then a lesser form of agency is like an agent, essentially, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. No, that makes sense. And again, I know this sounds like totally batshit insane, but to me, I think this is actually what Christianity is trying to figure out. I think this is where a lot of Christians get lost in this little question here. Somewhere how do you tell what's the difference between you as an agent, I guess you'd say, and how do you connect to God, right? And so people say, well, through Jesus, right? Well, what does that mean, right? And the Rosicrucians have a very particular answer, and I'm sure everybody else has a different answer, right?
Yeah, Rocky Shepherd, I'm an idealist.
Are you a Rosicrucian?
No.
Why not?
This identifies one.
I mean, where do you think they got it wrong? Because that's what I meant to ask.
I don't know.
Or is there anything that you disagree with them on? Like, maybe that's a better question.
Not that I know of yet.
I mean, they've kind of invented the Enlightenment, right? So,
yeah.
Do you
Go
ahead.
You go.
Oh no, I was just saying they invented the Enlightenment, so it's kind of like if you take anything Enlightenment forward, then you basically have to.
Neurojack, what do you disagree with the Rosicrucianists with, if anything?
Well, I don't know a lot about them, but from what I understand, like they're pro black magic, and I'm not. So I think that's probably the easiest one for me. It's like I think black magic is. I think and again, this goes back to the whole like I'll just take it full circle. This goes back to surrogate activities. Like I think that because this whole thing started with surrogate activities, right? So I'm thinking like to me, it's like I think that there's some sort of thing with surrogate activities where you could turn surrogate activities into a form of black magic. And so that's kind of where that's where I was trying to go this whole time. So it's kind of interesting. We kind of came back on the things like,
Well, I'm going to say all magic I don't like is black magic, and all magic I do like is miracles.
Wait, say that again. That's a very quotable line there. Say that.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna say all magic I don't like is black magic, and all magic I do like is miracles.
All right, that sounds very Zimbabwean of you. That sounds very Zimbabwean.
Yeah, that's why we're friends. And Jake Dyer too. It sounds like Jake Dyer too.
I'm sure they'll be happy to know that you and him agree.
Yeah.
When you look up the standard definition from Webster's and this Google for black magic, they both definitions have the word evil in them. And it's like black magic is traditionally referred to as the use of supernatural power for evil, selfish purposes.
That's a very like subversive thing too, because like, and this
I don't like that one.
No, because okay, now you have to go into the ontology of evil. How do you define? How do you define evil as "quote unquote" real? And then
stuff I don't like. Stuff I don't like.
Yeah, it's weird.
But do you think that Christianity has a sufficient definition of evil? Then?
Yeah, well, it's stuff God created that He doesn't like.
So it's like you make this piece of art and you're like, ew, I don't like this. It sounds like very like, so that's what you're saying? You're saying God is like a guy who makes a painting and he's like I don't like it.
Second grader?
Absolutely.
Second grade students.
Absolutely. And I'm emotivist. So yeah, I'm a motivist and it works. God made stuff He didn't like. Otherwise the universe would be perfect. Not very good, it would just be perfect. Period. Which means God made stuff He didn't like.
Do you think that most Christians actually believe that, but they don't want to admit it to themselves?
Well, here's the thing: if we assume their God, Saturn, Yahweh, made the universe, God had to have made stuff He didn't like. But if we don't assume that, and He's just some kind of lesser God, then He's just dealing with something a higher God made.
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, this brings me back to the Trinity. Do you think that the Trinity is trying to explain this problem, or?
No. Listen. You can't explain the problem. Yeah, we can't do. It's not trying to explain the problem, but you can contextualize the Trinity in a way that does explain the problem. So if we distinguish, just Yahweh the egregore from God, that this elder abomination, then it solves the problem.
Do you think that any Christians do that overtly, or like
Yeah, open theism Christians, any Unitarian Universalists and Lutherans, pretty much the liberal Christians solve this problem.
What do you think about like Jay Dyer? Like you don't think they solved this problem?
No, not Jake Dyer does not solve this problem.
Why not? What do you think? What do you think he hasn't solved? What do you think he's missing in this arena? I'm actually genuinely curious. I'm actually asking. Like, this is what I would like to ask him as well, but I don't know. That he
do you ever call his show? I don't. He just calls.
I don't think he wants to talk to me very much. So, I'll leave that to you.
Yeah, because I'm not a bench.
You got some history, Neurojack? Your history with
I
Jay
don't
Dyer?
know. Not that I'm aware of, but I get the sense that he thinks so. I don't know, but
no, I think he'd like to talk to you.
Oh, probably not.
So pretty much, when I called him, he said the Jews didn't know what they meant when they wrote the Bible, but he knew what the Bible meant. It's supposed to mean talk about the Trinity. It's supposed to, the Old Testament supposed to reference Trinity from the New Testament, but the Jews right now aren't Trinitarians. So I can only conclude that from his assertion that the Jews didn't know what they wrote. The Orthodox Church fathers knew better what the Bible meant than the people who wrote it. So, and I'm talking specifically about the Old Testament part, and that's just absurd because you're elevating your interpretation to I guess about the artist's interpretation, but that's really not a problem. But you can't claim that you have the correct dogma when it's just another interpretation. So if there's no right interpretation, you can't claim to have the right interpretation. And if there is a right interpretation, wouldn't it be from the author? I guess at least the authors or the group the authors are from. Mic check.
I hear you, Hank.
Okay. Did I win?
Will we take your Neurojack silence as a conceding?
I want an explicit consent that they conceded.
Hillary Clinton consent?
Yes. Yeah, I want affirmative consent. Yes.
Okay.
That's a good question, Gary. Why didn't God forget the devil? Unless the devil's just God's attorney general, like it says he is.
I've heard that one. Yeah.
Well, he maintains hell, right? And judges people. So he's just attorney general and prison warden.
Some people will say he's the prince of this earth.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, why he sounds like a kid?
Well, maybe they're not, but there's no evidence that I guess that Jews that wrote the Bible were Trinitarians at the time either. So, Carvagego or whatever it's called.
did you guys actually get into surrogate realities? I mean, surrogate activities on this text?
We didn't read any of this yet.
Okay.
But Machine Lights is trying to fill up the time, so it doesn't have a short show. So.
Machine. Oh man. Yeah. That was actually a nice side mission, actually, though.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did cover the relevant sections, and I'm going to put them back around here again.
Okay.
You know, at the end of the show, so I'll play a different recording of the manifesto read by a female voice, and there we'll
Mhm.
go back over the section on leftism and also the section on surrogate activities really quickly, so you could take another brief look. But yeah, I gave my little commentary on it as well earlier in the show. It is the part of the first 60 paragraphs here. We're on 59 here on the page, but I wanted to go over what I was looking for earlier, where he sort of talks about surrogate activities, and he's talking about how how these things like getting a family and being part of a community and doing things of basic survival, and he puts it down into this category. He says physical necessities, right? Survival, sex, love, status, and revenge. So he says those are things that go with the power process. That everybody inherently needs, has these drives, but there's no way to fulfill these drives through surrogate activities, right? So, and then he says in paragraph 66, he says, today people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. So there goes the lack of autonomy. Now he has a section on autonomy as well on 42. He says, autonomy as a part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working towards their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It's usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Okay, so that's key as well. Thus, if
Machine,
half a
can you
dozen
give us
people-
can you give us an example of a person that needs to use less autonomy that you might be talking about that we can relate to?
a person that needs less autonomy? Well, I guess a person that's doing a task that's more under the control of experts. So the direction of the task is not really under his control, right?
Yeah, lab technician, lab technician, probably.
Yeah, lab technician would be one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great example, Hank. So the more highly specialized, right, a goal is, right, we might say, it goes into a greater loss of autonomy for the person that's sort of asked to perform that task. Now, one that is totally non-specialized, non-professional, maybe non-mediated task, like such as a person who fishes and then eats the fish, right? And or something like that, or or somebody who, for example, seeks out personal revenge against his business partner, right? That has nothing to do with performing the task in the business, or something like that. It's just about status, revenge, right? Gaining the upper hand. That people in business have this and they take it out on each other because there's no way to secure this through the activities of being a businessman. So it's like this side, so that being a businessman is a side quest to actually gaining love and happiness and status and all these other things, right? And
right, probably the only time that a business would profit from revenge, for example, would be like when you see some of these streamers like go on these, maybe it's like it's real enough to them, like these attacks on other YouTubers or old friends, but it boosts their business by giving them a lot of ratings, right?
Or scammers, like the scam builders are all like it's like all revenge. The whole thing's all revenge.
Yeah. Yeah, or how about this? You know, walking down the street is less of a surrogate activity than riding a bike, right? Because you didn't have to, because somebody else had to make the bike, right?
Mhm.
Right? Now, what about
Yes.
driving in a car? Driving in a car is more of a surrogate activity than riding in a bike, right? Because you have to ride on the road. You have to follow. You have to follow traffic laws, and you have to have insurance, and you have to be trained to operate the vehicle, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
So now there's
Yeah.
tons of experts involved in the decision.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Pretty much would be a surrogate activity unless you're going to work and back home. Any
Right.
other driving would be surrogate.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, a person who's driving, they have to drive on the road. A person who's walking, they can walk in any direction, right? Their walking is under their own control, right? Yet they can do less while walking. They're going to cover less of a distance, but, you know, the reason they're walking for has to do with, you know, the task they're performing. You know, they're not doing, you know, a lot of stuff that you have to do in a car, right? Like, for example, waiting in traffic, right? Looking at car commercials, right? You know, gaining the appropriate, you know, licensing in order to operate a motor vehicle. You know, all of these would be considered activities that, you know, aren't exactly conducive to your survival. Nevertheless, you have to perform them in order to operate the motor vehicle, right? So it's interesting. The more we have to engage in these types of activities, the less and less we are in control of the direction of our lives, and the less and less we perform tasks for their own specific goal or end. We completely remove ourselves from the power process as a result of these, you know, the more these surrogate activities pile on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting. It could be, you know, you could put it in very simple terms. Just, you know, and that's why he says later in paragraph 66 that people live more today in virtue of what the system does to them. You know. Let me go to the direct quote. It says today people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And then he goes on to say that, you know, basically you're more, you know, managed by people who run the nuclear power plant that's near your house than anything you do for yourself. You know?
Shit.
Yeah, so let's take a look at a little bit of this, and then we'll go ahead and go past paragraph 66 this time, which is the key one that I just read. You know, paragraph 42 is where the section on autonomy starts. Note at paragraph 64 is where he talks about existentialism, the rise of existentialism, and its connection with modern society, with the malaise of the technological society and modernity, and also where he outlines his idea of non-surrogate activities, which is for sex, love, and revenge, and all of these types of things that surrogate activities cannot give you, and that people then use the system as a means to accomplish them.
Form is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. 59. We divide human drives into three groups. 1. Those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2. Those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3. Those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventually defeatism, depression, etc. 60. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. 61. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case, you have hardly any autonomy in work, so that the need for the power process is not well served. 62.
I don't know if that's a intentional adaptation of Henry David Thoreau, but yeah, Caravaggio, shout out for that. You don't drive a Tesla, the Tesla drives you. Just like how Thoreau said that we no longer ride over the railroad, but the railroad rides over us. In the 1800s.
Right.
Social needs such as sex, love, and
yeah.
I was gonna say, would you say most people fall into not most people, people that are identify as chronically depressed probably have that third category on their consciousness mostly? That third thing, what the book said about not being able to meet your needs.
Yeah.
No matter what you do.
Yeah, I think he's hitting on something major, that there's much more of a rise of helplessness and powerlessness in today's society. And in the next few paragraphs, he actually says, as I was going to say, that it's the cause of the rise of the 20th century philosophy. And so does Nietzsche kind of talk about that. That this is actually the rise of, the helpless person, is this lack of ability, right? And yeah, there's more and more of these types of people, in the society, the underman, as you will, so yeah, I mean, it just goes to be that, and it's funny that Nietzsche was talking about how, in the society, there's going to be people that are going to be able to work around this, and I think the ubermensch of his particular thing is the criminal type, the person
Outlaw.
that's sort of,
Yep.
yeah, the outlaw type, that would be his ideal within this sort of society, is the person who can get around the laws, use the system to his own advantage, and then and still exert those social needs such as sex, love, status, and etc.
I think Schopenhauer, because I've read some stuff about Nietzsche's about him and Nietzsche, and remember Schopenhauer was talking about Napoleon, for example, and he was saying that he seemed like from whenever he spoke about Napoleon in his writing, he never said he didn't really like the guy, right? But he did one, I guess you can say, positive thing he said about him. He's like, if anyone could benefit from the, I'm paraphrasing, benefit from the chaos and the underhandedness of nature, it's Napoleon. Like he took his natural inclination for being like a kind of like a fucked up person, and he took it to the next level. Like he basically ran with it, like, and he took what society, like you were talking about, like the criminal and all that, and profiting over people's misery, and he became famous from doing that, among other things.
Yeah, I'm on the edge of doing that myself. I'm just trying to do it in a way that bad karma doesn't weigh me down and destroy me. So I'm still shopping that out.
How's it going for you?
There's like a couple rituals I still need to do, but I'm somewhat close.
Yeah, Hank's on the quest for the Golden Grail, apparently. So
The Golden Grail.
yeah.
Hmm.
So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Status often remain in group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. 63. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process largely through pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. 64. It seems that, for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power
here it comes.
Process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of these social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment.
Yeah, this is very interesting thing. You have all of the sudden in the modern age, the discovery of all these mental illnesses, the discovery of all these vain philosophies, such as existentialism, nihilism, anarchism. You name it, you got it. They don't want the state. They don't want the self. They don't want truth. They want to be postmodern. They want to be posthuman. They want to be transhuman. They want to be transsexual, right? Everything is spectral, right? There is no basis to anything, right? The existence precedes essence, right? And all this ideal is really coming from a sort of counter idealism, right? And that goes to, what came first? Was it modern society that came first, or was it these vain philosophies that came first and then they caused modernism to come out? Or was it technological society that caused this malaise, this sense of purposelessness, and then accompanied with it were these arcane philosophies and these vain philosophies of self-actualization and selfhood and and all this type of deal, individualism, mental illness.
It's usually it's usually the ideas that come first, because the Pilgrims tested out something very, very suspiciously similar, like to communism, before Marx was even born. So it's usually the ideas coming first.
And that goes to the real bad guys that we were addressing earlier, naturalism and solipsism. They seem to be emanating from the ideas of evolution and materialist, reductionist theory as well. That seem to crop up in the modern times. Yes, the world has never seen such philosophies until they developed methodology that was, essentially, for the metaphysical, philosophical, and emotional eunuch, right?
In other words,
we're making,
it is not
making
fully
problems that weren't there. So we're making simply said, like, we're making problems that weren't even there.
Right.
With this monitorism. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, thinking up new problems, compensatory mechanisms.
Yeah. Gotta make something up to sell.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember one day they had too much shit in the streets, and somebody said, let's make a poop map and we'll go around the shit. That's exactly,
Yeah.
like instead of cleaning up the shit in the street, you create a poop map.
Right.
That's that's the an example of creating
Mhm.
compensatory mechanisms to deal with the problems instead of what created the problems. Right?
Yeah. Good example, man. Good
You
old
know?
San Francisco. My university.
Yes, the poop map would take is just as much effort as cleaning the shit up,
Right.
and so it's a waste of time.
Right. Well, we'll get engineers on the case and we'll develop maps. And,
And actually, though, if you think about it logistically, if you have a poop map on your phone, you have your head buried in your phone, you're gonna step in the poop.
Right. Right.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, there's homeless people with cell phones. Figure that one out.
I know that's wild, bro.
Well, we have our friend JG in the chat, so I'm not gonna be too harsh.
Yeah.
Satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be fully satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. 65. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee and, as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small business today operates on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative, because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. 66. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. 67. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in the pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into group 3, the drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and usually we do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hyman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis, New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards at a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, on how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. 68. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless. Nuclear act.
See, now, in the beginning, he counts loss of human dignity and feeling like a cog in the machine. See, these would be classified as most as being sort of subjective, emotions, but then he goes on to carefully define them in terms of modern psychology and all these sort of ideas. And it's interesting that many of these may have been engendered into him through those MK Ultra experiments where he was learning about the tools of the psychologists, right? I think that there's something to that, that he's now externalizing this process and showing the methodology behind modern psychology, how modern psychology and mass psychology is used, in terms of propaganda techniques in order to ameliorate the effects of technology itself, right?
Yeah, but now he's about to step in it because he's gonna say, "Well, nukes is a modern thing that ancient people didn't have to worry about, but they couldn't do anything about." But hurricanes is pretty much the same thing, but ancient people couldn't do anything about those. So, and we can. So he's about to step in it.
Before he does that, Machine, could you explain a little bit about like the MK Ultra stuff that they did to them? They did to them, to him. You know.
Well, not much
like
is
with
really
LSD
known.
or
Yeah, not much is really known about the LSD part. They know they procured a lot of LSD for MK Ultra by the Eli Lilly company, but also there's but mostly for the Kaczynski stuff, it was under the direction of Henry A. Murray, and how they were all basically doing techniques in order to figure out people's ideology. The MK Ultra study is called the Anti-Authoritarian. The report on the anti-authoritarian personality. So it's essentially trying to unlock people's ideas of power, right? How they want to exploit other people, right? So it's interesting. So what I'm trying to say is that the whole idea that he's talking about seems to sort of relate to that somehow, right? Because he's talking about power and the process of how one gains power in the world, and one's whole idea of dignity and power, and so I mean, I haven't exactly been able to make an exact connection, but yeah, the whole Henry A. Murray, how he worked for the Esalen Institute, how that's involved in the human potential movement, and all these concepts of like self-actualization and all of that. How that's coming out of the 70s of the whole, UC Berkeley scene there. So I think that's got to play a huge part into this. But it's funny that he's using the tools of modern psychology in order to turn it against itself. Because as I said, it's these same techniques that are being used to ameliorate the effects of the technological society. So yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, there's this uneasy rise between mental illness and life in technological society. Where definitely, there's more of a pressure felt by people in a high. You could just walk around a city and basically figure that one out. You go to the city, you see more crazy people. You see just crazy people just walking around. Right.
The craziest things, and people are paying for dopamine retreats now, where they basically all it is like you don't use electronics. You just sit in a room and meditate or do it. Even that they have that out here too.
Yeah. That's basically what a video game and a lot of these other things are too. Video games, psychedelics. These are dopamine retreats.
Right. Yeah.
Accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. 69. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease, for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault, unless it is the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed on him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. 70. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able personally to influence them. So, modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas, he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough, general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. 71. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the traffic signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can work only according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. 72. Modern society is in certain respects extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion we like, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice.
So he's complaining about having to go with the flow of traffic, but that's just the speed limit, and it's way, way, way faster than traveling on foot. So it's a very big net positive if you have a place to go in a certain amount of time. If you have a time limit, going with traffic is faster than the natural way.
Right. But that also goes with the fact that most of your needs are going to be, 20 to 30 miles away, right?
Yes.
So see, it creates a built-in, problem that it has to solve. You know what I mean?
Well, my needs could still be 20, 30 miles away, but now it's going to take me 2 days to get there.
Yeah, maybe, but they're likely not to be. In such a case, human beings created a division of labor, whereas most of their needs weren't 20 to 30 miles away, right? Now it seems like most people, to get to their jobs, they have to go commute to the city, which is 20 to 30 miles away, and then, for that, they need modern transportation. Usually that's the case, right? But, of course, there's people who have gotten around that problem, but, yeah, maybe they move to where they work or they work from home. But in order to do that, they have to increase their scale of technology, not decrease it.
Yes.
Safe sex. We can do anything we like as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. 73. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes it is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people, or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy for only a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can survive only as someone else's employee. 74. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to an advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis also is such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies.
Okay, so there goes the rise of sexual degeneracy, the midlife crisis, right? This whole idea, so he's mainly right about those problems. We've seen that a lot. There's been people trying to talk about what the issue behind that is. People have pointed to different issues like feminism, extended adolescence in males, males not having jobs, being incels, not having the ability to gain their own property, so people are waiting until their 40s to settle down, have a family. They're waiting until their 30s and 40s, whereas you have to finish high school, gain enough money, and all of this type of stuff. So this is causing a real problem in society. There's also lots of dysgenic practices in society, such as family planning devices, birth control, abortion clinics, etc. Right? So there's all these ideas, right, that are basically inventions of modern science, right? And we talked about how feminism is coupled with the Industrial Revolution, right? So there's this whole issue, right? But there's also another whole issue about how most of these decisions and ideas don't even come from the government, right? But they come from international corporations, right, and experts.
Yeah,
right?
what's ironic is that his prescription, he shares his prescription with this with a lot of the major technocrats, which is less people around. If there's just a whole lot less people around, everything would be better. So he agrees
that's
with
actually
many of the technocrats.
Well, that's actually false because when they give him the idea to that the problem is that there's too many people, that if you reduce the people, there'd be less effect on the environment. He actually says that that's a false solution because actually the entire environmental movement is a hoax. It's created by the elites, in order to scare people, and creating one revolutionary that's against the technological system is way more proficient as a move than trying to re-educate and then become an incel and then go underground and have no effect. So his solution is actually creating families. He says that many times, just like he said right now. He says the midlife crisis also is such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children. That is fairly common in modern society, but unheard of in primitive societies, right? So
well, we do hear the primitive societies. We have the third gender. We have the what's it called? There's a whole religious sect that what's it called? What is it? Just monks and nuns for generations. Some that don't even breed. We have spinsters, so we do hear about Asian societies all the time. Plus, we have genetic evidence that most people didn't breed anyways.
This overlaps with that Universe 25 experiment with the rats I was talking about on the broadcast.
Yeah, about Mouse Utopia.
Mouse Utopia, right? The more population got overcrowded, the more led right to degeneracy, like you said, and which also led to people just actually becoming asexual and not even trying to reproduce, and they just wanted to primp themselves, and they kind of became narcissists and stuff.
Greetings, guys. If the population is completely is left unguided or poorly guided, then absolutely the Mousetopia situation might end up, might sort out. But when have we ever in living memory actually been doing it right? Like that we know of. When have the children been being taught correctly, learning the things that they should know by the age of 16, so that later on midlife crisis and all these things don't occur? That it only occurs in our modern society. I don't think people were having midlife crises 1,000 years ago.
We can find examples in history, yes.
Do you name one?
Yes. What's called Caligula.
You think Caligula had a midlife crisis, and that's why?
Well,
what's your hypothesis?
It could be it could be a fairly common thing for people in power. That they get bored and they don't have much to do anymore. Like Caligula, you can imagine. Also, Kaczynski mentioned, for example, Emperor Hirohito and his obsession with marine biology. He considered his obsession with marine biology to be a surrogate activity, for example, a hobby that he engaged in because he had nothing else. He had nothing better to do from seizing all the power. All of his physical needs were taken care of, right? So he went and engaged in marine biology, right? So even the ancients engaged in surrogate activity. It's not a modern thing. It's just more common in modern times, right?
And it comes as a result of basically lack of I've done everything and I own everything and I've got everything, so now I'm going to have a midlife crisis. That's one man having too much power and then getting bored, isn't it?
I'll give you my weapon.
So perhaps not
lack of
allowing
purpose, right, sir?
Right.
Because Machine was talking about lack of purpose earlier. It's like there comes to a
Right.
point where they don't have a purpose anymore after they have their family and all that.
And that's the biggest issue with society today. Like most people lack any purpose, really, and only they accept the roles assigned by society, accept that those are the only roles that exist, and yeah, it's bad guidance, man. And I think that
That's a
probably
good
got
caveat to that 25 Mousetopia. You're right. It is guidance because they're just mice. Of course, they don't have guidance other than the cage keeper.
Yeah.
But we're humans.
Yeah. We're humans, but we need, we're incredibly intelligent and everything, but we need guidance to understand ourselves, to understand the confusions that, hormones and emotions and all that, the part that plays in confusing our state of being and everything. All of these things, if we understood them better, we'd be able to deal with them better, wouldn't we?
Definitely feel more empowered.
But I think I think it's a testament to not allowing, one man or a small group of men or women to amass too much power, too much power and influence over other people. Because you say Caligula, yeah, he conquered everything. He got bored and had no purpose anymore. Well, I mean, there's so many things that could be taken out of that. Well, he didn't have any purpose anymore. Well, his purpose was a bit fucked in the first place, wasn't it? His entire, all he wanted was power and authority over people. That's an issue. Why should Caligula have power and authority over everybody? Who gives a fuck if he has a fucking midlife crisis at the end of the day because he's got bored, because he's got no purpose, because he's done everything, and he should never have been allowed to to do what he did. So shout out Rethink.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. Modern life has created more issues in terms of this, in terms of the sense of purposelessness, in terms of the sense of the the midlife crisis. And also it's got more ideas in terms of these concepts that Hank is talking about, where you're talking about sexual, I guess what would be, by the Christian standard considered sexual degeneracy and different sexual categories among indigenous tribes, whole classes of monks among those tribes. I want to answer this. Well, it's not that people who practice sexual immorality within these societies could just move to the city, right? They had to work within the rights, the sexual rights of their society, and still these were not all the time there to promote a larger population. Some of them some of these practices were dysgenic in order to control the population, keep it at a sustained level, right? So they had so it's not about promoting the population or anything like that, but modern society has many dysgenic practices, whereas in the Western, educated, industrial, rich, and democratic societies, you have all sorts of ideas, the capacity for women to gain independence, education, and then go into their late ages, and not maintain a family or be part of a small community, and it's the education that actually equips them to do this, right? So women who get educated into their later ages, they're less likely to start a family and all this type of stuff, right? And this is a modern or a thing that's available in the modern city, right? That's afforded to us in the modern lifestyle, right? Due to the family planning devices that are available and all the rest of it, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, and also there's the ideology that's very powerful. Feminism is a very powerful ideology, that goes along with it. But yeah, so it's not just so of course, they could have these extremely rare cases where you have these two spirits and stuff, these people that become shamans or whatever the case may be. These are extremely rare people, within that society.
It's rare in our society too, though. There's like less than a 10%, like a 10th of 1% of trans people.
I mean, feminism is the ideology of feminism is fundamentally wrong anyway. So, isn't it? Because it's denying the role of the female. We don't.
No.
Well, no. All right. So, what feminism has turned into? Feminists obviously don't even realize they hate women. They obviously hate women because they're trying to become men. They're trying to turn all men into women, not in a sexual, not in a sexual.
I don't know. I don't know. Please explain.
You can do everything that a man can do. Women can do everything that men can do, as good, if not better.
All right, but that type of feminism is counterfactual to the universe. That's why we have men and female sports separate still.
So feminism, the ideology, is fundamentally wrong.
But I wouldn't say that's fundamental to the ideology, though.
Modern day, it is. It seems like to be promoted constantly, bro. I hear that. I've been hearing that since I was a little kid. Yeah.
Yes, but Andrea Dworkin had boyfriends that beat her up, so I don't know what feminism really means.
So if feminists were out there pushing for women to be women and to fulfill their roles as women, if everybody knew and you know, if everybody knew what the roles of male and female are, and was sure about that, if we were sure about what the roles of male and female are, then feminists should be pushing women to be more feminine, not more masculine. Not trying to eradicate.
So what should feminists tell women to do to meet your qualifications?
Fulfill the role of a woman.
Yeah, what does that even mean?
Well, for example, like having children. Look at this, how wild this stuff is. Like you get women that see J-Lo have twins at 50 years old, and they think all I have to do is I can do my corporate job or whatever, and I can hold off to having kids, and then I can freeze my eggs. But the thing is like that's her, bro. Like
there you go. So we pay single mothers to just spread just shoot all kids. That's incentivize women to be women. So paying off single mothers how the state raise their children encourages women to be women because having kids is something women do.
It's obviously it's not something that every woman has to, it's not the role of every woman to be a mother. It's or to have children, to bear children, because not all women can bear children. It's certainly in the state of health now, that what is it, 50% over 35 they reduce their the chance of getting pregnant by 50% after the age of 35. So
what about that counterexample?
Well, that's what I was gonna I didn't finish though, excuse me. That's why I was gonna say, like, it's like selling a pipe dream, because like the gentleman was saying that, like, as it is, it's already hard for women to have children when they don't prolong when they're gonna have it, right? So and when a woman doesn't have just because she freezes her egg doesn't mean it's gonna work out. And I don't know if you guys know people that have tried to have children, especially women, and they've had fertility issues. It's one of the hardest things, certainly for a couple. For the man, sure, the husband, but for the woman, it's fucking heartbreaking, bro.
And also recovery from that pregnancy. If a woman has a pregnancy later on in life, her body does not bounce back the way it did.
Right.
It would have done when she was in her 20s.
Right.
So you don't want to talk about the counterexample of the government providing for single mothers to have children, because that would technically be both modern feminism and go with your example of femininity.
All that fulfills is the role of popping out babies. It doesn't fulfill the role of bringing those babies up into fully rounded individuals. So you're talking about a situation where you just got women getting breeded up and popping out babies. What happens to those babies? Who takes care of those babies? What family unit, male, mother and father family unit, are going to take care of those babies in that situation? We've been completely brainwashed. All of us have been totally brainwashed as to what the family is and what the role of the family plays. The role of the family is what is like one of the most important things in our lives, and they've destroyed the family unit as a result of that.
I think you believe in a nuclear family, and that's your issue.
No, I'm not. No. Family doesn't have to be just blood relatives. Family is community. If we had strong communities, then women could have children without having fathers, and the community can raise the child.
Okay,
wasn't that one of the solutions? What is that? One of the solutions you read earlier from Kaczynski? Having children.
That's right. He explicitly mentions it as a solution to the problem. You know, and actually, it's funny because in in the work technological slavery, you know, Dr. Skrbina talks about how population density, population growth, the exponential growth of population is actually related to technological society. And Kaczynski actually, you know, recants that this is all overestimated, that actually the solution is to have children that follow the ideas that promote the solutions against the technological society. So he says that, you know,
which is a family, you know, a family would be
Right.
able to do that much better than a broken family.
right. So when we get to the work technological slavery, you know, in the letters to Dr. Skrbina, he's going to explicitly make that case. Yeah. That families are the solution.
But like I said, I think family. We all think family's just the people that were, you know, that are related, blood relatives, family. But back in the day, I don't think it was like that. It was important, but I think your community, which I guess would have been your tribe, was just as important. Basically, it was a family.
Yeah, and that's why it's interesting that he says decisions made within a small group are decisions with which, you know, essentially express all the autonomy that individual autonomy really has.
Mm.
You know, but these large scale groups are the kind where, you know, you have obviously, you know, decisions, large scale industry that has centralizing and democratizing effects. This dual edged sword of large scale industry, right? That it's in one sense collectivizing, but in another sense, it creates monopolies.
I mean, like democracy, that's something that we're all confused about. What we've been fed this fucking this narrative about democracy and having a democratic government, and they go out and they call they call their, you know, the parties call themselves Democrats in the UK and in America and elsewhere. But democracy, all democracy is the tool. It's the process. It's not the, like, democracy is not what we think it is.
Of course not. Nobody knows what democracy is. Except you, guess.
The act of going out and you know, everybody having their say, that's important. But democracy, as it stands at the moment, will always lead to fascism. It'll always end up, in fact, with fascism, because you just need enough votes. If you can just get enough votes, then you win. So
how is tribalism not fascism too?
how is tribal not? Because fascism is when the industry gets involved, and, you know, like, they influence votes through the media and through advertising. But that's all.
So the local cobbler and the blacksmith and the haberdasher, they can't advertise or influence decisions.
You can't. If the haberdasher or whatever wants to run the village, run the tribe, be the chief of the tribe, whatever. Do you know what? I don't even know how I'm going to land this. It's My point is, democracy is a fucking lie. It's not what we think it is. What all democracy is a step is a step towards fascism.
Okay, is there anything that's not a lie?
Not much. Not in our society today. No. Not very much. It's not a lie that today is Thursday. In certainly in Europe and in America. Although no, in America it's still Wednesday.
No, it's Thursday here. So, but the thing is, it depends what calendar you're using. I mean, I don't think North Korea would agree with us that it's Thursday, but that's technology. The moon don't care what day we call it.
Like the fact that the American what all they're talking about all the time is how Trump is a threat to our democracy. Trump is a threat to our democracy. The way that they refer to our democracy so just constantly over and over and over and over and over.
I voted for Trump twice, and he literally tried to do a coup to stay in office after he lost the fake elector thing.
Listen,
so
Hank, if you believe that bullshit, right? If you believe that bullshit, then you have just dropped so fucking far in my estimations, dude.
Okay. So I have no idea what's happening in my country. I have 3 Trump hats. I vote for him twice, but I'm retarded. I gotcha. I gotcha.
You think that January 6th was a coup?
The faked electors, yes, the faked electors to make sure the votes get changed, and Trump, Pence, just delaying the process and hand over power. That's a coup.
You believe that Biden actually legitimately won the 2020 election?
Even if he didn't legitimately win, if it's more convincing than Trump's claim.
Okay. I don't like either of them. I think they're both wings of the same bird.
Exactly. I totally agree with you there.
I think everybody's going to be in for a really nasty shock next year when Trump.
I doubt I will. It's very predictable.
Oh well, no, all right, no, everybody, but the people that all think that Trump's the fucking savior and he's here to save the day, a nasty surprise. I think what they're doing now has always been on the cards, and Trump was a part of it.
Yeah, I did a pretty solid, I don't want to say conclusive or anything, but I did a solid presentation on Trump earlier. Maybe like 2 hours or so, where we went through his political background and all that type of stuff.
So I was hearing last night. I watched Redacted. I don't know if you ever watch it.
Yes.
They were really good when they first started, but they're obviously that with over 1 million subscribers now. I think they've been captured.
I didn't know they had that many now. Yeah, I watched it a long time ago. But yeah.
So they've got over 1 million subs now, and they've got all new studios and everything. So they've, they've been, even if they don't realize it themselves, they've been captured. But they were talking last night about there's basically, it looks like there was definitely more than one shooter, right? And there was a witness that they were speaking to that was saying that this Thomas guy didn't even get a shot off. The guy that took him out before he even got a shot off. The shots came from somewhere else, and it was like worked out about 400 yards away or something. Well, I also heard that there was the ballistics from one of the bullets said that it came from about 400 yards away, and this lad was only 150 yards away. So last night I was looking at the schematics and everything, and I thought, wouldn't it be like what it looks to me like is that, so if they were going to fake Trump getting shot, if the Trump team or whoever was going to fake Trump getting shot, they have a squib go off or whatever on it, on his ear, and when he's down, they put some blood on his ear and they, make it all look good. But they need people to believe that somebody with a gun was shooting and bullets were flying off. They needed somebody to die. They needed somebody in the audience to die. They needed somebody to get hit by a bullet for it to seem even more real. So what if they had another sniper team, whoever it was that was orchestrating it, had another sniper further away in a different location who was purely there to let a couple of bullets off into the crowd to make it seem more real.
Okay, then what's with
the lad with the 20-year-old lad, perhaps he only had fucking blanks in his gun or something, and he was told, this is all theater, don't worry about it, all right, this is just theater.
Oh, okay. So do you know the name of the production company that hired the 20-year-old?
BlackRock.
That's a real estate company.
Yeah.
Can you show me the Craigslist ad?
He's already been in adverts for BlackRock, though, hasn't
he? Can you show me the Craigslist ad for the crisis acting or whatever?
Why are you asking stupid fucking questions, Hank?
Because your hypothesis is even dumber than my questions.
Okay.
Hank gets a little serious at this hour, but
Hank's hilarious because
it's time for me to work. Normally I'll be working at this time, so I'd like to get to the point.
Right. I appreciate that, but yeah, blessings to the people. We've lost Rethink. No, Hank, you made Rethink run away.
I have that effect on people. Pussy Paul runs away from me too.
He's not going with your government shilling, yo.
Well, I know Pittsburghers. What happened there was expected based on my experience interacting with Pittsburghers.
Yeah, that's what Cockboy Hotline said, and I cannot disagree more with you guys. I think it's 100% hoax in my opinion, but
I live here. I guess I'm being played. I must be in the damn
TMO. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's a hoax in the sense that nobody ever tried to kill Trump. A hoax in that sense, but they needed it to be real. So, another shooter pops off a couple of bullets into the crowd and hits somebody.
Yeah, it must be in a Truman Show thing because you could fool me because like literally everyone I interact with kind of confirms my hypothesis. They're sloppy. They're bad shots. They're immobile.
Hank,
well, I will say
so it must be in a Truman Show.
Well, I will say this, that it's the first time ever that even people like Noelle came here, and she basically said she was asking, "Is it fixed?" So even little kids are asking. This is the first time ever that even little kids are convinced.
She's 24.
When you've got top level military snipers all saying that this absolutely could not. This doesn't add up. None of this adds up at all. None of it. It doesn't make any sense at all, because if any one of these men had been on that team, they wouldn't have allowed it to happen, because they knew themselves that there were two vulnerable points that were completely unguarded: the water tower and the building. The two places that gave a direct shot, a direct line to where the president was speaking. So the two most vulnerable spots were out of the perimeter. They were outside of the perimeter. They even, it looked like a fucking Pac-Man head. When you draw the circle, it should be a 360-degree perimeter, and they're
Well,
360-degree.
I challenge them to simulate it because I hear a lot of backstreet drivers. I doubt they could do better. In fact, it would do worse. So I challenge them to set up a simulation and show us how much better they are.
I've got a question just to help illuminate things a little bit more for me. Did you take the jab?
Yes.
Yes.
But I'm also still alive. I'm supposed to be dead according to the conspirators. But they won't. They want to hide their face because he's worse than me. So I answer your question. I look better than you, but I should be dead according to you. So you can show your.
No, listen, Hank. Listen, dude. You went and took the jab, mate. That says.
Yeah, so I'm retarded. I'm dead. I can't work, except I am working. So and you don't believe anything I said because I'm not in your cult. But I also didn't believe the other conspirators that said that everybody was going to kill everyone because that's the flu.
You're brainwashed.
Yes, I'm brainwashed. I'm stupid. I'm retarded. I'm a manlet, of course. So I should be killed because of Nazis or whatever. And don't listen to me because I'm out of the tribe for some reason.
I'm just saying you're brainwashed, mate. That's all.
Yeah, I'm brainwashed. I'm autist. I'm retarded. I'm manlet. Black gay witch. Whatever you need to exclude my opinion.
No.
Whatever you need.
It doesn't.
We can make up some other category. I use Linux, but Windows is the only real computer operating system. Don't use Linux. It's for pirates. Don't trust me.
Stop speaking. It doesn't exclude your opinion, but it explains.
Of course it does. Of course it does. I use Linux. I'm a pirate. Don't trust anything I say.
Anymore, Hank. I'll see you later.
Don't trust anything I say because I use Linux, and that's a pirate's operating system.
Okay.
Yo, what did I miss? What happened? Where'd he go?
Well, Hank made his point known to our friend.
Okay.
Blessings to our good friend Richie for joining the panel. Thank you so much for joining, and we appreciate your company. But yeah, Hank is subjective little peep.
Yes.
Little peep.
In fact, I'm going to change my headline to that.
Subjective little peep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
With the Luffy, the Pirate King energy.
Yeah. I think it goes with binoculars. I'm going to get binoculars or cameras. No, a camera and a bird. Yeah. Because it's the same thing.
Yo, what is this?
Yo, said that. One plane.
Yo,
he straight went 1863 with that one.
I know.
Negro.
I know, that's hilarious. We got a panel of colorful folks up here. One planet.
Yeah, we do.
That's what it is, you know. You know what I mean? No. A diversity panel at this point on the machine lives.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Action right
here. Yeah, exactly. You know.
Thanks, Rocky. That's a very good one.
Yeah.
He's killing it in more than one way tonight.
Yeah, peace to our friend Rocky, a friend of the show. You know, many great conversations we've shared with Rocky Shepard. You know, thank you so much for your participation. But yeah, let's look at a couple more of these, and then we'll go ahead and shut down for the night. It's been a very eventful night. And thank you guys so much.
75. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or for fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex, with greater emphasis on social power.
See, the goals are about subsistence, survival, you know, and these types of things. And the, you know, motion or activity or task or goal of that task is contained within the action itself. So a task contains no more than what it accomplishes. Whereas technology, it's a characteristic of technology that it conceals its means for a particular end. And the more developed a technique is, the better it is at concealing its means for a particular end. We talked about this. Any sufficiently developed technology is indistinguishable from magic, right? So this is one of the key terms, right?
We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process, with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age, if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man, who has used his body daily for practical purposes, who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man, who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. 76. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. This won't work for those who need autonomy in the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust.
Okay, we'll move on with that section when we get back. Now we will play the remainder of these. We will play the sections before these at the end of the show for you guys in a interestingly formatted video, which includes the text on screen and a female voice reading the manifesto. So that'll come up. We're going to play an hour. Now that we have expended 9 hours here, we're going to go ahead and play an hour of us on Pill Eater and then an hour of us on Jack Talcott. But before that, we will play a interesting debate I had with some Christians recently on the Glenn Lawrence panel. So that's going to be a preview for a debate I'm doing with the Christians coming up soon with Tariq of Verbal Combat, the champion of Verbal Combat. So yeah, we're going to be doing that soon. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining us here. Let's go with some closing statements from you guys. What you guys got for us? How about you, my brother Gabriel?
Well, once again, thank you for having me, and the amazing professor you are, bro. You don't even know. And yeah, it's interesting with the last, just to ducktail with that last part of the the audiobook was talking about, like, what do people do after they become after they raise their family, and it got me to thinking about hearing what Alan Watts once said, who was like a product of the Esalen, about how in Hindu society, so when the first half of life is raising a family, and the second part is basically becoming a eccentric and going off into the wilderness and contemplating life and whatever. But anyway, I thought that was interesting. Maybe we can talk about that next time. Yeah, this has been fascinating as usual, Machine. And thank you, Hank, for your awesome takes.
Thank you. Thank you for your awesome takes.
For sure, my brother. It's a blessing to know you and to talk to you and your entire squad. I'm getting to know all you guys, so it's been a great adventure that we're going on together here, learning things. And yeah, blessing to you, my friend. And yeah, if you have any questions, don't feel shy to send them to me directly. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, I got you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and what about you, Hank?
So 7, if you want seconds, contact me or the Machine Lies. We can get a debate scheduled for you. Heck, if you just have time, I'm a StreamYard host too. So if we just in a hurry and catch me a good time, I could just spin one up.
Yeah, go get him, Tiger. Hank's out here, taking on. How come we didn't have no trolls today, Hank?
I ate them all.
Yeah, I guess they don't want to come talk to us anymore. We had them every day so far. No trolls today. Weird, strange happenings here on the Machine Lies. All right, but yeah, thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I'm sure me and Hank will be back here on Saturday for you guys, if all goes according to plan. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. Until then, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And
solar flare.
Exactly. Solar flare. Yeah, precisely, friends. You know what I mean? So yeah, we gave a little breakdown of Dragon Ball Z as well. But yeah, here we go. Enjoy this show with Pill Eater. Want to play an hour of this? Oh wait, actually, I was gonna go with the debate. I'm sorry. Let me show you guys.
Yeah, don't let them off the hook, machine.
Yeah,
don't let them off the hook.
Yeah, we got you. Anyways, nighty night from us here at the Machine Lies, and we will join you guys on Saturday. And yeah, blessings. Thank you guys so much. And
all right, so changing the topic. All right, I'm gonna play a clip from whatever.
I don't know if this is the part,
and I want you guys to think about it, talk about it, and then we are gonna discuss it. So here we go.
This seemed like, they got 2 Muslim girls on the whatever podcast. It just seemed like they were trying to bait me on this panel. You can never be too sure, but yeah, these Muslim girls are talking just straight up nonsense. But yeah, it is what it is. Anyways, you guys have a blessed night. Thank you so much.
The name, I just know the song on SoundCloud.
No. Isn't listening to music haram?
Like I just not in the music is haram. Yes,
is
music
it
is
listening
haram.
to music haram?
Music is haram, but there's no choice but to hear music.
There's
Everywhere
no
you
choice,
go.
really.
And out on the street, there is music being played. Everywhere you go, there's music. There's no
I want to say this.
escaping that.
When it comes to haram and halal in this modern day and age, because we're not living in the 18th century, it's if someone listens to more music than they do holy verses, then that would be considered haram.
Yeah. It's not the same.
I
It's not the
see.
same. We have
So
iPhones.
I just want to make sure you guys would never lie to me, right? You don't listen
I
to
don't need to lie to you.
music, right?
I don't care who judges me. I don't have to be perfect. Islam isn't about
No,
I
that's
have
fine.
to be a
I
perfect
just want to
Muslim.
make
No,
sure
I just
I'm
have to be the
correct.
best I
just
can.
want to make sure I'm correct. You're not doing haram and listening to music, right?
I wouldn't say so, because I would say I would have an equal amount of I listen to.
But I do say music is not like the best of things. But I would
I
say
listen to
I would
more
honestly I
verses
can't
than
say
music.
that, because I would just say I personally I do listen to music. Who
Yeah.
doesn't listen to music? But I don't listen to it frequently. I don't listen to it frequently.
Every day we would play a verse of the Quran. Every day that's being played. Music.
Yeah,
not
but you're
every
When
like,
I go
but
out,
do
I'll listen
you-
to music.
do you
I don't
pump-
listen to music
do you
when I'm at
pump
home.
it in your apartment? Come on, do you bump it?
No,
Are
but
you
when I go
having a good
outside, I
time
do listen to music in the
those
car.
tunes?
I do listen to music, but in my tradition, how I was raised, I never listened to music in the home. So I don't
in the
practice
home. Yeah, in the home, it's like a
I got to move it
sanctuary
on
to
from
peace.
this.
All right. I was just wondering.
want to move on.
But music is haram, right? I just want to make sure that's clear. It is haram.
It's so annoying.
Oh, am I?
Yes.
Is it awful that you have to confront your own cognitive
totally
dissonance?
fine
Is music
with
haram?
saying that.
No, I wouldn't say so. Not in this modern day and age.
Yes,
Depends-
I would say it is haram, but
It
to a
depends
degree.
on how
And
much
she
you
would say it
listen
is
to
haram. Can you guys even agree on if it's haram or not?
I would say to a degree, it's haram,
To
but
a degree.
I think I overall said that her first answer was what I agree with.
I feel like I've
Okay.
yet to hear a yes or no from you two.
Because the questions aren't.
Well,
based
that's
off of
an
yes or no.
impossibility, seemingly.
See, they out to get us. You can't just say yes or no.
Okay, so to kind of wrap it up here on the whole, like,
It's all good. They're just doing takia, man. Just chill out.
Oh, okay. So here's the first question about this. This is one of the questions I want to bring up. They said it's not haram, but then they say, well, if you do it too much and you're not doing enough, if you're doing, then it is haram. This is how people, it's kind of weird. Like when people are talking about faith, and even in Christians, I hear Christians do this too. Well, that's not bad, but it's bad if you do it this way, but it's not bad. You see, like, it comes across as if like we're picking and choosing. The question is, how do we as Christians can not come off as picking and choosing or trying to reframe things so it comes across as it's convenient for us? You know what I'm saying?
Well, luckily for Christians, we're not earning our way into heaven like it is in Islam.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference, right? So even if we're wrong on secondary issues, I get you that it could come across like bad if on secondary issues you're like getting all like legalistic about it.
Oh,
But-
here is the resident Muslim. What up, Machine Lies?
Are you gonna do haram on us, man?
Yo, give
Play
me
the
one
tunes,
second. I'm
Machine
sorry, I got
Lies.
the audio playing here.
No worries.
He's
Yeah,
listening to music.
Yeah, he's got the
Oh,
audio
you
on.
shouldn't be listening to music.
No, I'm
I
a
was
music.
just gonna say
No, I make
really
music.
quick.
I actually
So
make
you-
music.
You make haram.
No, it's
Bobby
not haram.
Boucher.
It's
I've
not
Bobby
never-
haram.
Boucher. Music is of the devil.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what the Christian preacher said. That's not a Muslim. You just imitated the Christians, right? So that's what they were saying here. right,
Well, just in
America.
that video we were watching about these two Muslim girls saying that it's haram, but only if you
Yeah.
listen to it too long or something like that.
Yeah, it's like asking Andrew Wilson for advice about what the Orthodox priests do. You know, he's not authorized to give advice. These two girls are not authorized to give advice about Islamic, obviously jurisprudence. And right. And yeah, I mean, there's hundreds of Muslim countries, right? You look at their laws, right? And you see that basically, it's part of a sunnah, right? And the sunnah is not widely applied, right? Only what's in the Quran is widely applied, right? It's like reading something from the Orthodox saints, right? That's the traditions of the church. It's not the laws, right, that are in the Bible, right?
The hadiths are like way more highly regarded to my understanding, especially if they're
So
like
it's almost like, I think what you're referring to it as, like you're comparing it to like, you are going to take the scriptures over the commentary of some great church father that's revered.
Yeah,
right? Is that-
exactly. Yeah, exactly. So if it comes down to the commentary, there's different commentaries, right? For example, there's a commentary, right, where there's little girls playing drums, right, in celebration of the Eid, right? And the prophet says, let them continue playing. So there's different interpretations, you know what I mean, based on the tradition, right? So if you take a hardline interpretation of it, you're going to say, well, let's not mess with any music, right? One of the scholars said, Ibn Hanbal, right? He actually said, well, I never saw the prophet eat watermelon, so I'm not going to eat watermelon. You know what I
They're
mean?
lost. I'm
Yeah,
eating
but
some fucking
So,
watermelon.
so,
the
so that
shit lies
doesn't
up
mean,
in.
yeah, so that doesn't mean that here, hold on, but that doesn't mean that watermelon is banned now. But yeah, go ahead, Farney. Sorry.
I'm just so confused. Like when I talk to you, it feels like you're picking and choosing hadiths, right? Like, so are there any hadiths that you consider to be legit,
Wait,
or
what are you talking about picking and choosing hadiths? In this particular issue, I just gave you a hadith that disagrees with your statement, right? So I'm not picking and choosing that. That's a legit hadith that I just gave you to refute what you're saying, right? So, and I'm telling you that they have different interpretations. You could provide me that, oh, they have one solid interpretation of the hadith, right? And you could name what that is, right? If you have it, go ahead. Where's the compiled
well,
source
are
you're
you
talking about?
saying like certain instruments are allowed, or are you saying
No, what
like
are you talking about? You made a
so?
statement. You made a statement, right, about the
Yeah,
illegality
yeah.
of music within the religion, right? But it's not proven, right? So I'm asking you to prove it.
Yeah, I can look up specific hadiths. I
No,
have
no,
like
no. I just told you. You can't look up a specific hadith and apply it broadly to the entire thing. You have to look up a system of jurisprudence that says, okay, through this system, we've compiled the hadith, we've come out with a conclusion, and then look at people who follow that tradition. But you won't be able to find that, not even once. I'm telling you. It's like finding a Christian who follows all of the Orthodox saint traditions, and then I'm gonna pick up a random Orthodox saint tradition and then hold them by it. You know, like you said earlier, that sodomy is oral sex too. Remember when you said that?
No, I said it's gay butt sex.
No, I'm talking about Farney.
No, but like
Oh wait, he just disappeared after.
What?
No, it was like gay butt sex. Then he just disappears.
Oh,
there
Who
he is.
kicked me out? Who kicked
Like,
me out?
what
Which one of you did that?
oh, that's what you meant, man. I was totally confused. Like if I, for instance, found like a Bukhari one, if I then grabbed it, you'd probably say something like that it now has to like be accepted by a certain perception, like percentage or something of Muslims.
Just like if I grabbed a random tradition, right? Bukhari is a scholar, right? If I grabbed a random Christian saint, you know what he said, and said, "Oh, what this guy says is basically orthodoxy," right? If I looked at Palamas or Saint Basil, but you know that they pick and choose between the saints, right? I've heard them say that. I've heard them say, look, saints have different traditions. They come to disagreements with each other.
No,
And then you look at what the
you're-
different saints say, and
They get excommunicated if they have something that's not, proper teaching.
No, you're kind of confusing things here.
So you have to follow tradition, or you get kicked out of the church.
Well, like, yeah, big
So
big
is it
T
based on the tradition,
tradition,
or is it based
but
on your beliefs?
hold
Right?
hold
Because
on.
you said it was laws. You don't have to follow laws. It's about your beliefs.
No, you're kind of confusing the system here. We have one faith. We have one faith, and yeah, there can be church fathers that
Right.
will
According to you, you have that
disagree.
faith, right?
Hold
But
on.
there's
Hold
Protestants
on.
who disagree,
Hold
right?
on, dude. Dude, hold on. We just let you talk. Let me finish. Okay, we have one faith.
Sure.
And there's part of the thing that is in that faith is authority. And the authority does have the choice of application. However, the difference that I see from Christianity, and I'm speaking from an Orthodox Christian position here, that's how I can say one faith. There is this one authority, and that it was that way for the longest time. In Islam, you have, I mean, I guess most Muslims are Sunni, but there's all sorts of other ones too.
Yeah,
So I mean,
exactly. There's lots
would
of
you
here.
say
Here,
really
hold on. What you said
really
is totally contradictory, sir. You
let
just
me
said
let me
there's
ask you, I'm trying to ask you to clarify here to see if we align. So would you
no, we
say
don't. We
that,
don't align. I could already tell you that because you just contradicted yourself heavily, right?
dude, you didn't even let me finish, but what's
Okay,
the
I'll let you
contradiction
finish.
then?
I'll let you
What
finish.
if
Go ahead.
since you
Brother,
know, go
don't
ahead.
worry. I'll
No,
let
you
you
know.
finish. You're giving kind of a
No,
sermon here, but go ahead.
you know. No, you understand what I'm saying, right? You know, go ahead and tell me
Well,
when I'm wrong.
you said you're not done yet. Go ahead.
No, you had to cut in and tell me where I'm wrong. So go ahead.
Okay. Well, you said that there's ultimate authority, right, within the Orthodox Church, but you said there's no authority within Islam. But then you guys stated that music is haram, so that doesn't make any sense at all.
Well,
that's not what I said.
I'll let Dustin go, and then I do have a exact Bakari one for you afterwards.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if you have a Bakari one because he just said there's no underlying authority behind it, right? So
That's not what I said. I didn't say that.
okay, then point to me the authority that's going to follow the Bukhari Hadith. That's going to uphold the Bukhari Hadith. Go ahead and point me to that authority where they have the compiled Hadiths and they say this is halal and this is haram. Go ahead and point me to that.
See, no, I don't know. That's why I was trying to give a genuine comparison in the question. So, like, I understand that, like, if you're Sunni, then you don't accept the Shia, like tafsirs, or I guess I don't know.
Right.
all
Just
the
like if you're
distinctions,
an
right?
Orthodox, you don't accept the Protestant ones, right? You know. is
Right.
what it is.
How? Right. So then let's just distill things down a little bit and like within Sunni. Okay, let's just take Sunni. Are you Sunni? Or I don't want to presume.
Well, I study from both, really, you know, but you know, mostly, yeah, Sunni, you know, I guess, you know, but you know, I don't think those are legitimate disagreements. You know.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to ask, like, I'm just trying to distill it down to like the things that you would accept, right? And then you have your imams, right?
It's so
And
complicated. It's so complicated. You guys, you know, this guy asserted, right, music is haram. You know, it's like just prove it.
Yeah, Bakari says it's haram.
That doesn't prove a thing. A single
Yes,
thing.
it does. Bakari
No, it
is
doesn't,
literally
because we
the
don't.
most well-trusted, authentic writings.
Right, you just said a bunch of
after the
nonsense. Right, you just said a bunch of nonsense.
Do
It's
you
like if I
only
quoted
win by
Palamas.
over talking people? Like,
Well, it's like if I quoted Palamas and said he's the authority, you know, and he's the well-trusted authority, and everything he says is part of the church. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry, it's just the way you're applying authority is completely ridiculous. And then you want to, and I told you that several times, but you want to keep on, you know, going down that road. It's totally illegitimate, sir.
that's what I
I'm
mean.
not
You
trying to be
reject
mean.
the hadiths. You pick and choose what you want to believe. Bukhari is literally
Right,
the
just like you
most
pick and choose the
trusted.
saints, right?
No. You can't compare the two at all, for one thing, because the hadiths are supposed to be talking about like interactions with the holy prophet of Islam. They're not just some
Oh my God! Oh my
simple-
God! The saints have interactions with Christ all the time. What are you talking about?
No, what? No.
Yeah, they talk to the Holy Spirit. They have moments and stuff. They have miracles occur. Are you kidding me? There's no miracles that ever happened to a saint. What are you talking about?
They talk
never
to
happened.
the risen Christ.
They talk to the risen Christ. They don't.
What saint are you referring to?
I'm asking you a question.
No, you're making an
You should know
assertion.
better
What
than me.
saint are you talking about?
I didn't make
You're
any
the one that
statements.
made the
I just asked
assertion.
you a
You said
question.
that they talk to Jesus directly.
Oh my God! I asked you a question, man.
Am
Yeah,
I
and
getting
he's
gaslit, or did he
asking-
just make that
No,
assertion?
I'm trying to follow too. I was going to ask the same clarifying question. Which saints are you talking about here? The context is not clear from what you're talking
I
about.
changed my question. Did the saints experience any miracles? Do they correspond with the Holy Spirit? Are they held together by the Holy Spirit? They have no miracles with the saints. Their statements are completely unauthorized. They have no authority. The statements of the saints. That's a question.
The statements of the saints in and of themselves do not necessarily have authority. The authority comes from the people in the church, which includes the whole ecclesial structure.
So who
Bishops-
tells you to
bishops,
follow the
priests.
saints?
Bishops and priests, essentially, if you just want a quick answer.
So it's not necessarily that they don't have authority. They have authority, right? They have bona fide authority, right?
The bishops and priests, or the saints, who like writings. What are you talking about?
Either or, I'm asking you.
Here's an analogy. You have
Like Bukhari, like who he quoted, Bukhari doesn't have authority. within a mosque, for example. That's
Muhammad
not the
has
same case.
authority, and Bukhari reported on Muhammad interactions with him.
I kind of miss speaking about hose on whatever.
Wow, this is
Wait, I'm
related to
sorry.
that, but yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry, Kieran. What did you just say?
Hose on whatever is what he said.
Oh.
Yeah. The what? Did you see the clip that started the whole conversation?
The whatever
Yeah.
podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could get back to the video. I'm sorry. This is just kind of a sidewinder, but yeah.
No, it's okay.
Well-
like I'm trying to be cool. Like you guys are cool, but it's like it went a bit sideways, and I was just
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, Kieran. Yeah, it's just like they were talking about Islam, and I just came up here to argue with Farney because I like arguing with Farney because he's
Yeah,
Farney.
man, I like arguing with you too, man. I know you're doing tequila on me all the time, but it's all good, man.
Yeah, just like you're doing Corinthians, a Jew with the Jew and a Roman with the Romans. Come on now.
Sure.
Yeah,
But
sure,
yeah,
yeah.
like this is
Yeah,
somewhat
sure.
related to what Glenn wanted us to do anyways, because he said like, how are you supposed to speak authoritatively? Like, what issues do you divide on and such? So I think it is somewhat related because, for instance, Machine Lies is bringing up like, well, some people reject certain saints while others accept certain saints, etc. I'm just saying that it's extremely different in Islam. Like Muhammad is like extremely important what he does and how he lives, because he's supposed to be a representation of like the model citizen for all time. And so interactions with him and how he thought and lived matter greatly. And so the hadiths, especially the ones by Bukhari, which is the most respected and considered the most authentic of all hadiths, is extremely authoritative then, because
like-
it is literally talking about Muhammad's ways of being.
Yeah, of course. And analogically speaking, I make the case with Paul. Paul says, imitate me as I imitate Christ. And he recommends, in certain cases that people don't get married, that they live a life of abstinence. He complains that the other apostles take wives with them.
No,
And there's all of these instances where
he doesn't. He
he
says
tells
that
people to
most
call him-
can't live like me, and
That's
for
not
those that
possible.
can't live like me, they should not be burning with
Right.
desire, and it
Look,
is
look,
good
look,
for
hold
them
on,
to
look,
get
hold on,
married.
look, hold on. I disagreed with a lot what you said about Muhammad and the authority and all that stuff, but I didn't cut in, right?
All
But
right,
see,
go on.
analogically
My bad, man.
No, it's okay. I just think analogically speaking, we're looking at somebody, right, who, for example, said, call me your spiritual father in one case, right? But Christ says, refer to no man on earth as your father, right, except for your Father in heaven, right? So the whole tradition of the church calling people spiritual fathers, it doesn't come from Jesus. It actually comes from Paul, right? But anyways, I digress. This is all I want to say. But yeah.
No, that's a fair point to bring up, but usually when you go in depth as to what was exactly being taught there, it usually means something different, right? Because like people would say that comment, and then it's like, yeah, but can you call your biological father your father? Like, so if you can, then obviously there was something else that Jesus was getting at there, right?
Yeah, Christ also said, call no man teacher there too. So, I mean, the context of it was elevating people above God. That's really just the quick and dirty on what that verse was talking about. I mean, you don't want to get into exegeting the whole thing and just take our word for it, but that's our claim to it, is that Christ was talking about elevating people above God.
Yes, and I read it with very good intentions, and I appreciate the words there, and I've read a lot of it. And I consider Islam to be probably a form of Christianity. Somebody in the chat said that Muhammad was taught by a Christian. I agree with that. So
yeah, so I don't know if you guys are cool with me keep going in on Islam. If so, I'll keep
I'm
going
cool
in
with
on it. Yeah. You like to discuss it. I like discussing it with you as well. I'm just trying. You understand where the confusion is, right? If Muhammad is supposed to be like all time the model citizen kind of deal, right? And Bukhari is the most trusted of hadiths, and he's telling us what Muhammad did with him, like interacted with him and all that stuff. Isn't it like important if there's a specific hadith talking about Muhammad, talking about how musical instruments are haram? Like that.
It's hugely insignificant when I could point out hadiths in Bukhari that say the opposite, right? So the interpretation you get to, it's not even banning music. It's just saying that, oh yeah, like maybe not, like it's not so like good for you to do, and especially in certain cases, for example, there's a hadith that says, when the end times happen, people are going to be drinking, dancing, and playing music a lot. So a lot of people go, well, look around you, isn't this the end times? But obviously that's that's jumping the logical, gun there. You know what I mean?
And so, are you referring to, for instance, like the Hadith 5590 by Bukhari? I can read it if you don't mind.
Yeah, you could read the hadith. There's no authority behind the hadith. There's no compiled system, where they say, oh, this hadith is legit, this hadith is false. These hadiths are on a scale or degree of not only interpretation, also, as Dustin talked about, application, which I thought was interesting, where he's talking about certain of the saints, and then he used the word application, which I think is a very important term in terms of religious laws and opinions, right? And then also, there's no legit, authority, as we mentioned, right? For
So
you guys,
what's your sorry, go ahead, man.
No, I'm saying if you go ahead and you say, well, you want to follow a church, right? Then you could get behind the church, and the church have compiled teachings for you. You know what I'm saying? If you go to a mosque, it's not going to be the same, right? There's mosques have different scholars in the mosque, right? You could talk to the different scholars and learn about it, right? Now most of the sources they use are the same. Right, the sources that you go to based on the churches, each church is going to have a different source for where they derive their laws. Some of them are going to get it from Paul. Some of them are going to get it from the Old Testament. Some of them are going to rely more heavily on the New Testament. You understand?
So who are you going to as like your authority for what hadiths to believe and what hadiths not to believe? Are you choosing, or is it
No, I would go to the scholars who determine the strength of the hadiths, and then I would have to study on each particular hadith, its own strength and verification, and then compare them to other hadiths. It's an extremely strenuous process. Just like
there's like basically infinite hadiths. So like
just like there's infinite lines by the Orthodox saints. You can study for your whole life. Right?
And then to the question that you posed to me, what do you do when certain scholars disagree?
Well, it's just like what you would do when two saints disagree with each other. You would pick a saint, right?
No, that's not what we do. That's what I was getting at. We have normative authority. We go to a priest. The priest goes to his bishop. The bishop talks with the other bishops. It aligns within. I mean, depending on it's usually not even that hard of an issue. But we go to the priest, and he applies what we would call spiritual medicine to the issue. Perhaps in one case, your situation applies to one of the writings over the other writing. So that's what he would suggest for you, because there's a context, and the whole context of it is our tradition, our liturgy, the meaning of the faith itself that it falls into, right? So like, I mean, you hear
here, hold on, let me ask a question a different way. Have any of the saints in history ever disagreed with each other?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I mean,
so what happens when that happens?
then the church as a whole recognizes the things that are not of the faith and rejects that, but that doesn't prevent them from sainthood. We don't say like the saints are infallible. Like the saints themselves will even say that they're speculating on certain things and to reject it if it
Well,
doesn't align with the
it depends
faith.
on which one you look at, right? Because the Catholic Church said they were infallible for a while, right? Or if the Pope is infallible, didn't they say something like that?
Yeah, but I mean there's
So you're
it's
wrong.
like
They didn't always hold to that.
yeah, but that's something that can easily be said as a change in Catholicism. I'm Orthodox, dude. So if you're going to deal with an Orthodox Christian, you have to deal with that because
I know,
we're
but they
dealing
were the same
when
church
you're
until the
talking.
1100s. They were the same church
Yes,
until the
but
1100s.
even before the 1100s, you're still dealing with one jurisdiction, one Rome jurisdiction. So just because Rome will say something, that doesn't mean universal jurisdiction. There's other places. There's Constantinople, Antioch, Alexandria, so on and so forth. There's other places. So
Right. So they have different authorities, right?
over their direct jurisdictions.
Okay,
but
then. So there's
it's not
different
like
authorities,
the
right?
no. The faith is one faith. They would come together in councils and make sure that things were aligned across the
Do
board.
these
And
councils acknowledge each other?
if they are received by the church and acknowledged as a whole, like there were some robber
Do all the
councils where
churches
they
receive the same councils?
no, and they don't have to be applied universally either. There can be things that are applied locally. This is what I'm saying is there's normative authority.
So
Like
you
there's
just said there's
actually
different
we
authorities
actually
for
have
different churches.
yeah, I mean what's the problem? There's jurisdictions, aren't there? But the word that
Okay,
you're
thank you
using
for
is the
admitting that.
reason okay, yeah, you're conflating the word different here. That's very disingenuous. Like if I say this town is different than this other town, that's what I'm talking about. You're trying to slip it in like the disagreement makes the faith different. That's really disingenuous. And that's why I paused for a second trying to figure out what you were
I never actually
saying.
said that at all. I just asked you a
You're
simple question.
totally implying it, and I can hear it from the way that you're responding, dude.
You
And
can,
did you
can get
hear
to
the
your
pause?
implications. Yeah, you can
See,
get to what
I
I'm
paused.
implying and your
I
feelings,
paused.
and you got triggered by a
Yeah.
few questions.
No,
But
I
I'm not
paused and
implying
you
anything.
laughed at me. I paused
Yeah.
and you laughed at
Oh
me
my
for a
God! Somebody
second.
laughed at this man. Get him a fucking towel. You know this is
Yeah,
crazy.
dude. Yeah, that's
Wow.
pretty
Oh my God.
disingenuous.
Poor you. Somebody laughed at you. Poor you.
Okay,
Somebody laughed
so
at you on the internet.
so
Yeah,
I
poor you.
clarified. Do you still want to laugh at it? So like a different authority being over a different place, is that a problem for you?
I just asked you a question. It's not a problem for me or you. I just asked you a question. I don't know why you think it's why you're picking up these subtle implications that you want to run with your feelings and cause a spurg match.
There's no
It
feelings
doesn't really
here.
matter, buddy.
There's no feelings here, dude. I'm just calling it like it is, man.
Right, me too.
I mean, if
Different
you
authorities for
wanna,
different churches. That's what it is.
it's one church, brother.
Yeah, different authorities for different churches. You said yes. That's what it is.
All right. So I went to
Nice.
hadifanswers.com. Do you trust that site?
Did you just ask me if I trust a website about Hadith?
Yes,
I mean, this is ridiculous. This is getting a little
hadifanswers.com.
ridiculous, Farney. This is getting a little ridiculous.
Well, it talks about like Ibn Salah talking about it a hadith being authentic.
Yeah, if you have a Hadith book, right, compiled by the scholars, right,
Yeah.
and then it has to go back to the original scholars, right? They have to have a line and tradition, just like you do with your Orthodox saints, right? You don't just get some fucking quote off a website and claim
No,
that's a Hadith. That's retarded.
You realize that the website isn't just like saying like its own opinions, it's quoting
How do you know that?
scholars.
How do you know that?
So
how do you know that
do you
this
want to
website
look
isn't
up
saying its
these
own opinion?
scholars? I could look up these scholars as well and give you like
You would
their
have
entire
to
background.
exactly. That's how you do research, Farney. Don't act coy.
Coy.
Hey, Machine. Hey, Machine.
Go ahead.
Machine. Yeah. Are your feelings hurt?
Are my feelings hurt?
Yeah. Sounds a bit like your feelings are hurt. Just
Okay.
saying, I'm enjoying the debate, but it sounds a bit like your feelings are hurt.
Okay, that's your opinion.
It's also correct, but I'm okay.
No, I
Just
I
saying.
think that's your opinion. I think you're somebody who goes with the chat. You're somebody who goes with the panel. You're on a Christian panel. You're somebody who kowtows to whatever's going on, whatever situation's going on. You're probably, somebody who just goes with the situation.
Yeah. Thank you for your assessment of my
Yeah,
situation. I appreciate that.
yeah, that's my opinion about you. Yeah.
Yeah. And my opinion is your feelings are hurt.
Yeah, I don't care.
Great. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Cool.
Right.
I'm going
Yeah.
to back out. Go for
Yeah,
it.
good for you. Yeah, good for you. Yeah. Yeah. What a pointless comment. Yeah.
So, what scholars do you trust then?
I don't know. What saints do you trust?
Why don't you just simply answer a question, bro?
Why don't you simply answer a question?
I did answer questions, and now
asked
you're
you-
dodging.
I
I
asked
already
you.
answered. I already answered that.
What?
I already answered that.
Well, would you mind
No, you
repeating
didn't.
it? I don't have an eidetic memory, so if you did answer it, obviously, if I'm asking it again, it's because I don't remember, or B, didn't hear you, man.
I said you would have to look up the legitimacy of the scholars and who they were taught by. Have you done that?
I'm asking what scholars you find to be legitimate. I'm not talking to a random
Well, I would
Muslim.
go.
I'm
I
talking
would
to
go. With,
you.
I would go with people like Maududi and some other ones. That I'm studying right now.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of those?
Well, no, I'll see what their
No, you
opinion.
haven't. You haven't, right?
Right.
Right.
So I'll see what their opinion is on the hadith that I'm trying to bring forward to you.
Right. You'll have to figure it out before you try to question, before you try to lay down some random hadith as the authority, which you also said there's no authority, which you also said that there's
What?
different authorities for the church you follow.
What are you talking about? I'm
I just
literally
repeated- I just
trying
summarized the
to.
argument. I just summarized the argument for everyone. But yeah.
I'm literally trying to find a scholar that you personally approve of to see what the strength is of the hadith that I'm trying to bring forward to you.
And I just gave you one. So go ahead and get to work.
Yeah, how do you spell that if you don't mind?
Mawdudy. I mean Dudi.
DUD. Okay. Is another writing of it Maududi?
Sure.
Okay.
What are we doing here?
Well, the original conversation was about whether or not music's haram.
All right, guys, I'm
Right,
back.
and you haven't been able to prove that, right? Just
Well,
making sure
that's
we're on the same
what
track.
I'm
right?
attempting to do.
You're right. You're attempting to
kids.
do it. Okay, that's fine. But yeah,
Have
this
you
is
guys-
exactly
you
the
guys
point I was trying to
behave?
make. It's hard to prove these things. Sorry, Glenn. Go ahead.
I was just saying, when are you guys behaving while I was gone?
Partly. I was causing a little mess, but it is what it is.
Well, I mean, I would expect nothing less. You know, I mean,
apologize for
come
that.
on, a machine does lie.
It's all good. It's all good.
So, I'm gonna ruin whatever you guys were talking about and talking about some hoes. How about that? So here we go. We're gonna go back to the whatever podcast for this next clip.
But like they're usually dealing with
Accidentally muted. But yeah, if anybody else has any other interlocutors they'd like me to debate with, please let me know. But yeah. Anyways, little interesting mini debate I had. But yeah, here's me on Pill Eater. But yeah, it's mostly Pill Eater talking here. But yeah, have a blessed night, my friends. Talk to you guys soon.
Welcome, everybody, to the Pill Eater Show. This is Pill Eater. And I haven't done this in about 2 months, probably because I work a 50-plus hour work week and everything. But I think it's very important that we begin the show now. and probably talk about JD Vance and things like that. So we have Nero Jack on. Nero, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can. How are you?
All right. So I think we should just jump into it because I guess we haven't done these in whatever, but JD Vance, the vice president of Donald J. Trump, and possibly our next vice that could possibly beat Kamala Harris, maybe. But I have a lot of opinions on Vance. I'm sure you do yourself. But I just really wanted to tell you that, the guy who wrote the Hillbilly or whatever it's called, the Hillbilly Apologist book, is not really a hillbilly apologist, but rather he hates hillbillies like Thomas Sowell hates Black Americans for being lazy in the white equivalent. And somehow Vance says the answer is just go to Yale, stay in the Bay Area, be a Thiel Bucks elite, get a Brahmin wife, name your child Vivek, and everything's going to work out. So a lot is in that, just in a nutshell, what the Republican Party is in the future.
Yeah, I have a lot of like 5 minutes of research, and I have a lot of opinions. And you probably you definitely know more detail than I do. But the little bit of context that I've gained, it's going to be. I mean, to me, it answers the last year plus of interference that me, as a person who has zero money involved, zero really fan base or people watching my content, people trying to get me to shut up. I mean, pretty much it tells me why that's been the case. I mean, they don't want people to criticize, whoever's taking over right wing.
Well, I mean, I already knew about Vance almost a decade ago, and I really had no opinion on him. In fact, when he had his book out, it was kind of this subtle white nationalist message that's saying, hey, listen, it's sad that Republicans and Democrats don't like the Middleton, Ohio hillbilly people, but it's not your fault. It's their fault for developing a lazy culture. So you have that Thomas Sowell, white liberal, black redneck mentality that if only they could just become smart and overcome this subculture of being hillbillies, would they say that there's something greater to life? And so if you read it that way, it comes off very, it's a pro-white message saying, I'm not a white nationalist because I actually hate a lot of whites that act like but I will become a white nationalist if only they act a certain way. And so he kind of makes this sob story as if he's like poor like them. But listen, he went to the military right away and got into Yale. And during his stay at Yale, somehow in a class with, I believe, yes, with Amy Chua, who did the Tiger Mom novel, which believes that Chinese women are aggressively better than white women and they're going to kick white men's ass to have your Asian children. They were in the same class together. And I guess now a Hindu woman of the Brahmin class can marry JD Vance, and they have an interfaith ceremony. And even though he gives Ewan an English name, his second son is Vivek, like the other Vivek. And I just think it's funny that Usha can still remain Hindu, and Vance can remain, white, whatever. I think it's funny that Usha, the name, means rebirth in Hindu. It's like the AIDS of Ushas, so it's like rebirth. I don't know. It's a little funny esoterica there, but I just think it's hilarious that nobody in the white Republican Party is like, oh, she happens to work for this law firm in San Francisco that does something with technology and banking and oil. So I think what's happening in Milwaukee, is that the way you're going to solve capitalism in the future, what the Trump party is just all the big money is going to come from this like deep state Indian elite. And the Indians are not going to vote for Biden. They're certainly going to vote for Vance, which means voting for Trump, because Trump is gambling on the fact that Indians, or this new whitewashed Indian America, is going to become it. It's going to become the party of sorts. In other words, the big money is within Eurasianism, within Hinduism. That's what I'm kind of getting across. But yeah, I'm not gonna fall for the whole redneck manifesto stuff with Vance. It's way too trenched into an Asian sexual elite already.
Yeah, I'm joining from PC. If you don't mind, let me switch to that because
Can you hear me? Oh wait, I put you on the wrong stage. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to my PC. Hold on one second.
Okay. What about now?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
I
so
can hear you.
yeah, just to slow it down because I could go very. I mean, you've already basically given most of it I mean, I think
Oh,
like,
that was my first impression when I heard it today
Yeah.
and I saw it on TV. I'm like, get the fuck out. You mean like this author from the New York Times who tried to run for governor and got senator is now like climbing
Yep.
the ladder so up?
So-
it's just
Yep.
not. I don't buy the whole poor white story.
Well,
It's just deep
well,
state
well,
deal bucks.
he may be a poor white, but look, I grew up in a poor white area where a bunch of good old boys want to go into the Marines, myself included, by the way, to go out there and protect America inside and out, right? And so, like, as one of these people, who he's alleging that he is, I can look at it from his alleged point of view and say, okay, what's really going on here, right? So, just first of all, he's from Appalachia. He got the Appalachian things. I'm also from Appalachia. He's from Ohio, and he made it into law school. So he's actually everything that I would imagine that if you wanted to save America, he's done it. And of course, you're pointing out
Mama
where
and Papa. See, they're really throwing the story of the poor white. Oh, I call him Mama and Papa from Ohio. I just don't buy it. It's like it's a part of the character.
yeah, it's a LARP. It's a high level LARP.
And I'm saying this is because how the fuck can you get in Yale, live in the Bay Area, have a Brahmin wife? As much as I would like a Brahmin wife, it's just like that's literally the 5% of white guys.
No,
who
exactly. And
successfully do
no,
that.
yeah, and look, that's the thing is like here's the thing. The details of his life are not the problem. The problem is it's perfectly like he's exactly what I wanted, what I envisioned myself to be. Okay, you're a poor white from a poor place. You join the military. You get entrenched into the system. Now you're becoming a vice president at a young age. He's basically like the white Obama. He's going to basically the Americanism, militarism, and nationalism thing that I told you about, the white nationalist alt-right ideology. He's going to inject that into the politics, allegedly, right? And then he's on top of it, he's got the coverage of the Asian sexuality, like you said. You know, he's basically, like you said, he's got the Indian wife, he's got the law degree, which is good. Like, I actually think that's a good thing, right? You have the legal comprehension. Now you've been in the government. Now you're going to be vice president. You're taking over the quote unquote executive branch. Like, if you wanted to actually do the right thing and help America out, this guy's story fits the bill perfectly. But this is the problem. And the first place, I'm looking on his Wikipedia
Yeah,
right
I mean, it says he served as a principal at Peter Thiel's firm. That
Yep.
should show you enough that Peter Thiel was putting in money for the Dime Square scene, for the post-alt-rights. He was behind it.
Well, and yeah, and so that's kind of skipping to the best evidence, but then it's like, but it's so subtle because you pointed out that Amy Chua, the Tiger Mom, introduced them and encouraged it, but also like who's her husband? The lawyer Rubenfeld, who's a European council member.
I forgot about so you
Yeah,
can't call him white. It's like a Jewish Asian female thing because there's a lot of Jews like Tim Wise that are like, well, it's like Ashkenazi. It's like, oh, I'm white, therefore I must be white European,
Well,
right?
right. So the first thing I noticed, so you saw Mithril capital. First of all, Mithril, I don't know, but anyways, go down a little bit. Sorry, go right there in the middle. So yeah, right there. So it says one of 6 books to help understand Trump's win, Voice of the Rust Belt, liberal media's favorite white trash splainer.
That's a Jim Code thing. It's like almost like you're taking the Jim Code fallacy and you're putting it on a professional. Very strange.
Yep. And then yeah, exactly. He's just a redneck with a fucking Yale law degree, right? So
Yeah, how exactly? That should like crash your reality. And a Hindu wife. That doesn't make sense.
And then see it sloppy analysis of collections of people, coastal elites, flyover America, Muslims, immigrants, people without college degrees, you name it, has become.
But he has a Yale. That just doesn't. It just contradicts the whole thing. It's very. I don't know. I mean, I was.
Yeah, it's well, and again, for me, look up what did Elon Musk, who was set up totally by Thiel. Without Thiel, Elon Musk would not be who he is, or maybe the other way around. I'm not sure, but anyways, you know, what did he do exactly at the right time? Elon Musk, as soon as the shots go out, Elon Musk is like, "Oh, I totally support Trump and endorse him now." And then 2 days later, their Silicon Valley's boy is now vice pres. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
Joe
very.
Biden.
Here, Vance blames hillbilly culture and its supposed encouragement of social rot. Again, this is like saying why are black people like this? You know, black people better stop listening to hip hop and whatever. And this is like the white equivalent of a Thomas Sowell idealism. It's like, I don't like how poor whites act this way. It must be choice.
Oh,
If
and
only
get
you're a liberal like me.
right. And I just want to mention, I put on Adam Green's Twitter. I commented, look into JD Vance's background. Wikipedia will suffice. He just liked my comment, so let's see if he responds to my comment.
Right.
Because no, it's like funny. As soon as you said something to me, I opened Twitter. David Icke's the only one pointing this shit out, and I'm like, oh, I've never even heard of JD Vance before today. So I'm
Yeah,
like,
well, the funny part is I knew about Vance a decade ago, and on Countercurrents, Greg Johnson's Countercurrents, the white nationalists made the claim that, listen, Vance is just a subtle white nationalist who's appealing to white liberals by saying, yes, we hate the wrong kind of white people, but we should promote a white redneck who's a liberal and get them out of that. It's kind of like encouraging a black man to become whitewashed so they become better and don't fall for what Wikipedia calls social rot. And therefore, some white nationalist sect would say his book is subtly anti-white, which is correct by that definition. Now, the funny part is during that same time in 2016, Vance called Trump America's Hitler. So he was very against Trump.
and now he's going to be the little creeper behind him. He's like, don't worry, guys, just in case he goes off the rails, I'll get in there and protect you, fellas.
Right, here
Don't
it
worry
is.
about that.
Vance was originally a critic of Trump, writing a central piece against him in 2016 in The Atlantic against him and referred to him as America's Hitler. Vance later became supportive of Trump. This is exactly what happened to Pence. Pence was a never Trumper, and then Pence joined Trump because it was thought it was like a soft, appealing to George Bush neoconservative ideals that, you know, if Trump was to get assassinated, Pence would be an automatic Bush-like replacement, which we can now say is like Biden. But again, Vance must be this kind of new ideal that the elites are pushing where, hey, listen, you can have a new JFK. You could be young, white, for the Cosmos system, and it's okay. So if Trump gets assassinated, which there was a one failed attempt, Vance will just immediately replace him like Lyndon B. Johnson or something, you know?
Yep. And LBJ is one of these people that nobody ever talks about, and he's one of the most insane fucking presidents we've ever had in both good and bad ways. I mean, the dude was a fucking destructive guy. So go up just a little bit. I want to point out a few things because I only have about 40 minutes and I got to
in Middletown. Yeah, we got Middletown.
So I want to. I just want to say all my points because before I forget and while I have energy, so scroll down just a little bit there. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to be controlling you from here.
No, it's fine.
So
in the state,
economic populism, Roe v. Wade, and so I'm looking at my phone too. So he was introduced by Chua, who's the Tiger mom who got famous 10 years ago. She's
Yep.
61 years old. Her husband is Jed Rubenfeld, legal scholar, professor of law at Yale Law School, constitutional law, privacy, the First Amendment, full professorship in 1994. Rubenfeld served as a United States rep at the Council of Europe and has been a visiting professor at both Stanford and Duke. And he's also
it's kind of crazy that the only way you can get a hot Asian woman is if you got to go to Princeton, Harvard, and do a little acting at Juilliard. I went to school of visual arts.
Interesting. Yeah.
So I went to School of Visual Arts. Its other competition school is Juilliard. It's on near Columbus Circle. Juilliard is for actors, though. Many people who get into the Tony Awards or basically Hollywood on the East Coast, they go to Juilliard. So if you want to be an actor, so I think
That's
it's kind of
very
funny
interesting.
is that Rubenfeld, not only is he an academic with Princeton and Harvard, but he went to Juilliard to make a fake fucking act. In other words, you have to know
Right.
some acting and facade. Hence, he went to
Well,
Juilliard. to do
and he wrote fiction interpretation of a murder, which I have no idea what that's about, but you can imagine. And he's an art critic. Oh, there we go. So It's a son of a-
psychoanalysis, the Jewish guy in
Oh,
psychoanalysis. I'm just saying, Jacques Lacan and
Bullshit.
Freud. I know it's very stereotypical against the people who like Carl Jung,
Wait,
but it's
click-
there.
Click that again. That's very fascinating. Boom, right there.
Psychoanalysis. It's about the first of so he's writing as if he was the psychoanalysis. So he's doing this Lacanian psychoanalysis comparative literature in his little creative book, which I like too, and I try to do that. But oh, come on, Freud being Jewish, Rubenfeld being Jewish, but at least this guy was an Asian sexual, and he just admitted the truth, and he's like,
So-
no, I want,
So check this out. So and I hope Anna Brown's boy, if you get a hold of Anna, tell her to come on too, because I want to talk to her about this. So check this out. So here's the other thing. You said you pointed out his wife's name is Usha, which means rebirth, which again is big in both Hindu, Buddhism, and Christianity.
Yeah.
And we all know that all these people are in servant of another type of people we can't name, but let's just move past that for the
well,
moment.
the big thing why I bring up Usha is that in Gene Wolfe's Book of the New Sun,
No,
it's a
I
battle
know.
between Usha, and it's like, so okay, you name your child Rebirth,
No, but
you name
it's-
your child Usha. It's so in front of you.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying is like it's just it people think names don't matter. I'm one of these people, like one of the only things that I believe in that are like superstition is like names matter a lot. I truly believe that. But anyways, let me say this really quick. So he attended Cambridge University as a Gates Cambridge scholar, receiving a master's in philosophy. And you know, she met because of whatever. They married in Kentucky, interfaith ceremony. They have
Yeah,
3
interfaith.
children.
That's why I think it's
Elon-
funny. It's like nobody
Right.
submits to the other side. You're still Hindu. You're still so there's still a Hindu
Right.
power revelation. Like his son
Yep.
Vivek is going to be Hindu and then use the switchblade to be like, I'm white. Let me in your white party.
Right.
Very
And then-
interesting there.
Yeah, and she's Hindu, and he's an evangelical Protestant who became a Catholic. So he became he's basically an ortho bro, but he's a Catholic bro essentially.
Right.
And
yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of it that's like social signaling and a Rene Girard mimemic desire. That
Yes.
are you going to tell other white boys to go marry Indian girls by the flock in New Jersey and just let this happen because now it's based to have an Indian
Well,
wife?
no, that's
Very
but see this is but look, I'm going to tell you, like, I'm just going to skip ahead and say this part out loud in case not. Look, I think the reason why we've all been told to shut the fuck up in these panels and everywhere else, like about certain things about technology, is because the Thiels of the world and the fucking Elon Musk of the world have basically hijacked the government. They've hijacked the bureaucracy, or they're trying to at the very least, and they don't want people to interfere in their plans. And look, maybe they're gonna save the white race or America or whatever. I doubt it, but I'm just saying, like, I don't think they want people talking about what they're doing. If you look at what fucking what's that dude's name? What's the guy's name? Who did the foundationalism? Haywood.
Yeah, Charles
Look at
Haywood.
Neo-feudalism. They don't want you to talk about neo-feudalism, right? And I'm just saying, like,
yeah,
to me,
Haywood's a very interesting case because he's pretending to be a Marxist or a critical theorist, but at the same time, he's like railing against this pseudo anti-communism while like appealing to people into Carl Jung and Bay Area tech republicanism, because that's basically what Vance is. He's a Bay Area Republican. And it's this kind of, it's a part of that party. Again, Thiel gave $10 million. And isn't it funny? This is really bizarre too. The 3 major cities in Ohio is Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, the 3 C's. All 3 C's are blue by Tim Ryan. Is that a coincidence? I don't think so. That's just like how co-opted any building with a few skyscrapers are. They have to make Columbus blue. They have to make Cleveland blue, and they have to make the major city of Kentucky blue. I just feel it's like the numbers are too out of touch where it's becoming a top-bottom mismatch of sorts, and then the elites fighting among themselves here.
Yep. Well, and so check this out. So the other thing is, like, look, there's a lot of influx into the Orthodox and Catholic churches by, quote unquote, the former alt-right, the neo-alt-right, and a lot of, like you say, Bay Area Republicans, people who are anti-establishment. They're starting the subculture. Right now, some of my former, people I used to hang around with, Andrew Wilson and shit, they're doing a stream right now talking about the Trump, is it real? Is it fake? Is it whatever? And I'm not even going to get into it, but essentially what I'll say is this. Vance co-founded Naraya Capital in Cincinnati, a financial backing from Thiel, Eric Schmidt, and Mark Andreessen. $93 million for this firm. Okay, like, you're telling me this dude has no allegiance to these people? I'm just saying.
Right.
Right? I mean,
it's weird because, like, now we already have the written article up about the vice president campaign soon to be, which has only been like 4 hours in since the announcement. And
and he also invested in Rumble.
Oh yeah.
As well.
Okay, I saw that too, the Rumble thing, because I kind of know that too. Like, I mean, American Renaissance uses Rumble and Andrew Tate uses Rumble, but again, it's very niche. It's kind of like, it was supposed to be like Gab, but it's just the dark network of Republicans who feel like they can isolate the parasocial relationships of people in Ohio. It's kind of like this weird thing that's happening right now on Rumble.
Well, and he also did this. Populist conservative is what he's been called. He opposes abortion. When somebody asks, should they include exceptions for rape and incest? He said, 2 wrongs don't make right. So again, I'm just saying it's like an extremist version of the whole thing. And again, whether you're on that side or not, the point is like everything we're seeing is directly politicized, including and especially the Christianity part of it. I saw a video just before you started this of Alex Jones saying, thank God, thank Jesus that they didn't kill Trump, because now the globalists are going to be scared. Do you think that's a good thing? Now they're going to double down and they're going to destroy everything.
Speaking of which, at the really same time, supposedly Bohemian Grove happened Friday, Saturday, and Sunday the last weekend near
and they have a
San
purple
Rafael.
and they had purple theosophy lighting at this thing.
Yeah. I was looking into that. I thought it was very peculiar. I didn't have much of an opinion on it, but I was briefly looking into it. I agree with Nixon that, okay, this must be some like boomer hipster thing that some of the more liberal boomers do as a mocking against the average people. Nixon using common sense, like, yeah, I don't go with those people, but I'll hardly shake a hand from a guy from San Francisco. But again, they're still doing it.
I think Nixon was the last real president we've had. That's my personal opinion. I don't think we've had a real president since Nixon.
But I think post Nixon, it's kind of like, well, that's probably what is true. It's a bunch of elites that hate everyone. So they do this weird kind of Comic-Con cosplay event, quote unquote, that where they're doing something that would fall under a satanic occult Discordian elitism.
Yep.
And a lot of this is just rituals to make sure that common people don't break the elite interest. It's the elite kind of venting how much they control everything in a weird hedonistic way.
I really hope you ask Bugby about the whole Elon Musk endorsement of Trump. Like, I would be very curious if he thinks that's a little
I mean, my only interest was, okay, how do 3 white dudes and an Asian girl break into this thing? That's kind of weird. That was like my only concern. It's like, okay, 3 white hipsters and an Asian girl break in. What happens next? They record a bunch of Lord of the Rings guys in robes. It's like, how do you piece together? Is it like, what does it mean? And what does it say about this like party that's happening the same time as Trump almost gets shot? And JD Vance, a 39-year-old, is running as vice as the based white guy. It's a lot of weird things happening at once, but nobody can tell me right now is that Asian sexuality is an elite positional thing to have. They're preparing the white middle classes of the Ohios to, okay, dump your white women. It's over. Funny, it's over. And just marry Asian, Indian, if plausible, or whatever that's not white, because that's what is acceptable to create a new generation for the replacement rates. And the culture will drastically change from admixture European malaise to like more anime realism and Hindu economic interest. And I think that is ultimately Black Americans are nervous about that as well, is because Black Americans can't really assimilate to the Asian aspect because they need Whitey to hate on him to reap money.
Yeah,
so
I can tell you one thing. if the Hispanics and blacks don't like whitey, they're gonna fucking hate living under the Asians. I can guarantee that.
Right. And so
100%.
I think it's making a lot of blacks nervous. I think the smart black, like especially smart black girls, are like, oh great, anime realism. I would like to be a black girl anime realist. But now Jeff Bezos and Amazon are already targeting black girls who think they're anime characters or Blasians. And I think there already is a co-op with early Blasians just so they can get blacks prepared for this, what I like to call Asian Aryan future. However, the smart blacks are going to come on to that and be like, well, that's not black interest. This is, you know, it's just a downstream of white male, Asian female, Asian male, white female, and even like white male, Indian female. And honestly, it's like you can't even have a cooperative relationship anymore with a white guy and a white female. It's just too damaging with the universal individualism and everybody treating as blank, and because people need a concrete identity. And you really do not have identity with women, white women releasing their female sexuality and hypergamy on everyone. And the white men at least are trying to play by virtue ethics and to clap it down. And you just can't deny the reality of race and reality of men and women if all this shit is happening at once. And so I think what's going to be a real problem is that Black Americans are going to really feel the bite of this kind of Eurasian takeover. And the first thing they're going to do is the Radical Equity Act and say, so as long as you're white, you have to pay for my existence because I hate you and you can't do this to me. But under Asians hate blacks and they're just going to put them in a camp or some shit like they're doing in Africa.
Yep. No, that's exactly right. And look, I mean, I've lived around Asians for 15 plus years. Like I can tell you, it's going to go horribly for anybody who's not Asian or at least helpful to Asian.
Well, a part of whites having Eurasian children is that they can't get the curveball anymore of being white racist. They're now half Asian, so you can't call a white person totally racist. You could say your half white side is racist by blood, but you can't really do that because the Eurasian is not responsible for the slavery or her harming of black people. And so black people are now going to get sad, just like how the Joker misses Batman, that there's no punching bag to hit anymore. Black people ultimately know if there's no white people in Liberia or the United States, they are screwed. And so your new overlord being Eurasians, they don't have responsibility over you. And so they're moving on without you. They're leaving planet Earth.
I'll tell you this, the propaganda, which is partially based in reality, at the very, to say the least, of the anti-black stuff is mostly coming from Asians because they're the ones getting attacked and robbed at a high rate because, for whatever reason, they're being targeted because they're easy
Asian
mark.
Crime Report on Twitter is an Asian guy from San Francisco. And he talks about, how, stop Asian hate, whatever. But here's the twist. All of the perpetrators are black men. And because he can't be called racist for pointing out that blacks in San Francisco are savage, criminal, rapist, murderers, it's no longer a Jewish blame whitey thing. You're blaming the black man. And it's against Asians. So that's not going to help out the multicultural radical equity state for blacks get a free ride, transhumanist ride by whites. So this is a part of the racial accelerationist of race war that's going to happen. In fact, I think transhumanist technology is so bad for blacks is that transhumanist technology, just like what happened with abortion, they're going to install microchips in the black man's brain. So in case if he does another George Floyd riot, a white guy or Asian guy in a castle can press a button and make sure he doesn't riot again or do anything that would be against the interest of a polite Eurasian society. And so this is a part of the radical equity state, which that means people becoming cyborgs not only enforces equity, but it creates a perfect egalitarian society through technology.
It's actually extremely funny you say that. I watched one of my old videos that I don't have released right now. I'll send it to you in a minute. You can just play 30 seconds of it and you'll laugh your fucking ass. Sorry for cussing. Maybe you want to.
Oh no, it's fine. It's totally fine. It's like
no, but like I'm so passionate right now because like I'm seeing so many little data points that came together and it's like it's tripping me out in so many ways. So I want to answer this question for Brown's boy. Who's the tallest Asians? You probably know that better than me.
The tallest Asians. Well, if we're talking about particular people, like I don't think it's Mongolians. I don't think it's Japanese.
That's the first one I thought of. I thought it would be Mongolians, maybe, but
well, it could be Nepalians because they're close to India. I don't know. This is like an evolutionary psychology argument.
Yeah. Well, he said he doesn't want lollipop guild offspring, so he wants the tallest Asian women. So.
Well, that would be more like to the west near India or something. I mean, evolutionary cycle. You might as well say Japan or near Russia. That kind of Sapporo ideal, global bell curve. Higher up you go, you have more tall Euro features. The southern you go, you get more Malay and dark.
I think you're right. I think the further north you have a better chance, personally.
That's Richard Lynn, the global bell curve. In other words, people who are closer to the North Pole have higher IQ, lighter skin, more artistic and organized societies. And the more you go down to Antarctica from Chile to South Africa, people are wild and savage.
They look more like my little alien character, bigger eyes, longer nose, you know.
And that's called, and according to Richard Lynn, that is a evolutionary psychology global bell curve. It was a very controversial book. It came out, it was 20 years ago, but it's going off on Charles Murray and saying that perhaps there's something about the earth that makes people more, you know, and it goes to show you that like New York is in the north, San Francisco's in the north, and then LA is in the south, and things get crazy in Tijuana and San Diego.
Yeah, no, it is kind of true. I mean, other than the migration of the northerners to the southern parts. I mean, but I can say that Thais in particular are extremely tall for Southeast Asians on average. So I just wanted to point that out.
And they always like to say that like Vietnamese have lighter skin than the Thais because it's more north. It's like kind of on that border as well.
They do. I think they just had a lot of Chinese people come into their stuff. So
yeah, I've heard a term called Chindians, which is just a mixed word between Chinese and Indians having children. And that's actually located between Nepal and India. So I don't know if Chindians would ever gain traction, but it is a very absurd name to say that there's a Chindian race in plausibility.
No, there is though. I mean, like I could tell you, like a lot of Thais, they look like Indians with light skin with like Chinese features. It's very, very
and then they're Buddhist, and the Buddhists come from Hinduism as an offshoot.
Yeah, I mean, most of Thailand and Cambodia is like, and actually even all the way down to Indonesia and Malaysia, there's these giant Hindu, Buddhist, Brahmin stuff all over. There was obviously a huge Hindu empire. Who knows how old it is? I mean, they speculate, but I mean, you know, the whole Angkor Wat and all that. I mean, if you see what these people built at least 1,000 years ago, I mean, it's quite impressive. I wanted to mention this before I forget. So when he became a Catholic, he chose Augustine of Hippo as his confirmation saint. This is J.D. Vance. That is St. Augustine, if anybody doesn't know. So I think there's something to that. I'm surprised he didn't pick St. Francis personally, but that might have been too obvious. If you don't know why I would say that, look into St. Francis and why is San Francisco used as the headquarters for Star Trek? St. Francis.
Right. I mean, and, again, Vance's has a huge, like, he's a Bay Area, Frisco Peninsula guy. That's kind of just, it's just too much. It's just like, it's such a small minority that like represents everyone else in the country. And it's very strange that like once the elites show what they like, within 20 years by, you know, 2044, everyone's going to act like JD Vance within 2 decades. There's going to be normalizing the guy with a half Indian child. There was a Nickelodeon show called Sanjay and Craig where it envisioned an Indian male and a white female having a child. And he's just a normal hipster in sorts. And that was like 10 years ago. Yeah, that was 10 years ago. You're just going to have an Indian child with a fucking talking Indian snake, and you're going to have your Sweppel hipster shit. And this was 2013. Loved by Gavin McInnes of Vice Magazine, preparing us for this shit. Oh, it was on MTV too. No, it wasn't. That's a DeviantArt shit. It was on Nickelodeon, which is owned by Viacom. It's MTV. But I'm just saying it's that it's such a fucking Sweppel show that's like preparing us to be like, yeah, the white middle class is going to be half Indian. You better prepare for that cultural shift. And somehow everybody's still going to be like fucking hipsters after all this shit is said and done. I just think it's a giant counter signal against white male, Asian female. They're now saying, oh, well, what about Indian male, white female? Okay, but if he's like having a bizarre Hindu harem, maybe, but it's like not compatible with like the bohemian vegan interest of the Philadelphian. It's very absurd. It's like, again, I think all of this is a reaction to the popularity of white male, Asian female, and it's worrisome about the white patriarchy because the system hates white men.
Sorry, I'm looking for something really quick. And but yeah, I think that you're onto it. And one other thing I'll mention that will satisfy the normie truthers.
Where's that one?
The normie truthers would be JD Vance, 1-14-22, American hospital overwhelmed. It's time to take this seriously. As a start, let's fire thousands of nurses who refuse to get the you know what. That will help. So just wanted to satisfy the normie people out there.
Mr. Dane Fitzgerald writes, creative director of Sanjay and Craig is Jay Howell. He worked at a cafe where I put on shows years ago before hitting it big with Bob's Burgers. Tells you a lot in the Bay Area stuff. So yeah, Fitzgerald knows a lot. So I'll take his word for that.
Yeah. Well, you know, dude, I mean, if you want me to get totally schizo on you, I'll put this out there. Okay. So you guys remember Tom Green, right?
Yes.
Tom Green has done some very, very, very interesting work over the years. First of all, he's Canadian. Second of all, he's obviously a lot smarter than people think. You know, he basically invented like IRL pranking for the masses, essentially.
Yeah, yeah. I'm very familiar with all this shit.
Yeah. And he did this movie called
Freddy Got Fingered.
Freddy Got Fingered. Very interesting movie. And he was
Love it.
trying to get his cartoon caught up in a cafe by pretending to be an English Bobby or something like that. And it's like, it's a very weird scene, but a lot of that movie, I think he was trying to use his weird comedy to actually give a revelation of the method of how things work behind the scenes for artists. That's my personal opinion. If you don't believe me, go watch the movie. I've watched it.
Yeah. I mean, it's a cult
I mean,
classic film.
Yeah.
But the whole point is he's at therapy and he said, what happened to you? Well, my brother Freddie got fingered. In other words, he was molested by my dad. And so it's like a reoccurring gag that he hates his dad because Freddie got fingered or something. And it's just like the absurdity Dadaist. But yeah, at the same time with his Super Cat comic, I remember there was a scene in the movie. It's like he shows it to the producer and it's like, this is my comic. And he's like, this is fucking stupid. It's not going to sell. It's like, yes, it will. How is it going to sell? It's so fucking stupid. And I always think that scene's funny.
And he goes through this whole, like, if you get a chance, go watch that scene sometime. I think I've tried to put it in some of my videos. Hey Canuck. So, but yeah, just putting that out there. He also did a film called Iron Sky, where he plays a Steve Jobs role. And
Iron Sky has the soundtrack by Laibach, which is a Slovenian band that mimics neo-Nazi imagery to make farce of,
yes.
And they played in North Korea as well as a joke.
Well, and I'm telling you, like, if you go look at the synopsis of that film, you have a dark-skinned woman who's the protagonist of the film. He's the Steve Jobs, like, cult leader. Mean Mr. Mustache makes an appearance. Reptilians make an appearance. This all happens on the moon. I know that it sounds like very schizo, but I'm telling you, I don't think he picked that movie for no reason. If you look at his content recently, he's like an ultimate doomer. He's like literally like has a compound of like 1,000 acres up in Canada. I'm just saying, you know, I know it sounds schizo. I'm just saying, like, if you look into some of the stuff, like his best friend for 30 or 40 years or whatever came on and said he worked for some companies and he knows some inside baseball and that the whole system is very fragile and that it's not that hard to take out the system. So I'm just saying, like, I don't think this is all nonsense. If you really carefully look at some of these people, especially comedians, they are at least presenting a very interesting narrative. You know, I just want to throw that out there. I have more to say. I'm trying to find some of the stuff I found, but I'll let you guys talk. Sorry if I kept.
No, you're totally good. I just had to do things. Yes, I really like Freddy Got Fingered as a comedy piece of film. I think my favorite part in the film is at the very end where they go to Pakistan and somebody in the back writes with the poster, when the fuck is this movie going to end? And it's kind of just in the background that just, but yeah, a lot with Tom Green. I mean, he married Drew Barrymore. It didn't work out. Then I guess he has a YouTube channel now where he's constantly on the road, makes electronic music in his motor generated cabin of sorts. And And as much as he made a lot of great internet shows, a lot of that is not recorded because I think his sidekick, Glenn, I forget his last name, he said he wanted to do nothing with the show. So again, we talk about Jackass or Sam Hyde. Tom Green was the pioneer of all that. We wouldn't have not have a Sam Hyde without a Tom Green. So many people forget that Tom Green is a meta comedian of sorts, and he's already know what he's going to talk about before the conversation begins. But yes, other than that, I think what we had to say about JD Vance and whatnot, and I think we gotten kind of the crux of everything. I don't know if there's anything else we should add more to this.
Well, I want Canuck to join.
Yeah,
Shane,
I'm
'cause
here.
I know he has some research on this matter. Also, I just invited another guy I've been trying to reach named Casimir. He knows a lot about the alt-right, about libertarianism. He's a Jewish Russian guy or something like that, but I just invited him. He's someone I wanted us to all talk to as well, so he finally responded to me. So
Neuro and Pill Eater. The JD Vance bit about the nurses, I think he was employing sarcasm. That reads as sarcasm to me.
The nurse?
Yeah, when he said, "Oh, let's fire all the nurses because they're not vaccinated," he was employing sarcasm.
I'm pretty sure he was, but I have to read into it again. I'm not. When did he say that? It was recent or?
It was a tweet, I think, from 2023.
Okay, so it was last year. Yeah, I have to look into that.
yeah, it might have been. I was just reading that somebody put that on there. It could have been BS. I was just pointing it out for the normie truthers. It was kind of a joke because it doesn't matter to me either way. But yeah, can you drop the link for? Oh, you
Yeah,
did. Okay.
I dropped the link.
Yeah, Casimir, welcome. I'm really happy to connect with you because you know a lot of this kind of stuff, and you have a very valuable opinion, as well as Canuck as well. So I like the picture you have there, Canuck, of mean Mr. Biden.
That's not Joe Biden. That's Als Hitler.
Oh, perfect. My
Alzheimer's plus Hitler. Als Hitler.
Maybe I can.
But yeah, I did have some more stuff on Vance, but I forgot some of my points already because we were kind of moving so fast. But oh yeah, I remember now. I don't know. I think the Alex Jones and Elon Musk and all these guys kind of coming out. Machine Lies is here too. Cool. So you should have a couple people joining the stream. But yeah, I think mainly the main thing is this. Here's my main point because I'm going to jump up in a minute anyways. Big tech is taking over the government, dude. We'll get this by now. I don't know what we're thinking. I mean, big tech has totally subverted the
Neuro. Don't overstate the case and don't understate it either. Hold back just a little bit. Big tech is a new player in the game of power. They're at the big boy table. I can't say they're taking over, but they have their own edge.
Well, yeah, I just think that tech is going to be the deciding factor in all future warfare, and most of the warfare won't be apparent. But yeah, I'll let you guys.
Let me help you maybe walk that back just a little bit. Forgive me if I sound a little, about it, but it's not necessarily that tech is going to be that advantage. Right now, tech maybe offers a larger asymmetry of advantage in a multiplicity of areas. The advantage, remember I mentioned to you genus and species, right? That hierarchy, right? Tech is a species of advantage. The genus itself is asymmetric advantage, whether it's knowledge or technology or capital or access to human resources or so on. Tech is now taking a much higher, perhaps, ranking in that hierarchy of power advantage or asymmetric advantage.
Hello, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And ladies. I don't want to offend the ladies.
Greetings.
So you wanted to pick my brain, or so the message said. About what? Sorry, I'm just coming in.
Well, Kaz, you and I came from the whole Christian nationalist scene. I guess that's how I met you, and I finally got a hold of you. So thank you for being here. Machine Lies is here as well. We all kind of graduated out of that scene, and you have a lot of good perspective from both libertarianism, which I do take a lot of my philosophy from that. Basically, Stefan Molyneux, Hoppe, that kind of thing. So I'm just saying you could put a lot of that in perspective with the recent events that we're seeing, and now that we see that big tech is kind of making moves into Christian nationalism / neo alt-right / whatever this new thing is. I was just kind of curious what your take on what you've seen evolve essentially.
In terms of the censorship against this Christian nationalism, or the appearance of the term in media recently.
Well, yeah, and just with the past couple of days with the whole Trump thing, and now the vice president is now associated with like Thiel and Musk and these kind of guys.
Okay. So I'm more familiar with JD Vance as somebody who comes out of business and joins politics. I didn't know he was linked to big tech yet, so maybe my analysis isn't that great. But my immediate response to the VP pick, especially considering the let's say the elimination attempt of this weekend, is that out of all the picks that we knew about, this was the least compromising one. JD Vance is the person we were betting on as the most troublesome pick for the regime, which signals that Trump is not going to fold. And I sort of expected him to be folding if his opponents were rational, meaning because Trump is so strong in the polling, and it will require such huge resources to defeat him anyway, which is still possible for the regime. It just costs a lot. I would think that if they were rational, they would compromise with him, meaning they would neutralize him in the next 4 years. They would list the areas in which he is allowed wins, and he would be allowed some wins. And then they would plan like it's a setback, but a slow rollback, not a complete war. And as a rational opponent, that's what you expected them to do. To say, okay, we're going to have 4 more years of us demonizing this guy in the media, of blocking his various more radical attempts at change. And then eventually we would set up like a new candidate to defeat his successor, which was definitely not going to be him because of term limits. That's what I expected. And what we got was this absolutely premature move of trying to remove him. And I do think that, let's talk about facts. He was not provided with extra security, even though his team requested it, and even though it was known that he's the primary candidate, meaning it is known that he's going to be nominated and there's no other Republican figure that can take his place. And as such, while legally they might not have the same obligations towards him as a candidate, rationally they should have beefed up his security. And so because they didn't, it creates the appearance that they allowed for the possibility, if not like an open conspiracy to eliminate him, then they did everything to create the conditions where it would happen naturally, including reducing his security. So that was mistaken. And it's, there's 2 ways to view the regime that we're in various groups that struggle against the regime, against the elite, the current elites. One way to view them is this all-powerful cabal of Illuminati that watch our every move and are omnipresent everywhere and are like Agent Smith from the Matrix, this unstoppable, all-knowing force that is 1 step behind sometimes and 1 step ahead most of the time. You can't evade. That's one way to view them. The other way to view them is from a perspective of somebody who lived in the Soviet Union, like a late-stage, highly corrupt regime that had over 70 years of corruption built upon corruption, where the people who get hired are not really qualified for their positions at any place, at any level, and where their power is through this natural cathedral-like collective action, as identified by Curtis Yarvin, that they're powerful because everybody's colluding, because everybody's trying their own thing, and everybody's sort of working against us. But it's not because they're rational or they're making good rational moves. And this is what it looks like. It looks like a premature, incomplete, just bad scenario that backfired. However, at the same time, if we were talking today about with a dead president, with a dead former president, Republicans would have been shattered with nobody to replace Trump in time. So the game has very high stakes, right? So to conclude, the choice of picking J.D. Vance, in my mind, reads as Trump is not going to compromise. And it's a really wild game. I can't even predict. I expect another attempt. I expect extremely dirty play. If you want to know what to expect in the U.S. future, the best sort of match would be to look at what happened in Russia between 2012 and current years, or to look at some third world countries where dictatorships are fighting each other. Like, those are the types of moves that you can now expect. And this is weird because you would think that that people are rational, meaning they have long-term thinking, which means that they bet on like safe moves. But what happened to Trump, I don't think was safe. It was a huge gamble that clearly backfired immensely. So that's my analysis. In terms of big tech, I think that there's several. It's not like a monolith group. There is Amazon, Facebook, or Meta, and Google, who are directly infiltrated, like in fairly public ways. Like Amazon gets paid by CIA and FBI, by the government, for huge sums of money to host their servers. In order to receive such a contract, it's impossible to receive it without receiving Agent Smith inside your agency. And we know from reading the Twitter files, the revelations, that even before these big contracts, the government had agents within Twitter, like a whole department of quote-unquote safety that was filled with ex-FBI agents, formally. They never truly retire. And so that's one wing that's very clearly identifiable. I don't think that they're uniform, though. There's also there are other wings, and I don't think Thiel, while he does provide some services to these organizations, I don't think he's as captured, and I don't think other people are as captured. For example, Elon Musk is also a government agent to some extent. His entire space program is financed to a huge degree by NASA, by the U.S. government. He's assisting the U.S. government in various ways through his satellite network. But his agreement, whatever it is, gives him a lot of liberty in terms of action. He's not as captured as, say, Meta and Amazon. So I don't know. I think that we should be cautious. And if you're interested in building resilience, you should not look at big platforms whatsoever. You should always have research technology that offers backups outside of these networks. So an optimistic take from this position would be that the internet is sort of too free to capture, and there's lots of movements to make it more free. That's the optimism. The pessimism is that they're definitely going to try to shut it down. They're definitely going to try to go the China direction in many ways. If you look at what China did to the internet and to big tech, that's exactly what our leaders want to do to the internet and to big tech. But I don't think they will succeed. They're not competent enough. It's too big of a beast in the United States. Similarly to they want to ban, they want to control guns, but they can't. Even though it's much more difficult in terms of physical investment to create an armory, they still can't control those. And so that gives me optimism that we are too big and too multifaceted to fully control by an organization that is falling apart as it's trying to enslave us. So that's sort of the more optimistic take. But it doesn't mean we can relax, okay? we could be in the next 5 years also completely enslaved if certain things happen. And also, I'll finish on this. When Donald Trump got elected the first time, a lot of people are like confused. They're talking about his personality or his principles, or he was pro-gun, anti-gun. All of this is irrelevant. The agenda that Obama had for Hillary Clinton, which would have been the continuation of his term, was hugely evil and negative for American people. And we know that just by not doing it, or like partly stopping it, Trump has put a wrench in the works. And that's why I think that even libertarians who oppose him on every principle should still vote for him from a tactical perspective, because, we're very young. We have a lot of time. We need a lot of time to convince others to join us. And people like Trump are buying us time. This is an absolute blessing. This is the best timeline. And if you believe in God, you've had plenty of evidence this weekend that, Deus Vult, God is on our side.
Amen. And we got Anna on the stage. Can you hear me, Anna? Can you hear me, Neurojack?
Hopefully you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you.
And
Thanks
we got-
to Neurojack. He shared this with me. Appreciate that.
Yep. And I think Neurojack is MIA. And Sheen is okay.
I'm here. I'm just away from the computer.
I gotcha. And Canuck is there. If Canuck got that.
Yeah, I am here.
And Machine is there. I think he's somewhere.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm just putting on some Vince Collins animation if you're curious. Vince Collins is old. He's an old animator from the 70s. He did like Alice in Wonderland on acid, but then he moved to computer arts. And as you can see, it's some of the best computer arts I've ever seen. And this is almost a decade old now. And it's just great to put on when you're getting deep in thought. You see things other people don't.
Yeah, the skeleton in the trolley. That was
Cats with the Heart.
Yeah.
And you go through it and then you see something else. It's kind of a metaphor about what we talk about.
But obviously, like from a occult type angle, right?
well.
Pill eater.
Maybe the griffin is maybe a little bit. Yeah.
I like the cats. They're like flying everywhere. They're flying everywhere, and they're following into the microscope.
What a red pill?
And they're going in the microscope.
Oh, that's a mic. That's not a potion bottle.
I think.
Found his own imperial cult and transform it to Jesus and save the world by destroying it somehow. That's where Tommy comes from.
Tommy's making false accusations. I don't manipulate Noel whatsoever. Back that up.
Yes, you do. I'm going to show it. I've
Not
already
at
got it.
all. Not at all.
Okay. Okay.
Not at all.
And you know what? The funniest
You're a
thing you've
dick
ever said
sucker.
is like they call me
You're
they
a
call me
liar.
a trust fund. I mean, it's true, but they call me that.
And Stephen, I haven't seen what Tommy said, but
Did you leave the
I
one with 5
suspected the
feet up?
same
Because that
thing.
one's going to be a good one.
Suspicions aren't truth. It says
Well-
not to gossip and do that in the Bible.
Okay.
So God
Are you
doesn't
talking about the
but-
5 speed thing?
But people deny their what
Do
they've
you
done.
think you're not sitting
Show me
up
the
here
receipts. I've
gossiping
never
about me
manipulated
sucking
her.
dicks
I've been
on
very
meth?
kind. I've been very kind to Noelle, and she's likable, and that's it. I don't manipulate her.
We'll see if the
I-
community that you're
and
part of
maybe-
agrees. You're in this
Tommy's
community
talking-
now. They'll let you know if you're manipulating Noel.
Tommy's talking with a dick in his mouth again. That's all he can do.
I noticed. Here, Stephen, maybe manipulation is the wrong word. Okay. Because that implies that there's malice, and I know there's not malice.
Noelle has her own mind. I haven't said her to do anything towards you
Right.
or anyone else.
Well,
Not at all.
well, there was a day where you were offended by me, and the next thing I know, I believe you had Margot and Noel with you. And
No. I've
Okay,
never
I
had a
could be wrong.
conversation with Margot. Not
Thank you.
once.
All right, then I am.
I don't know her at
remembering.
all.
All right. I did misunderstand them.
Absolutely, we did.
Well, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. And I mean no offense, but I do know that
I'm a man of
series
truth.
of events occurred, and Noelle went from being kind and sweet with me to sending me texts just being nasty, being rude.
Well,
thinking
Tommy
it-
does that. Maybe Tommy's a bad influence. I don't know. Tommy sends you bad texts, I've heard, and is nasty. So maybe
he
it's
doesn't
Tommy.
encourage. No, I don't.
Well, I
see
don't
that.
encourage anybody. I've never encouraged anybody to send nasty emails, texts, or
No,
anything.
I understand. But
Never.
her claims were similar to what I thought I heard you saying at time, and I may be wrong. And again, I'm not trying to argue, but I think I
Listen,
understand.
I just want to
what's
say
being
something
said.
though, Jack. If I had done that, I would admit it right now. I'd say, yes, I did that, but I'm a man of truth. I did not influence Noelle or manipulate her whatsoever. She has her own mind. She sees things the way that she sees things.
I know.
She might dislike you and I might like you. So we might differ. She's her own person.
Yeah, no
understand.
one just has that spirit of Eris in her. She just wants to be tamed. So I need to get to work.
Well, somewhere in the recent past, and again, it was around the time that she was associated with you. She got the idea that what I'm doing here is not
She's
real.
never been associated with me. She's come on my show a couple times.
That's
it.
what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Where
That's
you
all.
where you spent time together. Okay, and it's just perspective. This is just what I saw. So, but she went from being whatever she is, kind and sweet, to she's convinced that this is not real, that I'm just doing a show and that I'm just trying to deceive people and that I'm a liar.
Well, she said on my show that Jack is just a show, and I never had said that you were just an actor or putting on a show. And I said, "Do you think so?" She came up with that on her own, in my own chat room said, Noelle sees it the way that she sees it. I mean, some agreed, some disagreed. That's the way it goes. It's the way it goes over here. There's people saying stupid shit about me in the chat. I'm not crying about it. I'm just saying they can think what they want. But when in terms of manipulating, I don't manipulate anybody.
Appreciate that. Hey, and here, welcome back, Tarek and Tommy.
Sorry, I got cut off, Jack.
So,
am I back?
yes, you are back.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, he left.
I gotta get out of here.
Peace. Thank you.
I made
Peace,
Goblin leave.
Goblin.
I made
Let's connect
Goblin
when
leave.
you can, Goblin.
And I'm controlling Tarek as a puppet right now, of course.
Oh yeah.
Tarek, say what I want you to say. Say what I
You're
want.
puppets too. Excellent.
No problem.
I'm
Eric,
controlling Chuck
no,
like a
no
puppet.
problem, Stephen.
Praise me, praise
You got
me,
it.
Tarek. Praise me.
Praise
Do
King
what Master
Stephen.
Steven
Praise King
says,
Stephen.
please.
Yes, and Hank.
I said
He's my
praise
house
King
Negro.
Stephen.
Yeah, I need
What
more
he's
money,
doing-
bud.
You guys don't understand what he's doing. You guys don't understand what he's doing. I think he's showing something live so people can see, intelligence and see also what's happening with brainwashing, deception, and all that. And the same time, doesn't mean anything bad at all. And Jack is also correlating with it, kind of back and forth, as long as he doesn't get a little angry, which is fine. And we'll go from there. That's about it. We're all here in good faith and peace. And that's about it. But Hank, 1 second. I want to say one thing off the subject. Flow State, I don't know you the 100 yet. You loser. You have not won the bet yet, Flow State. But just to let you know, I gave the 100 to Lindsay, okay? So she can go shop with it, do whatever she wants. When you win the bet, maybe she'll give it to you.
She needs
Yeah,
tampons.
no problem. Whatever she wants to use, shop, tampons,
A lot of
hairstyle,
tampons.
whatever.
A
Massage.
lot of tampons. Some new panties. Period panties.
So, Derek, we understand King Steven's game, me and Machine Logic, because we play it ourselves. We haven't been playing as long as Steven has, but we play the same game, so we understand it.
Yeah, we're on to you guys.
I'm playing the long game of truth and being on God's side. I'm against devils. I'm against evil liars, and I think Tommy's been lying about a lot of people, and so have some others in the panel verse. And I think it's time for the lies to end.
I'm at the corner of Eternity Drive and Infinity Lane. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody said Machine lies that you shaved your beard and it grew back the next day. I'm not sure that's completely true.
Here's his mustache.
There's a lot of rumors and exaggeration going on in the panel verse. So
Yeah. What else is new, King Steven?
that's the way
Anyway,
it goes.
thanks for that, Tarek.
Jack,
I
how are
really
you today?
appreciate it. It's expensive to get your hair done.
Yeah. Because yesterday I went on Flow for a second. He was talking about something at night that was actually very, knowledgeable. And then as soon as I got on, he's like, "Do you have my 100?" I said, "No." He just kicked me out. So here you go, Flow State. Fuck yourself. Lindsay has the 100. She's gonna go shopping with it. Do whatever she wants with it.
Are you sure you were on Flow State?
Well, not him. No.
Oh,
Yeah, you're
okay.
right. No, he's bright in some venues. I would give him that. Okay, he's not stupid.
In
But
scheming,
in that
I would
subject,
say scheming.
Yeah,
He was stupid on
I agree.
Nachi's room the other day.
So where's Jack's
Yeah,
100?
He
Tarek?
got pretty pounded.
Yeah, I'm not here trying to. I'm not trying to hear like the hate on Flow State, anything like that. We all have some issues, regardless. We all are working on things, and I just want to say, what I have to say, and that's it. Jack, it's all you.
I said somebody Dreamcatcher said, "Why did Steven porn bomb Tommy's channel?" I've never porn bombed anybody. That's
Yeah,
a new
that was a-
rumor, a new lie. This is what people do. This is the dumb, petty, stupid shit that I'm against in the whole panel. It's retarded.
We already know the porn bomb was a false flag. Tommy did
I've
to
never
himself.
done that to anybody.
Yeah,
I
Tommy
don't do
did
that.
to himself. It was a false flag.
There you
All
go.
right, let's let Jack. Let's take it back to Jack.
Yeah.
Jack, how are you? You seem
Tarek,
peaceful today.
where's Jack's 100? Tarek, where's Jack's 100?
Jack can get. Jack doesn't need a bet. He doesn't bet. He's a Christ being, and people that are religious don't bet.
I've wondered that. I've actually bet a lot. I stopped gambling money. Here, I stopped gambling money, but I gambled my life. I've risked my reputation, my family, my career, my life savings. I've risked my safety. I've risked it all.
And come back, Jack. It can all come back. But I'm talking about
I know.
gambling because I had a gambling. Yeah, I had a gambling issue when I was younger, and I signed myself out of the casino and I won like $157,000. No, I
What?
won $157,000, and then like in 4 days, I said I was going to put just on the side and gamble 57. In 3 days, I lost it all. So yeah, I know I signed myself out. No gambling.
You
I'm
lost
talking
it
about I was
all.
like 23 or 24.
You got to listen to the Kenny
Yeah, I
Rogers
had money
song,
at the
Tarek. You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away,
Well, King Steven, I was
know
only
when to run.
I was only like 24, 25, so I was stupid.
Kenny Rogers knows. Listen to Kenny. Listen to Kenny. The
There's that
gambler.
lizard person.
I want to listen to
that he was
Jack.
talking about.
The
This
gambler.
lizard
Kenny
tree.
Rogers.
Anyway,
I want to listen
walk
to Jack.
away.
How
You
was
wanna
your
get
day? You
serious
seem peaceful today. Yes.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Should have walked away, man. You got to walk away and give the money to God.
What was that, Lindsay?
I said, you guys want to get serious again? Or, I mean, we could laugh. I mean, just
Yeah.
have to. Where are we going?
Please. I don't know. Hey, here.
What's the subject?
Thank you. The topic today is finding comfort with joy. And really the underlying message is, well, that's the goal. If you can find joy, you can find comfort in yourself wherever you are, even when things are dark, even when things are uncertain. If you can detach from the darkness and the uncertainty, you can reward yourself with a little appreciation, a little joy, and moments of comfort. But there's times where life gets uncomfortable. And if we can, and that is actually the best way to grow. If you can get comfortable pushing your comfort zone, expanding your comfort zone. You know, we learn life through trial and error. And where I'm at now, I've surrendered to God, so I really don't care that much about me. I mean, I do, but I don't.
That's
I
great.
just,
No,
I
that is
love.
great.
It's really the way we're supposed to live, freely, without worry, with love, and that means finding a way to be joyful even when we're attacked. And
I
that's
think
what I.
during the process of expanding your comfort zones, doing things contrary to how you naturally would do them, it feels actually not happy and not joyful. It's it's painful somewhat. You have to take some risks, and that's painful, scary, whatever adjectives you want to put to it. But eventually, you're happier afterwards that you've actually done that. And I was going to relate this to something else, but I don't want to cut you off.
Go
It's
ahead.
related, but I don't want to cut
Please,
you off.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, for some reason, I've been noticing everywhere on all panels, people making, and I just did it, people statements. For example, people suck, people are stupid. People always say funny things when I'm trying to be serious. People this, people that, people whatever. It's we all do it. And then I thought about a challenge. If you're going to be joyful, why don't you apply the adjectives that you throw on other people and examine yourself in those terms? So say you say people are stupid. Well, you can always point the finger back and count a million stupid things that you did. That's not fun, but discovery is fun.
And it's honest.
And then you're not so busy and worried, like I usually am, about what other people are doing or what other adjectives or labels are assigned to them. And you can start thinking about yourself and thinking less about other people, dropping the anger or the bitterness or the, that's actually not fun when you say people are this, people are that, people are stubborn, people are dicks. I mean, whatever you want to, whatever we all say all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I hear people are stupid a lot, hell of a lot.
So
I don't say that. I name individual beings. I don't say people and group everyone in. I name
Well, you
names.
called
I'll
me
say,
stupid, so let's turn it around and say, well, how could you be stupid?
Yeah,
well,
so
I don't say people as a group. I don't say people. I name names is what I'm saying. I'll say Lindsay's a slut or Tommy's a fag or something like that. I don't group in everyone and say, quote, people are stupid. People's a group. People's not an individual.
Okay, then how about
So maybe
you
you're
challenge
confused,
yourself and
Lindsay.
every time you make an
People's a group.
accusation?
People's a
Okay.
group. Maybe you laugh at shit and maybe you stand with evil. Maybe I see what you are. Maybe that's
So-
why. Maybe
so
that's why. Maybe you are. That's all.
With your
I'm a multifaceted person, as
I see
are
what
you.
you
And
are.
Right.
I've seen
Right.
both in you
That's
too.
all.
Yeah, I want to interject.
Please.
So with the insults and attacks love my way, I get excited for them. I get excited
Yeah.
as Frieza from Dragon Ball Z Abridged
He's
for
going to the
new
past a
insults and
month
attacks
ago.
aimed at me. I get excited when a new insult drops.
Tank,
I
you
like
cry
it.
over something somebody said 6 months ago.
No,
The past
I don't
past.
remember.
You can't even throw out
There
a
you go.
fun and creative suggestion that you
Lindsay-
turned around,
Lindsay
and then
right. hold on
people
to the
will
past.
disagree
She
with
holds
it,
on
put
to
it
the
down.
past.
Stephen,
She
Your names.
resents. Go ahead.
Stephen, I'm not even mad at you. I'm
Go
just
ahead.
trying to talk.
You
Just
don't
trying
have
to
to.
talk. I mean, you could take all these things that we do,
Why bring
and
it up?
why
Stephen,
not?
can you just yield and pretend like you're not under attack?
Sure.
Can we have a conversation where you're not interrupting and maybe allowing other people to participate?
Absolutely. Let's go for it.
Thank you,
Thank
Stephen.
you, brother Stephen.
Well, I think I understood why I understood what Lindsay was saying. And Stephen, you just immediately went to a bunch of ad hominem attacks of Lindsay, of what revealing your insulting character. And I know you're better than that.
He has both sides, and when
I
he's
know.
funny, he's really funny. But when he can be, let's go back to the people can be such a dick. Let me personalize it. Stephen can be such a dick sometimes. But we,
Great.
yeah,
Thanks
you
for
know, I can
personalizing
look
it.
at the
That's
positive.
me.
Yeah, it's me too.
And
All of us have
Lindsay, I'll
tendency.
personalize it. Lindsay can be such a bitch sometimes.
Absolutely.
But Jack doesn't like to hear that, but it's true. That's
No,
It's
the way-
why do
absolutely-
we here? The thing is if you're going to focus on that aspect, guess what
I'm
you're
not.
going to do?
No.
Well, I'm witnessing you treating Lindsay as a bitch, which is what you just said. So you got to realize what you think and what you say matters.
Exactly. Just like when Tommy comes up and calls Hank the N-word and calls people names.
I realize that, but I was addressing you, Stephen.
That's great.
All
You're
I'm saying
singling
is
me
that
out
there
again.
are creative
I'm
ways.
the only one you hold accountable here, Jack.
That's not
For the most
accurate.
part. That is
Maybe
accurate.
I have higher standards for you. Maybe because of what you've presented, I
I'm at a
expect
higher
you to be
standard then.
true.
I agree with that.
Okay, so what prevents you from just cooperating? No one's trying to hurt you. We're trying to offer you, hey,
I'm
you
not
should-
trying to hurt Lindsay. Why bring up what was said 6 months ago?
because it's not appropriate, and
past.
you're still defending it, and you're still repeating the behavior.
I'm in
Stephen.
the present. I'm not looking at the past here. I'm in the present.
Yes,
moment.
and in the present, you were very insulting and disrespectful here on this panel towards Lindsay. And yes, maybe I am holding you to a different standard. Maybe it's because I feel like I can communicate with you. So please don't be offended that I
Well,
might be
thank
trying
you.
to hold you
Thank
to a
you,
higher
Jack.
standard today.
No, I'm thanking you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Well, Stephen, you'll be proud to know, as an aside, that I quit posting hoe pictures. So, see, this is just my face. It's PG. I've made a change, and I've grown.
Oh, excellent.
Boo!
Yeah,
Boo! I'm
Excellent.
protesting that.
No more ass and titties. Thank you. No more hope.
Boo!
You're welcome.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
I'm proud of you.
I respect myself better because of that.
That's actually good. I am proud of you. That's a
Thank you.
step in the right
Less-
direction.
You're only
Less
saying that because you have a harem already. You get that still.
Hey,
Oh,
I also
hey,
want to recognize the good. I know you went through a lot of flack, but you did. You pressed out. You pushed yourself into where I believe you weren't comfortable. You explored. Maybe you don't do that again. Maybe you do it different. But whatever, right?
I'm actually
So
not
good
a
on
hoe,
you.
and I know it. But
I
as
trust
far as
that.
other people are concerned, I am, because I projected that. So I understand.
Hey, there were rumors that I asked her or that I wanted her in my harem or asked her for hope naked pics. I
No.
did not ask her for
He
any
did
naked
not.
pics. I didn't ask.
And I did. And I did.
Oh, you did, Hank?
Yeah,
You did?
absolutely. Yes.
Anyway, I was
Did
just
you-
trying to get to the idea and off
Did
the
you get
subject
it?
again.
I can't find them. Maybe I missed the email, but I couldn't find them. So resend them, please.
You better check your email again.
I sent them to one person here on the whole internets. But I
The
learned my
whole
lesson.
internet.
The whole internet's plural.
Just Flow State? No one else?
Absolutely.
Okay. Hank, you didn't get any. You got rejected.
Yep, that's normal.
I didn't think it was a big deal, but I could see that it was a big deal through other people's eyes, and they were misinterpreting who I am and my message. So I stopped it because I didn't want that reputation. And I do have a brain. It's not as big as TML's, but I've got a brain. I've got other things other assets that aren't physical. Anyway, so
Hey, yeah. Not to continue where you were, but I respect your mind, Lindsay. You do have a beautiful perspective, and you ask questions that are pretty probing sometimes. And we're all growing this life together. And hey, I guess like Beetlejuice, we got a guest. Welcome, Flow State.
What's going on? He was lurking.
No, how you doing today?
Hey, same shit, new day.
Are you looping?
Am I looping? I don't believe so.
Is your life a loop? Same shit every day?
In some aspects, it is. In some aspects, it's always brand new.
I like that new part. That's what I keep looking
And a little
for.
bit of loop isn't always a bad thing. It's familiarity.
Yep. There's comfort in familiarity, but in my past, I didn't realize it until it was gone. I was awful attached to familiarity, and that every day is something new. I was thinking about this earlier. Since 2018, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. I don't know how I'm gonna keep the lights on or keep the shelter and the food and the fuel. Got no clue. I also don't know how I'm gonna end wars, but I figure why not? What else am I gonna do? Hey, sincerely, I don't know if anyone saw it. Does anyone care to see my visit to city council last night? Nothing has come of it yet, so really it doesn't matter.
I'm game.
Go ahead, play it.
Let's see it.
Goblin wrote you a message too. I guess he wanted to say some things, but he never got to.
Oh, did he?
The back
Thank
chat.
you. Yes, thank you. Here, do this. So this was last night, just a few moments. I'll do this. This was like a couple hour and a half in maybe, and most of the conversations were about the budgets and law enforcement and crime in the community and how to deal with that sort of thing. So
It's back, and after that, we'll have shared minute.
good evening, Council President, Council members. Jack Talcott, longtime resident of Spokane. And as I'm sitting here listening, I'm grateful for you guys. Dealing with the budget, dealing with the chaos and the violence and the problems of the city. Thank you. Not something that I even want to deal with, but what I do want to deal with, my faith and inspiration is what brought me here today, because the reality is budget and violence, not just a Spokane problem. It's a nation problem, it's a world problem, and we are all united together at this time in history. So there's a lot of things happening in Spokane. There's a lot of things happening in the world. And I'm a man here in Spokane who's online 7 days a week trying to find support. And then I thought about it. My goal is to find a way to speak to people in Congress. It feels pretty important to a lot of people that maybe war should be ended and maybe the criminal banking systems could be addressed. And I realized all of you people here in Spokane, by your positions alone, you've got connections and relationships that I don't. So is there a way to have more of a conversation about this idea to get scheduled, something with a group of you? Is it possible to get something scheduled for more conversations like this?
Let's discuss it afterwards. There's opportunity for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jack.
And that's about it. Very brief. Like I said, she did follow up and got my contact info afterwards, but here, oops. Doggone it. Who knows? Hey, thank you, Jeeps. I don't know where any of this is going to bring.
Am I wrong?
Nice work, Jack.
Good job, Jack. But did you mention the slogan "Live without fear," or did I miss it?
No.
No point today. Just want to get the context.
I'm not trying to promote the brand, not trying to promote me as a man. I'm trying to get people to cooperate with getting these ideas. It's time to end wars. Oops, where'd Flo go? And here, we've got someone in the back. I'm going to take a chance here.
Put up the banner.
That's what I was looking for. I'm looking for a fun one. Go with that. Southcott YouTube Sheriff.
What the fuck am I doing in there?
You're a bankster, Flow State. Of course you're in there. You're a bankster.
I'm back in the cage again.
You and Paulie, man. Hey, appropriate for Jack. You want to introduce yourself, say hi, what's going on? Show yourself. Looking.
Turn your camera on or something so that you have video at least.
I'm gonna assume they're not there, and we'll just take.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
There you
Better
go.
luck next day.
That overlay is hilarious.
I've had some of these for a while, and I keep forgetting all of this stuff.
Yeah.
So,
What about the picture at the very beginning where it has you laying in Paul's arms and Paul is a couch? Who did that one?
Maybe they were
Well,
looking for nude pics.
it's not actually, it's not necessarily him, but it is a big old gorilla. And
Oh, I thought that was because he calls himself the gorilla, right?
yeah, and so I thought it
Albino
was a
gorilla.
yeah, it feels pretty appropriate. I sit with comfort and joy upon the white gorilla with a big old fucking.
I took it another way, like he's got you in his pockets.
That's probably how he'd take it, I'm sure.
I think it just reveals both y'all's closeted homosexuality.
It's possible, but I'm not feeling that. Not in the slightest.
You're over him.
Well, there was never really any sexual tension from my end. That was a non-issue.
Well, that's Tommy's daddy.
Not
That's
a
Tommy's
tiny
daddy.
bit. There wasn't a tiny bit of sexual tension.
No. I prefer. Well, obviously, I've said it, but women, and I prefer small and petite. And Paul is not.
Yeah, you'd be the petite one in that situation, wouldn't you?
Have you ever seen a skinny gorilla? Come on.
Right.
Yes. So Flow State, we can't take shots at Pussy Paul because Tommy already called dibs, so we had to be respectful.
No, we don't.
That's true, we don't. But I'm going to be respectful. Tommy called dibs. You got Pussy Paul, Tommy.
Here we go. Sorry.
Brother Stephen, are we okay?
Yeah, sure, sister Lindsay. I don't hang on to grudges. I'm a forgive and forget.
Nice.
You know, I saw something. I've shared the reminder with others who want to be. There's some real clowns. You know, I'm sorry. Before I get to that, I look forward to the future because I have so much evidence that people have no clue what I'm dealing with each day. No clue. Some of the fucking monkeys and nonsense, the arrogant fools that want to think they're funny. There's not a huge number of them, but the ones who are antagonistic, oh man, I look forward to the future, and I'll be revealing all sorts of shit on some of these people. Maybe not. We'll see. But where I was going with that is it really is part of our maturity, our growth, our self-development. It's up to all of us to grow in doing a better job of taking responsibility and becoming accountable for what we say. Because what we say, what we do, it may be forgiven, but it's not really forgotten. Damage happens by things we do and we say, and if we don't deal with the damages, we're in denial. And that's why the world is the way that it is, with bankers funding governments, which are paying people's children to go to war.
Amen. I can get behind that. I look forward to the future for many ways. I just want to say this. And one of the ways is, I mean, it's a smaller way just on YouTube. I look forward to the future being better overall for everyone in this world. But I look forward to the immediate future on YouTube when Tommy's channel comes back because I want to see the content that he makes about me. I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, me too. I would love to see it. And content based Oracle makes about me too.
Oh, Based Oracle?
It's
Oh, hey
brother
there.
based.
Hey, brother Based.
Yes,
What up?
welcome.
Lovely to see you.
It is lovely to see me.
You make
And you as well,
content
Lindsay.
about Hank? Is that, you make content about Hank Oflamio?
I am
Yeah.
the content, like I'm over
Yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've been clout chasing Hank for a while.
To no avail so far, but I'm working on it.
Did you challenge me to debate yet?
Vengeance.
That usually gets me.
That reminded me, I have not made enough Hank content. I think I need to get some of that clout too.
I'm sure you've got plenty, man.
Hank laughed out loud quite a few times today and cracked me up.
Hank's face when I arrived here was probably like I'm probably gonna go back and have to screenshot that right now. He was so excited for a little more chaos.
He gets excited over you, I think. Hank, you get excited over
And you're ruining it. You're ruining it. Your gangster BS.
The moment has already come. It was amazing and it's gone. I can't ruin the past.
You know, I think Hank has black privilege in the panel verse. I think he's got a little, because he's not that, there's not that many black guys or black women on these panels.
Well,
Hank has
I am
black
here
privilege.
now. So
You what?
I forgot.
I'm here now. Well, you
Oh,
said
you're-
there's not that many.
He means black magician.
Black what?
You're not black.
Yes.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but was I not called a beautiful black man on your stream flow?
A whole ass black man.
Whole ass. Yes, thank you. And it was accurate, although 4.4 I wouldn't call full, but yeah.
Was she dyslexic and asshole, or did you just say it that way on purpose? A whole ass?
Whole ass, beautiful black man.
Great compliment.
Yeah.
I
And
can
accurate.
identify with that.
As
Hey,
opposed to a half ass.
Yeah, ass jokes.
I want to come back to the observation of someone finding glee in the chaos and joy. There's actually a lot of people. If you watch the eyes, behind the anger, you'll see some joy and excitement in the anger. I used to love getting angry. It was my favorite pastime. But it feels much better to have joy. And we have joy when we feel comfortable. And we feel comfortable when we give up the fights.
Wait,
You're
Jack,
still
you
angry.
don't love getting angry anymore? It doesn't feel good to you to get angry when that angry Jack comes out and you're just on the verge of biting someone's head off? You don't feel good? There's no good feeling anymore?
No, I've got high standards for myself. I'm working on my patience, my acceptance, my ability to communicate. And when I don't succeed at that, it's frustrating. But I've been learning how to surrender and grow in faith. The time is coming. I'm improving my ability to communicate. I'm growing in my understandings of what I know. And the reality is this whole human experience, the God that people have been fighting for and against all this time, it's easier to understand than we think. The key is to stop thinking, to drop the value of thought. Seriously, it's the idea of what they call it, the Tao, the way. It's the
It's funny
idea.
that you-
What's that?
I don't want to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
It's funny that you should mention that after talking about anger, because I kind of got this feeling of retribution, or, people will get what they deserve, that kind of thing. Is that just in my head, or is part of you thinking, you know what, all those people who did me wrong, they're going to get it?
I think that's mean, though. That's kind of vengeful. What do you think?
I didn't know if he's thinking that, so I
You think
asked.
that's holy? Yeah, I know. I'm wondering too.
I think it's natural.
Brother Jack, what do you think?
It's a habit we want to break. While it is true, there's what I've learned to trust. Hey, let me go back to the thank you for the gift, just a me. And congratulations, Salty Siren. You've been around for a while with me. Haven't quite come around, but welcome to the members. The
You
question.
admitted that. Surprised.
There's
Oh, I
what
like
I've come to
Siren.
funny. what I've come to realize is I trust in karma. Karma is the reaction. That's what life is, where the reaction of the past karma brings us into being, and through our life we're dealing with patterns from our past and spiritual pasts and all these different, I don't know exactly how it all works, but I've heard a lot of theories and stuff. The main idea is, if you can have faith in God, and if you're a believer of Jesus, you call yourself a Christian, then you can accept that love is the answer. And with love, if you can consider that God loves us as children, the way we want to be is authentic and honest, like Jesus, right? Willing to serve and be truthful, loving, kind. And if God loves us, what does a loving parent want for their children? They want them to be happy.
The best.
They want them to be happy.
I think this idea of karma is absolutely negative, and I think it's BS. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, because you just used it like, you believe in it. I think it's like a coping mechanism instead. Just like saying the devil made me do it, when you're a kid or something. I didn't do it. The devil made me do it. I think people have so much. Here I go with the people overall statement. So I'll just own it, because I said so before that the people statements, and put them back on yourself. I was going to say people have so much bitterness, regret, anger, and yes, I do, that they need somewhere to put it. And thinking about the idea of karma, well, they'll get theirs, they'll deserve it. I could let this anger and bitterness go now, because they're going to get it, right? God, when Jesus comes back to save the world, or when Armageddon comes, or when we die, it's almost an evil thing to wish for.
I'm glad you brought it up, because I did a poor job of pointing out what I wanted. Yes, the rules of karma can be used to the darkness, right? And everyone does have some of that darkness within them, that they got to find a place for it. Karma works for good too.
If it exists.
There's orders. There is logical and demonstrable. There's proven orders to the way that nature works, the way our minds work, the way our bodies work. The order of the universe. It is a proven strategy. Success and inner peace and freedom and healing, it's in the mind, between the mind and the heart. It's all within. If we don't heal ourselves and become whole within, we're running around fractured, finding enemies, finding reasons to defend or attack. And that's the worldly way. We don't want to live that way.
You almost have to.
What I've learned is, yes, we have to live as who we are, where we are each day. So the way I've been healing myself, dealing with the attacks and all the craziness, is I remind myself, I'm revealing my character. They are revealing theirs, right? We're all developing and showing our own characters. The character I've chosen for myself, and I don't give a damn about opinions. I care about what's true. The image I've chosen for myself is to be honest and to grow, to overcome my anger and to grow in my, my ability to walk with Christ.
I'm gonna leave you with this. We had Flo State and Lindsay on the same panel for like an hour, and we haven't broken up into a rage or fighting. So peace can break out.
That's great. That's great to see. I applaud both of them. They're seething beneath, but they're holding it in. They're keeping it all in.
It's a new day. It's a new day, and every day offers an opportunity to be a new start.
I really want to know something, Jack. How do you contain your anger? Like, how do you work on it? How do you dissipate it? What's your way of doing that, dealing with it?
I don't find much anger anymore. In the past, what I would do, though, what I found to be healthy is to allow it, all of our emotions. We don't want to stifle or distract ourselves from the emotions. We want to deal with the emotions. So we're honest with ourselves, showing respect and compassion that, okay, well, Jack, you were just accused of a criminal. All right, Jack, well, it looks like you're not going to get time with your son. All right, looks like your career's gone.
Kind of hard to laugh at that after a while.
Well, you get practice. You learn to laugh and you feel better. That was one thing. I heard it from others and I started practicing, and I used to have to force myself. Oh, I was so angry at the world, and I'd try and be fucking laughing at me. Made me sick. But eventually, laughter does help us heal. And if you take yourself too seriously, you'll be afraid to be wrong. If we're afraid to be wrong, we're never going to learn more. So life, we have, as here in America especially, the world has developed into this entertainment lifestyle. Entertainment and service, that's what everyone's chasing. And immediate gratification. It's literally, it's insane.
It's nuts.
Anything is a respite from the anger and bitterness that is probably just skin deep in most people.
Yes, it is.
Not in most. Come on. I don't know.
Except for you.
Unhealed trauma, fears and insecurities, those will turn into depression or anger. And the depression and anger can end up in real self-sabotaging behaviors like addiction and crime and abuse.
One of the things that I admire about men, I'm going to try to talk less after I realize I'm kind of commandeering this, so I recognize that. One thing I like and admire about men is their ability to. They have these emotions. They're normal, just like everybody else, but they know how to set them aside or compartmentalize them until they can take it out in a good way, usually. Some don't. That's over whatever. But overgeneralization. It's been pointed out to me many, many times that women aren't good at this. I actually think some women are. I think they are. But overall, it would be something to work on. And I want to learn how to sit there with my feelings of discomfort or anger or bitterness and not spurt out and not just impetuously say, F you, a-hole, and become this ugly person or let that ugly side out and just wait another, 2 minutes or something.
And bake. Maybe bake some cupcakes or something and take your mind off your feelings the way women in the 50s did.
Interesting anecdote to kind of tap into what Lindsay was just talking about.
Yeah.
So many years, the further back in time you go, the less emotional control that I had. Right? 10 years ago, a little more than that, I was just, for instance, I know everyone on panel here has heard this part, but I was in the Marine Corps, which was a difficult time to say the least. And while deploying, I also had some, I would say, pretty dire personal circumstances happening outside the Marine Corps, which was making it even more difficult in times of high stress as it was. We were pushed to purposely, I believe, levels of high stress to prepare ourselves for those high stress situations, which we couldn't control, right? Things outside of our control. So anyways, as time has gone on, I believe, I suppose I can't speak objectively, although my friends probably would be a better source of that, is that I've tapped into more and more emotional control. As Lindsay's saying, well, she was referring to men, but I feel emotions, right? Everyone feels emotions, as far as I know. Meanwhile, I don't think anyone on YouTube has ever seen me emotional. Not to say that, well, let me put it like this. Let me rephrase that. No one has seen me outside of my control of my emotions. If I'm getting loud or seemingly angry, it's purposely so. I'm very well aware of what I'm doing, how I'm acting, my tone, etc. Now, some people don't like that, and I don't give a fuck. But meanwhile, the most important thing for individuals is for the individual to be in control of themselves, because really that's the only thing that you can control. All of these outside forces, there's very little you can do to impact them, let alone control them.
You never get triggered then online on these panels based? You never get triggered emotionally over anything?
I'm familiar with the term triggering, but just to dig into it a little bit, how would you define it? Where do you think the line is for being
I don't
triggered
know.
or
You
not?
seemed angry one time talking with me, and I thought you were going to shed a little tear or something. I thought you were getting a little bit emotional, but maybe I was misreading the situation since you're new to me. But
here, can I actually, the emotional maturity, the emotional intelligence, this online realm, the nonsense you deal with, I've grown. But when I first came online, no, I can't say the same thing about myself.
you were
Based,
spurging like crazy, weren't you?
oh man, I was triggered like a motherfucker 3 times. But that's one of the things I truly admire about Flow State, Machine Lies, and others, is their ability to stay pretty stoic even in the chaos. And that's one of the things I notice about you too. Your ability to communicate and to stay calm so your mind is working. That's something we got to practice.
I'm trying to teach him.
Flo's working on it, one egg at a time.
Well,
So I think the answer is making it through overcoming more trauma, right? Because everyone has trauma, but not everyone overcomes their trauma, their adversities. And the more that you do that, the less I find you would be impacted by what somebody says or apparently thinks, etc.
Agree.
Well, there's many here, those emotions. I want to come back to something Lindsay said too. I think part of developing emotional intelligence, and you guys tell me if your experience is different, it's to be learning how to understand the emotions, not to let those feelings take over, but to recognize, oh, I'm getting pissed. What's the reason of this? What's going on here? And sometimes, I mean, we're kind of like children. If we can't articulate our feelings and our thoughts, that's when we throw temper tantrums. I've seen myself doing it. So it takes the intelligence and the will, the self-control to stay, to pause, to breathe. And what I found in dealing with not just processing current emotions, but old emotions too, is accept them. Allow them to be processed, but remind yourself, you have the power. We all have the power to limit our anger, limit our sadness. You know, how long we spend with the feelings is kind of up to us, unless we don't pay attention.
Yeah, I like what you said there, brother Jack. It's also about as I think you're expressing about having a undivided heart, so that when you approach others, it's already settled how you're going to engage with them, so you have full acceptance of them, whether or not it turns out to be a good or bad engagement. That way, a lot of having a undivided heart comes with courage, and that comes with the stoic temperament, because courage and faith and really just facing people, and you'll notice that tendency among soldiers. Maybe I could ask Base Oracle about that. That they could, sort of break each other down, but still have respect for each other. You know what I mean? So, whatever they face, whether they face each other's, breaking point, they could still have respect for who and what they are, and what the ultimate goal is. You know?
Yes. Hey guys, I don't mean to throw a wrench when we're having. I feel these have been great conversations, but a little over 2 hours. I'm feeling like this may be good for today. Thoughts before we wrap up? Finding comfort with joy or on anything else?
Well, I'll just go ahead and say that that's stupid. You're not complete. You're wrong. The stream shouldn't end. Also, Tarek is a fag. I feel like there's probably more things, but that's just all that's coming to mind right now.
What about Tommy? Tommy was here today too.
I didn't pay much attention to Tommy.
Are you asking if he's gay too, or are you just asking? If
He is.
Tommy's likely gay and super closeted, more closeted than Tarek.
Well, thank you for bringing your patterns of disagreement, respect, your consistency. Oh, I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. Anyone else?
I like consistency. I'm going to stick by with Tommy's gay. He likes chicks with dicks. He's not straight. He said on my show he's not straight. He doesn't identify as straight. I want to say to Tommy, I have no hate for you, but bring it on. Bring it on with the videos, live streams, whatever you're going to do coming up when your channel comes back, when you said you're going to go after me or whatever. Bring it on, man. I don't care. It doesn't bother me a bit. I love it. I love it. So bring it on. It doesn't bother me. None of this stuff gets to me on YouTube. This shit doesn't mean anything to me. I have a real life. So this stuff, this drama on YouTube stuff doesn't matter at all. I don't hang on to things for months or hold grudges or go ahead, Jack. Peace be with you, brother. Peace be with you.
Yes. Thank you for everything. Thank you for joining. But I'd like you to consider, this is one of the issues I have with Noelle.
Okay.
She wants to present as though this is just a show.
But I'm King Stephen. I'm not Noelle.
Right. But you're here treating this like it's just a show, perhaps. And I don't want to assume, but your words you just said, YouTube stuff doesn't matter. But I'm telling you, life matters. And this is my life. My purpose has brought me to this. So it's not all entertainment that we're here for. But thank you, Stephen. I appreciate you, brother.
You're welcome. Peace to you all.
Have a good night.
I lied. I do have one more thing to say.
Please.
TML, every time you giggle at something, when you try to say so stoic and cerebral, not try, you just are. You're always thinking. You're in your head. And you giggle and I lose it. I'm just going to have to put myself on mute or something. Because every time you start giggling, it's so contrary to your mind and how your mind works that I'm just going to have to ask you to stop laughing. Thanks.
No, don't ever stop laughing. Laugh more and join him, Lynn.
I love it. I love it. It's funny.
Good. Blessings.
Yeah,
Anything
I have
else?
A strange sense of humor since I was a kid. Top in my strange sense of humor is like when machines destroy themselves. I find that very funny, but other people don't really get it. But yeah, blessings.
All right. Anything else, Lindsay? All right. Thank you, my friend. Based?
Yeah. Let's see. I showed up here today because my stream got taken down and I said, fuck it, might as well show up somewhere else. And apparently at the tail end. So anyways, thanks for having me on. I'm not going to reopen anything. We'll just talk another time.
You know what? I hope so. And I hope to catch time with you again. I enjoy talking with you. I really do. Although it seems you stay patient and I end up talking a lot, but I appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Have a good one. See you,
You
Machine.
too. Brother?
Yeah, I'd like to say a few things about the topic before I leave, and read a passage or two here from the book I've been reading for you guys. But yeah, this basically, style is what you do when no one is looking, and if you're lonely when you're alone, you're in bad company. So that goes to finding comfort within. As Lao Tzu said, he said, my teachings are easy to understand and easy to implement, but no one in the whole world has been able to understand or implement them. And then he goes on to say, my teachings have an ancestor and my activities have a Lord, but people fail to understand these, and I am not understood. Those who understand me are rare. Those who take me as a model are honored. This is why sages wear coarse clothes while cherishing precious jade. They don't put their knowledge on display. That's why he goes on to say, to know that one does not know is best. Not to know, but to believe that one knows is a disease. But anyways, have a blessed one, guys.
Hey, sincerely, thank you, brother.
Every time I stop and see you stuck, soon as you try to step off the cannabis. The megalithic master craftsman, closet meteorologist. Look at the clouds, the storms coming, that's common sense. I think about this giant monstrosity, 10W40 blood viscosity, big enough to kill the whole colony. Lock a low kiss on the oil leaking from the barrel drum. I did it all for dinosaur blood. The sky's falling, ocean levels rising from warming. Too much carbon, we all know the real causes. Jet planes in the skies are stalling. Dark night, riot squads are forming. Snakes are calling, rap jumping shit, but the water is boiling. Produce is spoiling, state of affairs appalling. Can't believe people still snoring. Wake up and stop yawning. Vengeance is mine in the morning. Speech, recognize speech. Mobile phone signals out of reach. Data plan says your talk is cheap. The king is a captive, trapped by his own inaction. Celebrated after global disaster. That's when Father Arthur Paul Harper was captured. His golden palace was collapsed amidst great ashes that were once wide green pastures where panthers, dragons, tigers, and rappers. He is but a man of minor stature, the megalithic master craftsman. Futurism, writing a future lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing a future lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing a future lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing a future lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. My brain ain't getting enough oxygen. I built the robotic cannabis and now nobody's stopping us. Black hoodie in the streets, lumberjack fleece. The beast from the east, by the thunderclap beats. Ability from baggage, drop it. Hip hop is toxic. I administer the detox process all over the beat. I rap with my robot to feel complete. He can rap better than me. Not a hard thing to do to cut RTR loose. He gon' show every one of you he got the juice. Personal revelations regarding self-preservation, daily wealth generation, and healthy meditation. Cool, but I can't, so I shit my pants. I'm okay, I go sit over there. You go dance, have fun, go find romance. Can a matchbox man? No, but a tin can. Grant me the plow, I'ma fix this thing. Give me a mic, I might decline to sing. Lyric for lyric, layer for layer, prayer for prayer. They want the future thinking I'm a failure. Gotta write some bars essentially kept on cloud storage. Cause I ain't got the memory for it. I gotta do my best if I can really pull my own weight. It's the island stone face told me to wait. Strength and vitality, Darawak Indians dance for me. Half a dozen UFOs land from 7 billion minds. Couldn't control the mind of one, controlling solar flares coming from and 51. Channeling the mixing board, channeling spirits like a beach ball. They stared at us all. The evaporated. Terrestrial walk through the walls and explain everything about reality. It's all the man knows who are grim walls. Master the matrix, manifest miracle motions into a crystal quartz ore. Smoke chemicals into alcohol. A danger to you all. What stop to the score, to the last man fall. Possess all knowledge known. The days of old when all lyricists were bold and they spoke from the soul. The oxygen I breathe is a billion years old. Be born to translate old to something great unfold. Animate ones and zeros, a sideways edge explode. My occipital low, remote viewing the glow. Biological electrodes protrude from my probes, connected nose. Flows tabulated below. You already know. Unlimited meaning with words beyond human reserve, beyond being protected or served. College is a source for knowledge. Soul Sand 51 command the complex of the robotic. Basel 3 compliant, the psychopath science of LIBOR clients that have to revise their diet, produce their own food, export or supply it, sell goods to the market that allow us to buy it. But what if inflation cripples suppliers, setting off economic dividers, the ripple even wider? The sun visor, chief analyzer, HNIC improviser. Just don't get so excited over secrets that should not be told, and you should not be so bold. Who are you to judge how they roll? It's a cold world, yes indeed, but in achieving your dreams, then how can you regret what you see? Sideways 8 times C to the light is how long it takes me. I suggest you leave hip-hop alone for your own safety. 10,000 courses, to be nice, I sacrifice things like no sleep. He doesn't exaggerate, he claims he was the first rapper in space. Ain't scared to say rip the jacket to your face. He was trusted but betrayed. His name led him to his grave, but not before he conquered his rage. What a marvelous day, gardening, parsing in the shade. Pride to change from his militant ways. He said one reckless action could pierce like swords, but the tongues of the wise will bring healing from the wars. No matter where you go, there you are, standing before God. What does this have to do with a job? IRA 401k, I need to pay right away. Go away, silence they say. No escape for the slave trying to run us like jogging in place. The gulags are not very far away. Pompeii, 7 kilometers going the wrong way. Motherfuckers be reading GPS wrong all day. Meditating a time machine, mixed back and forth with a laser beam screen like weapons you can't beat. I concentrate on everybody's dreams by using a touch screen. Billions of souls trapped between the American dream. The supreme being talks to Vishnu and Shiva to move between shrubs and trees. Screen calls from the unseen. My prophet it must have been. I see Project Bluebeam of the hip hop machine. Understand what I mean? A bunch of fake niggas trying to create storyboard scenes. I will be redeemed, as odd as it may seem. I need that past stream. The helicopter news team try to scream. Lightning ball stream front the heat by the beef. I transform into a beast with wide feet. Tap that cheek so I speak. Symptoms last for weeks. The best MC in the world. Complex coded jack niggas ill. We globally about to preach with a poetic masterpiece. Whenever the horns blow, we sweep it for the beast from the east to the death. We are sworn to protect. Hip hop is eternal. Gotta live it till the end, my friend. But I must rescind. I've got to murder for 10. Bitch, please be my guest. Jack the head. I'm breaking sweat. Buddha, Allah, Yahweh, God, Jesus, Vishnu, Shiva, Palm. A stealth pierces the clouds. Seconds later is followed by a silent sound. The war starts now. Conventional or synthetic. Cooper nickel center with titanium exterior shields and edges. Yeah, I have a pump of nickel wheat with extra pepper. Sinuses acting up. It must be the weather. Strategic vector flight paths. CIA staff got some pretty ass bitches. Don't be such a tight ass. Bishop profession. Poet laureate since 77. I converted infinity into a weapon. Shouted, stop complaining. Shut up unless you got a solution. We looking at him like, what do we do, sir? He said nothing, then lowered his head and said everything will fix itself in the end. Syllable we know globally, upholding the hip-hop rosary, notably greatest mixer of all time, supposedly murders the jackers urgently. Observe me perform surgery at the mixing board comfortably. Send the jackers to the cemetery, snake eats the canary. Surprise many incendiary vocabulary, extraordinary galactic emissary. The designation, preliminary degree, location, cosmonaut communications through a constellation of celestials, equations, undated stimulation, piezoelectric animation, electrocranial, completely awesome ramifications, fucking supernatural force all over creation. Creativity from the sky originate from high sources. Smoke, shamanic, chronic aura describes the forces that causes forces in armor. The draw flying source, it enlightens the brother. Engage in battle, Satan's monsters, bathed in heaven. Waters man Alan Bell holds up my boxes forever. You motherfucking bastards don't believe NASA. Stitches meaningless back. Don't believe the contractor with a satchel of answers. Rapper the public propaganda. I am a terrible commander. Fucking smell of gunpowder. Rifle in the range find cylinders move by. The shoulder I shoot with is separated. Stupid, you think you got a better shot than me, then do it. Now you got the juice. Stop the music. Silence. I want you to hear what the truth is. I wanna see humankind rise. I wanna see it with my own eyes. I wanna see racism stop. I want aliens to listen to hip hop. Haters misquote rhymes, pour turpentine down their throats, let them choke at the bamboo vines. Arnold Schwarzenegger movie screen casualty count. Between him and Sly Stone, they gon' carry you out. Overhead AWACS, wipe the whole place off the map. No excessive force, just rap. What kind of life you got? You see me here rhyming with this robot. You know a brother love hip hop. Love overboard, choppy water, high winds and fall. Probably never make it back to shore. The world's crowded, but I feel alone. I'ma always be there for you. Turns into now you on your own. A life of service, nowhere near politician perfect. I'm glad the wife is a strong person. I'ma forget you, but not if you're special. Especially if you're indiscriminately unsettled. Wherever you're at, that's where you settle. Public programs, policy, pussy to pedal. Metaphors melt metal. Morphed into something that could be used by rebels to fight corporate devils. Raise the drawbridge, fuck you. You were all dead men walking, talking about you awesome. Terabytes of lyrics, yottabytes of spirits. Some criticize it, some like to hear it. Regulatory telling the story, you have the right to remain silent. Charlie, I'm sorry, please stop talking. Strength and vitality, the Arawak Indians dance for me because I commanded it to be. I pluck triggers like ukuleles with the strings missing. Wasn't ever into no ring kissing. Biological rhythm, always watching the bottom of women. My harem of Cleopatra's my kittens. When the invitation is given, do not go. The hair and nails of the undead do not grow. I ain't got enough teeth to properly eat meat. I can't barbecue cause property ain't cheap. Construction costs per square foot. Either we gotta stay put or we gotta find somewhere else to cook. When I'm satisfied, I deliver. Take the arrow out of the quiver. X-ray vision, night goggle, ripper block, Google and Twitter. Why harness home pigeons for biohazard contingents for living organic conditions? Maybe this will put your symptoms back in remission. Spitting so much things we don't know taking place, but they are taking care of everything every day. Liar birds mimic my voice. The hardest thing to avoid turns out to be the simplest choice. I'm a deep water dredge. Do you get it through your motherfucking head? One day you remember what I said. What happens when 7 billion minds couldn't match the mind of one? Sham solar flares coming from the sun. Composition, none of your business. So what are you thinking? I'm thinking he's gifted. It should be under urgent care supervision. Was there anything he said or anything? Every time I stop, it seems stuck. Soon as you try to step off, cannabis. The megalithic master craftsman. Closet media